We live. We've gone wiener mode. Wiener mode has activated. We have activated wiener mode. Absolute big wiener moment. We live. We live, baby. We live. Let's go. We crazy. We going insano mode. I had a good idea for a song to start the stream off. Now I forgot what it was. It was something really cringy. And now I don't remember. Oh, never mind. It wasn't really cringy. It's not really cringy. It kind of slaps, actually. I haven't heard this song in a long time. This is hard.
Keep holding on when my brain's ticking like a bomb. Guess the black dogs have come again to get me. Sweet.
Oh!
Like nothing I have heard. Sing along, mockingbird.
Who's talking about?
Down a bag
Who's in the corn? Got gunk in his face. Got face gunk.
That's right.
Good boy. Aggle boy. That's what it's about. I lost both earbuds. And it paused itself automatically. Shout out Korn. Shouts out Korn, the band Korn. What's up? I'm Korn. I'm the lead singer of the band Korn. Here's all my funny sounds. He goes kind of crazy with that though. He goes kind of crazy mode when he does the sound effects. It's like kind of fire. shout out Korn. What the dog doing? Why you do that? Why you do that? He's not on camera. He somehow knows how to avoid the frame. It's weird. Oh, that's a different band, but yeah. Close. He's on the right track. He's got the spirit. He's out of line, but he's right. I really do need a haircut, actually. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to do with this. Oh. Oh. You know what I'm talking about? This is a certified Korn type beat. He's that one band that wears I wear a mask with smiles for hours. Please tell me there's like an AI version of that. I would hear like David Draymond from Disturbed singing Mask. Disturbed sings Mask. Disturbed David, old guys who wear a mask. No. That'd be so cool. That'd be a really good that'd be really good, like not even an AI, just like a doing covers in the style of different bands. Mask by Dream in the style of like any heavy metal, hardcore, new metal band. That would go hard. Like imagine Linkin Park singing Mask. That would go crazy. But the fact is, I can never get up on my mattress. That's not a good Chester impression, but you get the idea. And then you have like Mike Shinoda rapping the verses. I'll wear a mask for hours at a time. It starts with one thing. I'll wear a mask. That's a little If I had any like musical talent, I would totally make that, but I don't, so I can like kind of play piano and guitar, neither of which I can play good. I can play like basic things. That's about it. So that's the extent of my musical talent, which isn't talent really. It's more like I picked up a skill. Boom. All right, what are we doing? We're gonna play Dark Souls. I don't remember what we were doing since last time. I always do that. I'm like, oh, what did we do this time? And then I forget. I'm going stinko mode. In my controller. Slurp, entertain the stream for like 30 seconds while I get up. Ow. 9/11. What? Did you entertain the stream? That's what a dog do. You were avoiding returning back to Blighttown. I was. Because I don't want to go back there, because I don't like that place. That place is evil. There's a demonic presence in that place. I can feel it. Oh, I love the I'm telling you this, but I love the damage sound in Dark Souls. It's just the guy sounds like he's moaning. It's awesome. Oh, I forgot to post about this stream on the community tab. Oh well, I don't care. I wear a mask that smiles for hours at a time. And they ask how I'm doing. I say I like guys, but the fact is, I can never wiener on his fat dick. I can never wiener. Why, crack it? Why does my stinger not work half the time? It annoys me. But the fact is, I'm dreaming. I'm a F slur. I can't say that. Where am I? Okay. I have 6,000 soul skis. How much I need to level up? I need 8K. Okay. Alright, so I'm thinking the vibe might be go kill the Skibbity Rizzler. What's his name? I have to go kill those orcs again, and I really don't want to, but at least I know how to get back. At least I know all the like the hardcore fucking lore. The Dark Soul lore. Oh, I'm gay. Okay. Mike Pence, 2018. He gotta be the vice president so I can pee. You know what I'm talking about? That's my new song. It's called Mike Pence Becomes the President for Real. That's a new bit I'm doing. It's called Mike Pence is the President of the United States now. I think maybe if I'm smart about this, I can like draw these orcs out and just, I don't even know if they're actually called orcs. I'm just calling them orcs because that's what they look like to me. I wonder if there's a way I could drag them out to like this area that I'm at right now and just have them just knock them off the edge. That would be kind of fire. That'd be kind of fire. I tell you what, that's a little bit fire. I say that's fire. What's the vibe? What's the vibe today? What's in the news? Let's get right into the news. You guys seen Fish Tank? The blood games, the vampire blood games. It's going crazy. Dead. Bunghole clapped. Fish wank, yeah. No, it's actually crazy. Fish tank. This half season of Fish Tank is gonna actually change the game. Streaming will never be the same after this. Genuinely, I'm working on a video about it. I'm kind of like writing it as I watch, but it's actually insane. It's only been on for like 2 days, but it's already insane. Sticking out your gap with a Rizzler. What else is in the news? There's other stuff I wanted to talk about, but I've been like distracted with other things. There's been like news and topics and stuff, but I'm just like blanking because I'm autistic. They announced something today, didn't they? They announced something I was like half interested in, and I don't remember what it was now. Oh, there he is. Yo, who's Steve the Pirate? All right. I had topics and I already don't remember them. I'm like actually losing my fucking mind, bro. I'm not even like tired today. Cause last stream I was absolutely zonked out of my mind. It was a miracle. I think I was like consistently I was consistently doing bits and talking the entire stream last time. And now I'm like completely lucid and I have no clue what I'm talking about. No clue what's happening. Are we feeling the historic downfall of The Walking Dead today? We could do that. I'm down for that. Blighttown, I like Brighttown. It just got real bright in here, bro. Why is Blighttown literally brighter than outside? But the fact is, bro, there must be anything new at the moment. Yeah, I could have sworn I had topics on this for the stream that I wanted to talk about, and I cannot remember them for the life of me. Now I have Mask by Dream stuck in my head. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? Howdy, folks. Gosh here. Literally gosh. Who's got topics, though? Regardless of if there's news. Let's get raw into the news. Who's got topics? I know one yellow crack has got to have topics. Where do I, like, go is the real question. So, like, we're in Blighttown. I call it Tight Town. Because it makes my bunghole tight. There should be a version of Dark Souls called Dink Souls. That's the only difference. It's just called Dink Souls. This isn't Sparking Zero. I've never played the older games in that series before, but it looks cool. I might get it actually. I mean, it looks like it's $70 at launch, so maybe not. Maybe I'll wait for it to go on sale. But I'll probably play that at some point. I've been meaning to play what is it? I think I have Budokai 3. I bought it like years ago with intention to play it and then just never played it. Maybe I'll do it on stream. Maybe I won't. Probably won't. Just finished Minish Cap in the final boss fight. Had my nuts in a twist. You know what's crazy? I don't think despite being a very, very big Zelda fan since I was a little baby boy, I think I've only beaten like 3 Zelda games. Because I always get like really far. I have this habit of getting really far in them, like almost to the final boss, and then just not fighting the final boss. So like I've played Ocarina of Time almost to 100% completion. I just didn't beat the boss. Same thing with Breath of the Wild. I played pretty much everything until I have all the shrines done. I've played pretty much the whole game, except I just haven't gone in and fought Ganon yet. It'll probably take me 2 minutes to do it, honestly, but. So like there's gotta be like an easy way to traverse this area without like wasting all these purples. Mr. Beast. Oh hi, how are you? Somehow as a child, I always unintentionally avoided Zelda games. Looked up a list on how to play the games, and Minish Cap was the first one to do. What fucking list are you... What? What list are you looking at? You looked up how to play Zelda games in order, I assume. And it came up with Minish Cap. I can't think of a single scenario in which Minish Cap would be the first one. Straight up. So in terms of like the Zelda timeline or whatever, Minish Cap is not even the first game. It's like it's like the 3rd or 4th. And then it just even like in terms of release order, it doesn't make any sense because it came out in like 2004 or something like that. I don't know. I made that year up, but you get the vibe. That doesn't make any sense. Or ding 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 ding. I'm not talking about Among Us. I have nothing to say about Among Us. Ah shit. Oh, there's a ladder. Okay. I went in this area before and there wasn't anything here, but maybe I missed something. Dark Souls, more like dork holes. Yeah. It's a charming little game. It's a charming little game. I played like maybe I didn't even get like 10 minutes into it probably. So I was playing it on like my experience with Minish Camp is I played it on an emulator on like my school iPad that some kid like illegally hacked on there. He like broke the mainframe of the fucking school iPad and got emulators running on it. Every kid had emulators running on their iPads in like middle school. And I was like, oh, I'll play Minish Cap. I played it for like 10 minutes, but like the emulator controls were so bad because it's, you know, on a fucking iPad. Came out in 2004 in Japan, so you were wrong. Oh, that was a complete guess, actually, straight up. I did not actually know the answer to that. That's my epic Zelda trivia. Welcome to Zelda Trivia. I'm your host, Linkara, the Lightbringer. You can find me on Oni Plays compilation. I was watching various places, and I saw Linkara, the Great Linkara. He did Top the Fourth Wall, and he talked about the famous Power Rangers rant, right? He said it'll be out when it's out. And we like that. It'll be out when it's out. But great work ethic. When Iron Liz was there, the great Iron Liz. I could do that whole fucking bit from... Ah, shit. Poison go bye-bye. Me no poison no more. Actually, what if I just head across here? Alright, dick. Listen here, you freaking D. You effing D. This guy's an effing D, dude. He's an effing F. This freaking effer. For the record, I have no clue what I'm doing. I'm just walking around seeing what I can accomplish. I don't know what that is, and I don't want to find out. Hey, how are you? Oh, that thing is still falling. That thing moves like a slinky. It looks like since we were talking about Zelda, it looks like a like from Zelda. Like the little gooey guys that steal your shield. The little gooey fellers. Little goofy guys. Little goofy goo goo gagas. 69 is the funny sex number, hell yeah. Alright. Actually, where am I in relation to the bonfire? I think it's okay, it's right over there. Okay. So I'm just across the way. Down in the bayou. More like, hey, how aren't you? Because I don't care. That is like, that is top tier disrespect. Some guy's just like, hey, like some guy that's like, hey, how are you? And you're like, how aren't you? Because I don't give a fuck. You're gay and dumb and gay. Sometimes I wish I had the balls to be an asshole like that, straight up. Like, guy in the street's like, hey, how are you? I'd be like, fuck you. Oh! Okay. No thanks. No thank you. Yeah, I cannot see. I didn't know he would follow. Oh, there's two of them. Okay, cool. Oh my god. That's actually fire. That is actually goated. The SpongeBob emo phase. We going SpongeBob mode. Fuck. We're not doing that. We're not doing that, Mr. You fucking bitch. Okay. What's the worst AMV you've ever seen? Most of them, yeah. I could find. You could just give me any topic of an AMV. I'll find the worst one instantly. I don't know. I kind of find it hard to find shitty AMVs now, because while there probably are a lot of them, like objectively speaking, like that is objectively bad. There's like always, there's still a charm to them. You know what I mean? There's a charm to shitty AMVs. I fuck with it. Like, I'm not gonna watch a shittily made AMV and be like, wow, the guy who made this is a fucking retarded idiot who deserves to be peed on. Because while that very well might be true, they ain't did nothing wrong. Just got white woman jump scared so badly you sound like a white woman. What? I mean, you're not wrong. I see the vision, but like, what? Yeah, I definitely did go white woman mode there for a second. It was not exactly the vibe. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Don't you dare poison me again. I mean, I could get out of this poison, but don't do it again. Dude. That was absurd. Oh, and there's more of them. I hate these little crackers. I hate crackers. I'm racist. I hate crackers, Charlie. I hate crackers. They literally sound exactly what you would say. After all, you've said worse to lesser things. Yeah, pretty much. That's probably true. I'm not a nice person. I've been coming to realize that. At my core, I'm not a nice person. I try to be in public, but I'm also like a pussy, so I'm like incapable of putting my foot down. You should live stream yourself storm chasing F5 tornadoes. That would actually be fire. That would be the greatest stream I've ever done. I'll hit up iShow Speed and be like, yo, dude, let's rent a van and go storm chasing. And since that cracker is out there doing side quests right now, just doing literally anything, he'd probably be like, sure, fucking peon with 5 viewers. 5 viewers on a good day. Alright, please tell me it's only the one for now. Alright, they don't always throw the rock. But they do that more than once. Yeah, I'm gonna avoid that. Come on, pussy. Are you a bitch? You sound like a bitch. Oh, this guy's actually bitch made. Okay. We like totally Reddit moded that guy. He got Reddit mode. I just had a tornado warning and had a hard as hell time getting my 2 cats in the closet at the same time. Your cats in the closet? I didn't know they were gay. You just outed your cats as homosexuals, dude. What the fuck? During Pride Month, bro. I've told my story about tornadoes. We don't get tornadoes around here, but like there was one time we almost did. It was kind of fucking scary. We didn't get a tornado, we got a microburst, which is basically a tornado. Ah, you bitch. Fuck. Alright, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do that. Like how he just pulls a second rock out of the ground. Oh, he's broken. He's locked. He's stun locked. Reddit, we got his ass. Why did that insta-kill me? I was full health, was I not? Don't know if I'm ever gonna deal with tornadoes. I would pray that you wouldn't have to, if I were you. Tornadoes are fucking scary. I've only experienced something similar to a tornado, and that was fucking scary. I told the story on stream before, but this was like a couple years back. I think it was this during the pandemic? It might have been during the pandemic. I don't think it was. No, it couldn't have been. But basically, like, it was in the middle of the summer. It was like a summer day. It was like raining out. It wasn't like, it was probably a thunderstorm, but it was a particularly bad storm, but it wasn't like nothing out of the ordinary. Like, we'll get storms that bad every so often, you know, it happens, right? And then I get it starts getting like really windy. I'm like, oh, that's weird. And then I get a call from my dad, and he's like on his way home or whatever, and he's like, I want you guys to get in the basement right now. And I'm like, uh-oh, this is a tornado. Something bad is happening. He's like, I want you to grab the dogs and get in the basement. So I'm like, okay. So like, grab the dogs. I think my brother was home too. I think he was there as well. We went in the basement, like hid in the room, one of the rooms back there that's like isolated, no windows or anything. And then we heard shit going down. It was loud as fuck out there. And then we came out and it was like trees all over the fucking place. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Turns out it was a microburst, which is like a tornado, but not really. It's like a tornado without the spinning, I'm pretty sure. I don't know the science behind that. I could look. Let's look it up. Let's look it up later after going Soulzo mode. I hate these bugs. You have to just sit there and wait and find a choke point. Just kill them all. It's annoying. I hate mosquitoes in real life. Hate them in video games too. No matter what, you're going to die if you deal with tornadoes. Not necessarily. If you live in like Tornado Alley, like yeah, you're fucked. But like, oh, you know, I should just go straight line with this. Don't waste 2 mosses because I only have a limited amount of these, and I'm not going back to the forest to get more. Nor am I wasting souls buying them. Bugs are annoying in real life. Bugs are annoying in almost any context, real or fictional. Never seen a bug enemy in a video game that I didn't like, or that I did like. I think Hollow Knight is maybe the only exception. Even then, that game's a little bit like skeeves you out a little bit. I just looked up a microburst, and if I saw that in my town, I would stinky my pants. I've never seen what they look like. I'm gonna look it up now. Actually, I've never actually looked this up. Microburst. Okay, so just by looking at it visually, it looks like it's not like a tornado. Like, tornadoes like spin. It's like wind spinning really fast. It looks like a microburst. It's just air just pushes down from a cloud. Like, instead of rain, that's just high pressured air. It's crazy. No, that storm in particular fucked up the whole state. It wasn't even like a hurricane or anything, which is crazy. I can't wait for the next hurricane. We need another hurricane. We haven't had a hurricane in a few years, and I'm really looking forward to it, honestly. You'd be amazing if tornadoes really did make it younger, if it got sucked into one, but that's just a rumor. What is this fucking the wizard of these nuts? The only bug I'm fine with is the dancing bug from Adventure Time, because at least he can dance. He is schmoovin'. I tried to do that move when I was a kid, and I couldn't do it because I'm fucking stupid and brain damaged. This orc definitely listens to corn. I'm fucking retarded. Okay. Fuck my ass. No, 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 no. Dead. Booty clapped. It'd be more amazing if you did get sucked to another one, like another world, like in the Wizard of Oz. That would be pretty epic. But I feel like a bunch of anime loser weirdos would just like start jumping into tornadoes on purpose, just so like at the off chance they get isekai'd into their favorite anime. If you think about it, the Wizard of Oz is like the first isekai. That's the gayest sentence I've ever said, actually, for real. Straight up the most homosexual thing I've ever said. This bitch touched me. I'm gay. I'm coming on bums all day. I almost fucking missed. I did miss, actually. I'm a liar. Honestly, Fear had a cool premise of exploring a storm in season 4, except you skipped the storm. Pretty much, yeah. They kind of, I mean, there was like an episode or two where it was like a thing, but it wasn't like the threat, you know what I mean? It was like there, but it wasn't like, oh shit, guys, this storm's a big deal. They like acknowledge it, and then they kind of just go on their way. It's weird. I guess heaven and hell are isekais. Yeah, probably. Probably by like some literal definition, some liberal definition. Shout out liberals. Shout out my libtards. Alright, looks like there's a couple more of those guys. So I can avoid them. I'm sure I can. This area is fucking creepy. Cobwebs everywhere. There's gonna be like something that sneaks up and fuck. Yeah, fuck that. Would you rather be stuck, Oz or Wonderland? I'm not really sure. I don't remember. I'm not familiar enough with either of them, quite frankly. Like, I know Oz. Like, obviously, I've seen Wizard of Oz. Quailag's Domain. Quailag? That sounds like a fucking Family Guy character. Hello, I am Quailag. These guys friendly? They don't look friendly. Rear. Good luck. Oh no. Put that guy out of his misery. Okay. Oh! Jesus Christ. Okay. Sounds like Quagmire's lagging son. Yeah, Quagmire's like a Down syndrome kid. The worst rap lyric I've ever heard was by Lil Durk when he said, "See my little daughter is bad as hell, she ain't even 5." I've heard worse bars. See, my thing with rap is like the worst the things that people consider the worst bars are the best bars in my opinion. Like everybody's like, oh, Tyler the Creator said, like, oh, rape a pregnant bitch. Tell my friends I had a threesome. Because like, yeah, that line is disgusting. It's vile, but like, that's what makes it funny. You know what I mean? Could you eat food while watching shows like The Walking Dead or games like Dark Souls? Oh, absolutely. I literally talk about shit while I eat. Not kidding. I'll watch Justin Wang videos where he talks about like guys coming in coconuts or whatever while I'm eating. Zero problem. I remember being like the weird, like I remember finding it weird when I was like in lunch or whatever with my friends in school, because I actually had friends. Go figure. But it was like we were like talking, like they were like my friends were like eating or whatever, and they're like I'm like talking about shit. I'm like making a poop joke or something because I'm epic and fucking intelligent. And he's like, dude, can you not do that? I'm fucking eating. And I'm like, why? I'm like, I don't get it. This is like way too late to like consider that weird, or to not understand that that's weird. I was like, I don't get what your fucking problem is, dude. And I like literally asked him about it. I'm like, why is this a problem? And he's like, dude, because I'm eating, and I like when you talk about shit, I like imagine it in my mouth, and I'm like, that's just weird. That's actually bizarre. I don't know why I just used that. That was dumb of me to use that. I'm like, that's weird. You imagine shit in your mouth, dude? That's fucking gay, dude. I'm like, that's gay. You're gay. You're a homosexual. That is the absolute worst fucking bar I've ever heard in my life. What was that? There was a fucking. I think it was an MC Virgin song. They were like, I think what was it? It was Forever Virgins, I think, by MC Virgins. There was a bar, like the last bar in the song. It was like something about Johnny Test fucking his sister or something. He's like, that is the worst bar I've ever heard in my life. Oh. It's our friend Gorlock the Destroyer. All right. Come here, big boy. Let me see that pussy. Are you gay, dude? Uh-oh. Gay guy. Gay guy alert. There's a gay guy. Johnny Incest. That does sound really... Jimmy Neutron if he was cooler. Not even close, dude. No, Jimmy Neutron and Johnny Test are not even remotely similar. I mean, they're similar, but they're not like the characters themselves are not even close. Because Jimmy's the smart one. Johnny's a fucking idiot. Because his sisters are the geniuses, not him. I've seen Johnny Test referred to as like reverse Dexter's Lab. Where like the sisters are the smart ones in that. When Leo Dexter's obviously the smart one in Dexter. Johnny Test the myth. Johnny testing the myths of inbred children. What the fuck is wrong with you? Gatorade. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Let me get a little bit of that. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Guess there's no other way. Imagine having Goddard as a pet. A robot dog. That'd be kind of epic. You guys think Jimmy Neutron installed a fleshlight in Goddard? I don't know how I angered that guy. But if that pussy don't stank, I don't want it. Alright, so don't touch these guys, because they'll blow up into a bunch of tiny little worms. Oh no. Gorgeous view ahead. I'm going to assume that that's probably a lie. No. No thanks. Oh, this cracker looks like a Zelda boss, dude. I'm taking this cracker out of this fucking church, bro. Taking him to church. Why am I taking him to church? I don't know. Why does it have a human hand? I was about to say, I'm like, can I show this? She got big old gobbo tits? Hell yeah. Okay. If that gets my stream taken down, I'm gonna be so upset you have no idea. Oh, it's probably not going to do anything because he's like fire-based. Oh. I can't step in the lava. I'm going to fucking die. Jesus Christ. I absolutely would, by the way. I think I got what he meant. What he meant with quite gorgeous view. He meant there were big fucking honking titties. Absolutely would, by the way. Like, tell the room stinks. I absolutely would. Oh, I'm dead. How are you supposed? How am I supposed to hit her? Yeah, they didn't show nips. So I think we're okay. But how am I supposed to hit her? She doesn't stop at any point. Like, all the other bosses have like points where they stop to like let them hit you. They have points where they like recoil, so you can have like an opportunity to hit them. She did not appear to have something like that. She just kept attacking over and over and over again. You just had to keep dodging infinitely, and there's nothing you could do. I've only fought her once, though, so maybe I'm just wrong and stupid, which is probably the case. Don't poison. I don't want to waste the fucking thing on that. Okay, cunt. Alright, at this point, I'm just walking right across. I don't give a fuck. Fuck. Don't make me use all my purples, dude. I don't have time to waste on my... I can't be wasting these purples. Supposed to hit her like you're Ray Rice in a hotel. Oh, hell yeah. I gotta go Chris Brown mode on her. Weapon it. Fuck my ass. I should need to repair it. Easy. It's actually crazy how Chris Brown still has a career. After just openly being like, yeah, I beat Rihanna. I fucking punched her in their fucking skull until she bleeded out. That's not what he said, but it's probably something similar. Alright, I'm just gonna skip these guys. Can I skip them? Just walk right across? I doubt they'd stop me. Not only did he hit Rihanna, but he made hits on the radio. You know what's crazy? I cannot name a single Chris Brown song. Like, actually, for real. If you played me his most popular one, I'd probably know it. But, like, I could not name you a single Chris Brown song off the top of my head. The only one I kind of know is Freaky Friday. But that's not even his song. It's a Lil Dicky song. He's just a feature. Of course, I know the fucking obscure comedy white rapper and not the normal guy. You should play a game called Arzet. I don't know if I will be doing that, but sure. First one that comes to mind is International Love with Pitbull. With Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305. Otherwise known as The GOAT. Please tell me it doesn't show that cutscene every single time, because I really don't want to risk this with TOS. I know I'm fine, but I'm a paranoid spaz about it. I don't think it plays every time. Yeah, no. Okay, we're good. Hey, how are you? Oh, that makes me so fucking horny. If I get behind it, rub its fat fucking thorax. You're... Alright then. Howdy. Hi, I'm the Quaalag. I'm so gay. I'm the gay lag. Alright then. I gotta get up close and personal, I think. I think that's the meta. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that just happens. It just does that. Reminds me of my ex-girlfriend. Good one, Jim. My kids don't talk to me anymore. That's a water cooler ass joke, bro. Yeah, Lois reminds me of my it reminds me of my bitch wife Lois. I'm black. If I just get cut straight across, that could work. Quick, make a joke about Mickey Mouse. What if Mickey Mouse had a big fucking girther on him? What if that fucking Mickey Mouse with a penis the size of his entire body? That's fucking funny. Mickey Mouse getting his dick sucked. Be like, ho ho. That's what he says. His iconic catchphrase, ho ho. There's no leveling up system in this game. Oh, there is. I could sit here and grind for fucking 5 hours, but I'm not gonna do that because that's gay. That's gay, and I'm not a pussy. I ain't no bitch. Mama ain't raised no bitch. Gotta be a way to cheese this guy. I thought I want to, like, play cheesy, but... Hey, where are you? You're not cool. You're not Martin Luther King. You're not. You're not. Right. His own lava can't hurt him. Clearly. That's insane. Who invented this? I thought it's weird that getting your stuff back doesn't just heal you. Oh no, it does not. Why would it do that? Why would this game be fair? That's the whole point. I swear to God, this game is like brighter on my other monitor than it is on this one. Like, I'm looking at it through OBS, and it's brighter in OBS than it is on this. I might as well play it through OBS. Like, it's that much of a difference. It's dark as shit. Just be the lighting in here, I guess. I don't know. Oh no. Why am I poisoned, and why is there an indicator that I'm poisoned? And why did I waste that? I shouldn't have done that. I need to save as many of those clumps as possible. So I can guarantee you this boss is going to take me multiple attempts, and I'm going to need as many of those as I can to actually get to it with like a decent health. This game is fucking absurd, dude. Are you stuck in a monolithic creature? I am a monolithic creature. We black conservatives are not a monolith. What was that boss you died to the most before this one? Probably the moth. The apparently optional moth. I didn't find out it was optional until like right before I beat it, and I was kind of pissed. But like aside from this game, Roxas in Kingdom Hearts 2 for some reason was just really fucking difficult for me for no reason. And then Sans Undertale from the hit video game Undertale. Homie, we're in Undertale. Shout out Marge Simpson. Homie, my clit is wet. Roxas is really hard. Is he like considered actually hard, or is this like I figure you'd have some kind of you'd have some kind of backhanded take on that, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's real hard if you're fucking gay. Like, yeah. Don't do that. Don't get stuck in this hole. How did that even... Alright. Alright, let's calm down, buddy. Alright. Don't want to get in front of her. We want to stay behind this motherfucker. Fuck you. I got really lucky with that. Okay. Oh my god, no, I got stuck in a wall. Oh my god. The game gave me like a grace period right there. That was... I, for all intents and purposes, should have died right there. I'm probably gonna die like right here, actually, but, you know. I thought she was gonna go for a fourth one, and I was gonna scream at the top of my lungs, actually, for real. Get out, get out, run, 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 run. Ah, no. Fuck you. Shit. I'm dead. I have literal recordings of me beating him in the data form, by the way. That's freaking epic, dude. The only Kingdom Hearts boss I'm afraid of is Terra. Okay. How many streams do you think it's going to take for you to beat this boss? What time is it now? It's only 9:40. I feel like if I really lock in, I could do it in 3 weeks. If I really lock in. I might have to lock in real quick. I might have to go fucking Goku mode real quick. Yozora is a close second. I can't imagine thinking that anything from Kingdom Hearts 3 is even remotely more difficult than Kingdom Hearts 2, but sure. Alright, I don't have time for you. Stop, don't focus on them, I don't care about them. Those crackers can suck my pee-pee. There's gotta be an easier way to get over there without getting fucking poisoned. Oh, fuck you, dude. Just make peace in your family. I'm done with your shit, motherfucker. Mysterious figure is just a bitch. Okay, we're not. If you're gonna sit here and start listing off Kingdom Hearts bosses, I'm gonna be so lost because I don't remember shit. Mars Argo fans are mad that somebody leaked a 10-minute video of her stutter. Want to watch the like 10 seconds of it after stream? I could do that. I'll watch it on stream. I don't care. It's kind of mean though. Like, haha, she has a medical condition. Like, that's fucking. It's kind of mean. You're Mike. You're literally Mike Pence. What is? Stop right there, you fucking, you whore. Maybe I can cut the. Can I cut the bitch off of him? That'd be kind of crazy if I just like cut off the biatch. Not actually. Oh, deadass. Are you gay? What the fuck? I'm never fighting Sans. You should fight him. He's actually fun. Sans is a difficult boss, but he's fun. If you like the gameplay of Undertale, I guess. Homie, it's Sans Undertale. My Sans Undertale stuck my wiener. Homie. My clit is quivering for Sans Undertale. You motherfucker. Oh, you're gonna back away now because you're a pussy? Suck my dick, and suck my dick. Those are the 3 commandments. Just her making an exclusive log for the fans that paid for her subscription server. She's saying, very white girl energy. Oh, it's not even stuttering. It's just like fucking... Just being a normal fucking person. I got it. Okay. Fire. Yeah, if it's like a private, like, paywall thing, I won't play it on stream, but... Best way to beat Sans is just not fight Sans. Well, no, you can't beat what you don't fight. That doesn't make any sense. That's pussy behavior. Con. Get you the audio. It's jarring seeing her talk. I'm sure that's true. Yeah, because she has actually. I don't think she's ever really talked like normally in a video. Because like back in computer shows, she was doing like a character. So it was very like it's clearly like a very exaggerated version of her actual voice. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually heard her speak. Now that I think about it, that's crazy. All right. You never did the data battles? No, why would I do that? I beat the game, I go on with my life. That's what I do. Oh, you're an absolute fucking pile of fucking fibrous turd, you pile of shit. Fuck you. Hit me with a fucking insta-kill move 10 seconds into the fight. Suck me until I'm dry, you fucking asshole. I am her most favorite kid. Me. She is awesome and will acknowledge me. Please pick me. She's pick me. This man is crazy. This man is off his fucking... It's fucking shit, dude. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker crazy. I fucking respect it though. I gotta respect though, Chris. That's like only that's actually the gayest. So apparently, being actually gay is the second gayest thing that you do. That's crazy. Oh, suck me dry, dude. Of course it takes me 3 fucking pumps. I'm about to get 1 pump chumped right now, dude. You should fight the boss next time and only a Sheen impression. Surely that'll do the trick. It's not a bad idea. Ultra Lord. Hey Jimmy, I love Ultra Lord. I'm fucking gay also. That's what Sheen sounds like, right? I haven't heard Sheen talk in a while. Can't remember the last time I was that involved in the Jimmy Neutron lore that I was like, oh, Sheen. We need some hardcore Sheen up in this B. You know what I'm saying? Going absolutely Sheen mode. Sheen with constipate. Hey, Jimmy, I can't shit, Jimmy. I'm trying to poop, but I can't poop. Ah. I'm watching the Ultra Lord Marathon. Ah. Back in my day, they were called marathons. It wasn't called binge watching. It was called the Ed and Ed. I have a very distinct memory of the Ed and Eddie Moranathon being a thing, but I cannot find any evidence of that on the internet. Does anybody else remember the Ed and Eddie Moranathon? Like that had to have been real, because that was like a saying in like my dad would quote that. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I hate this game. I'm dead in 2 seconds. I've seen gay porn less gay than this stream. That's fair. That's probably true. We do a little bit of homoeroticism. It's called we do a little bit of homoeroticism. Ultra Lord, I'm gay. It's called I'm Obama. It's called we do a little bit of Obama. I can't wait for the debate tomorrow. The presidential debate tomorrow is going to go insane. We played Monster Hunter Rise to be exact. I actually have been playing that recently, yeah. I like beat it. I'm doing like post-game stuff. It's pretty freaking epic. On the Nintendo Switch. The Switch. No, not the Switch. I'm not a fucking idiot. I'm not a fucking queer. Played on my PC with my nice big ultra wide, and let me tell you, it looks great. I fuck with it. It seems like you got the hit song Mask by Dream out of your head. Let's get it back in there. That's fair. But the fact is, I can't seem to get off of his fat dick. I wanted to play with you, but you already played it. I have played it, yes. I haven't done any of the online missions, though. I've only done the solo missions, though. I'm sure that game has crossplay. Why wouldn't it? like the 5th world, and it's insane. It is pretty crazy, yeah. I thought it was kind of easy. I think I kind of half cheated a little bit because I had the DLC. I bought it with the DLC, so I think I started with DLC items, and it made the whole game seem really easy. It felt if I didn't, then it definitely felt easy. Can this bitch sit the fuck still for 30 goddamn seconds? Is that too much to ask? Oh, so it's like actually just straight up literally just an easy game. Well, actually, some of the later game fights get pretty hard. I died a couple times. But no, Monster Hunter is good. It's a good game to play while you like listen to podcasts or something. Defender's weapons are added to speedrun the game so you can play sunburns. What's the stuff about Ty Lee being an airbender? It's an Avatar fan theory that doesn't make any actual sense, but it's a vibe. I fuck with it. It's a theory that I invented, but the Nickelodeon account stole it from me. That's actually not even a joke. That's real. I'm actually kidding. I didn't actually invent that. I like gaslit myself into thinking I invented it, but I definitely did see it somewhere before. Otherwise, I would not have gotten that idea. I did, however, invent the Monkey Yatso air theory. I did invent that. Like he sucks the air out of the, he sucks the oxygen out so they firebenders can't firebend. I invented that theory. That one I did actually invent. That was actually me for real. Or at the very least, I came to that conclusion, but at the same time other people did. But yeah, Monster Hunter's cool. I like Monster Hunter. I feel like the open world one's gonna be pretty cool, the new one, and I'm only saying that because the blonde girl in it is fucking fire, dude. Absolutely need. I'm a horn main, so I found out that the horn doesn't get the defend horn at base. Guess I started like old heads. I don't even know what that is. I literally just picked the coolest looking weapon. So I had like the fucking like the little dual blades. He would like attack really fast. He would like he'd do like spin moves and shit. I mained those the whole game. It's pretty epic. Highly best girl. I'm not gonna rate the fucking child characters, but yeah. Sir, that is a child. Whoever invented this character needs to be shot, I think. Like, this ain't gonna do fuck all. Check this out. Does no damage. It's immune to fire. My pyrokinesis is useless. I bought it on Switch for a guy. I kind of regret it. Not really. We bought it to play together, and it seems he'd rather play with other dudes. Cock. It's a fun game, but now I ain't got no one to play with. That's fair. There's got to be like water spells and shit. No, I'm a pyro guy, so I can't use. Oh, that would make any sense. There's got to be a way to cheese her. Yeah, best child. Let's relax. Let's calm down. Bro's having a Pokemon fan moment. Pokemon fans be like, quick, which 10-year-old has the fattest ass? I have to repeat the meme or else nobody know what I'm talking about. What the? Cracker, I literally don't have time for you. I literally do not have time for you. Jesus Christ. I'm running out of those. It's gotta be like a secret bonfire that I can light and not have to go through that bullshit every fucking time. Let me get in here before that guy fucking like appears. Reddit, I mean, am I the asshole for like kind of left out and kind of pissy for him not inviting me? Or am I the asshole for declining the offer after like 10 sessions of them playing? Listen, I'm not r/am I the asshole, okay? I can't be the arbiter of your fucking disagreements. This sounds like, if I may be Dr. Phil for a second, it sounds like both of you are at fault to some degree. And what you need to do is have gay sex with a man. And have fucking... I don't know where I was going with that. I like the premise of gay Dr. Phil. That's pretty funny. Stop that. Oh, can I cheese her if I go up here? Oh, I can't even go in there. Fuck. I did it. Well, I didn't. I shouldn't have done that, because now I have to go all the way back here to get my things back. I'm going to lose 9,000 souls. I'm an idiot. I ain't got Reddit. You might only help. Well, listen, I'm not much of a Redditor these days. Too bad you can't attack. I could probably attack her from a distance, but I don't have any fucking arrows. I have one crossbow bolt. They call him Reddit Jimmy. They call him Reddit Joker Jimmy. I mean, you're not wrong. Attacking from a distance would be a good idea. I just don't have the fucking means to do it currently. Not to shoot the idea down or nothing, but I ain't exactly in a position to fucking suck a boy's balls, you know what I'm saying? What time is it? 9. Oh, what the fuck, dude? He asked our friends to buy it, and I guess I kind of stuck myself onto it. Mentioned that I'll buy it since it's like $6. I mean, it sounds like you kind of got guilted into it, bro. But that's weird that he would like be like, "Yo, buy this game, let's play it," and then like you're like, "Okay, let's do that," and then you do, and they don't, and then you don't play it. It's a little whack. If I go like over here, is there a is there a place around here I can light one up, dude? Nah, what the freaking hell, dude? I'm about to get a 500-foot dick slapped. Oh, Mr. Krabs. I'm gonna need you to back away from me. You gotta be kidding me. You cornered me into a wall. Yeah, witch is no fucking joke, dude. Chaos witch. Like chaos bitch. Fuck you. I don't know, felt indifferent to me buying it. Didn't ask me, I had to mention it to even acknowledge. I feel like one of those GFs or wives that constantly falls around their BFs or something. This sounds like a toxic relationship, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not what am I, Dr. Phil? What do I fucking look like? Do you think I'm the crack? I'm not the crackhead. I'm not even remotely qualified to give relationship advice. Think I'm qualified for this? Me, a virgin who has no experience with this type of shit. If grabbing your stuff doesn't heal you, then what's the point of grabbing it? It means I don't want to lose 9,000 souls because that's how I can level up. Granted, I've lost more in the past, but I don't want to lose all that. Like, I know I'm at fault, but I don't want to scale the Keffels to Mars. I don't know how much of a girl I sound like. What the fuck does Keffels have to do with this at all? Do we ever talk about the Keffels shit on stream? Do we ever talk about that? How there's like such hardcore evidence of like how she fucking stole GoFundMe money, was scammed people and motherfuckers, and then somehow there's just she convinced a large subset of people that Mudahar was being transphobic. I don't even really like Mudahar, but that was insane. I can feel how I wanna feel. I don't need no man. I feel you. Ain't no love of my man. Shoo up. Oh, ain't no love of my man. What was that from? Was that from Jimmy Neutron? That was from something. I think it was Jimmy Neutron. Yeah, because it was Carl and Sheen. That's right. Okay. Fire. Jesus Christ, dude. Dude, I almost threw a punch in real life. Also gave kids collars and bathtub HRT. Yeah, that was another part of it. Yeah, that's a little whack. It's a little insano style. You know what I'm saying? I need to get a haircut so bad. I just don't know what to do with this shit. Recommend me what to do with this hair. I'm gonna get a low taper fade. I'm gonna get that Polnareff looking shit. I'm gonna get that flat top. How'd you guys feel if I came on stream next time and I just had a fucking full on flat topper fade? Is that what they're even called? I don't know. I'm white. What if I came back and I just had waves? Are there white guys with waves? There's got to be white guys with waves. Grab the... I almost screamed. Alright. I want nothing to do with you when you're using that move. In fact, I want to be as far away from you as humanly possible. Would you fuck the spider lady? Absolutely. Get the Killmonger fade. I'll be the only white guy with the Killmonger cut. No, I've seen white guys with that cut. I've never seen a black guy with it, which is crazy. Buzz the size. I could. I'm not going to. I also don't want to get like a gay pedophile fade where it's like... Like, you guys remember Basherverse? Remember that guy? I'm sick and tired of being called a fucking rapist. Sucks what happened to that guy. He died of COVID, I think. Which is crazy. Which is a crazy way for him to go out. Imagine being one of the top Minecraft YouTubers, get caught in a controversy where you're accused of being a pedophile and a rapist. You scream about it while wearing a green Power Ranger shirt. And then you die of COVID 3 years later. That's insane. Killmonger in his Saiyan armor. He is kind of real for that. Like, I don't want to, like, shave the sides and just be, like, up here. You ever see it? And, like, it just goes down to one side. You know what I'm talking about? I'm not explaining it very well. I don't want it to look gay is my whole point. I have like family that cuts my hair, so it's like I won't get fucked over, but like what they think looks good is not necessarily what I think looks good. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to accidentally have the gayest cut of all time. You know what's crazy? I just figured out how to sprint. I've made it this far into the game without knowing how to sprint. I just figured out how to sprint. I feel like an actual retard. Rain Man practically bankrupted a casino, and he was a retard. I low-key wanted you to tell you how to sprint, but I just let it play out. That's the thing. I knew you could sprint because I've seen like gameplay of this game. I've seen like Only plays and shit, bits and pieces and like compilations or whatever. I'm like, I've seen them sprint. So I'm like, oh, you can sprint in this game. I didn't know you could sprint. I just never figured out how to do it. I just figured out how to fucking do it. This might be a game changer, fellas. It actually might be, because maybe I could sprint behind this she-beast. And get behind her. And F her in the A. With my big freaking axe. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I did not do that. Did I do that? Did I do that? Some days you just gotta go full on Stefan Urkel, you know what I'm saying? Oh, now you're gonna roll. Pussy. Alright. Oh, you can't like. Okay, so you can't be like targeting a motherfucker. Alright, when I get caught in the situation. Okay, I thought that was gonna be the explodo move. Alright, can we not do that? Bitch. You freaking whore. Okay, you can't sprint backwards, so you can't Z target. You can't go Zelda mode. I was not paying attention. Okay, so that's... Okay, sprinting has already fucked my ass. The real question is, do you know how to jump? You're lying to me. There's no way there's a jump move. Because there's going to be a boss in the not-so-distant future that's going to require you to parkour. How do you jump? I could strafe back. You're making this. You're lying to me. You're lying. There's no jump. He's lying. He's lying. He's lying. Know what I'm talking about, bud? That's the weirdest way I've ever seen a dog get off the chair in my entire life. I'm gonna go full on Stefan or Kel mode. You know what I'm talking about? What a dog doing? How does he know? It's like he knows he can't be seen because there's the green screen on right now. It's like he knows. I'm going full on Stefan Urkel mode. Feel me? Alright, fuck you. I'm gonna look this up. I'm looking up how to jump. I will not sit here and be laughed at. Jump. Fucking what? That is absurd. To jump for... Ah. That's not gonna help me. Oh, maybe that will help me, actually. That might go, like... That might go crazy. That might actually go crazy style. Okay. What a dog doing? Why'd a dog do that? He's black. Some days you just gotta hit him with... Some days you just gotta go Stefan or Kel mode. Alright, I want to see if the internet lied to me. This is Dark Souls. Yes, sir. Alright, the internet didn't lie to me. Can I do like jump? Are there like jump moves too? Like jump attacks? Like if I jump and I hit attack at the same time, we'll do like a super jump move. Alright, bitch. Hope somebody fucking stabs your dad. Alright. There's some games that'll make fun of you for not doing certain things for a long period of time. Yeah, this is one of them. The game itself actually straight up calls you gay for not knowing how to do something that it doesn't tell you how to do. Okay, that'll save me on I'm the white Steve Urkel. If you get hit while sprinting, you get different moves. If you hit while sprinting. Okay. Well, I don't want to try it with that asshole afoot. The text on the phone at the beginning and the end to tell you these moves. Do you think I actually sat there and read those? What am I, a fucking nerd? What am I, a pussy? What am I, fucking gay? Oh, I don't even need to get poisoned. You could probably do that whole area without getting poisoned. And I could do it, but I'm too much of a pussy. Like Spider-Man 2 would have Bruce Campbell show up and tell you, hey, you Spider-Man, why are you not swinging? Is that actually a thing? That's fucking hot. It makes me horny. Fuck you, dude. I look so not prepared for this. Well, if it isn't Gorlock the Destroyer. My arch nemesis, the big red cunt. Yo, imagine the smell, dude. Fucking cunt. I'm going Stefan Urkel mode. Okay, maybe not. Motherfucker, you drinking water? Imagine the old smell of an attic mixed with some poop smells. Fire. Are you feeling the pressure of running out of the purple moss? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, which is why I'm going to try to get over there without getting poisoned. Because now that I know how to jump, I feel like I can parkour my way around this. Why the fuck did I do that? This is probably not the most efficient way. This is this is probably the quickest way, but it's probably not the most, like, efficient way. Come here. I'll fuck your fucking face. I'll fuck your dad, too. Fuck you. All right. All these N-words and all these hoes. All right. I could... Actually, if I kill the... I can't even do that. Ah, fuck. Oh, shit. I should not have done that. I'm fucked. I just fucked myself. I just fucked myself directly into the ass. There goes 10,000 souls. That was so fucking retarded of me. Well, I got nothing else to lose. I got nothing to lose now. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't come by my house. All right. Eat pussy, dude. What the fuck is happening? Alright, this is going well. This is going well. There was a way I made it over there without getting poisoned before. I don't know how that happened. I probably should have killed this guy first. That would have been intelligent. Don't get poisoned. Don't get poisoned. You cunt. What are you, Ugandan? What are you from fucking Uganda? You fucking asshole. Alright, there was absolutely... Oh, cool. So this just, like, completely stops from... The mud completely stops your momentum, even though I've definitely ran in the mud. So I just went around for no reason. Come here, fucking dick. Apparently... Oh, apparently 626 today. What does that mean? That's supposed to mean something? I don't get it. What does that number mean? Is that like a fucking... Is that like a 69 sex number? Like, what is... I don't get it. Is that like a skibidi toilet type beat? This is like sticking at your gap for the Rizzler. Know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, you drinking water? That shit is straight up gay, bro. You might as well be drinking cum, dude. No water, strictly soda. A certain blue cuddly creatures day. I don't know what that means. I still don't know. Fuck is that? Wait, I still I don't know what that means. Is it Papa Smurf's birthday? Like, I don't understand. What are you doing? Yeah, you. What are you doing? Oh, you can see him. You could see him for a second on the green screen. That's funny. There's gotta be a way to get over here without getting poisoned. He's referencing your favorite show, Bluey. You think I know what Bluey Day is? Isn't that? You think I knew there was a Bluey Day? Stitch Day. Oh, Stitch. Okay. Because, yeah, isn't he Experiment 626? I get it. I don't know anything about Stitch. I've never seen it, but, I like the little character. I like the funny little characters. Goofy little characters. Goofy little fellers, you might even say. Alright, I got absolutely nothing to lose, so we're just gonna go with guns a-blazing. Alright. We're going dicks out. Alright, good thing I walked away from that one. This one's this one's for Harambe, dude. Remember Harambe? Remember he's like the sign of like the apocalypse. He's the first horseman. Alright, fuck you. This game fucking is. I don't even think I've gotten further than 4 hits in, straight up. Actually, for real. This is so bogus. Disney doesn't know what it started. Yeah, the fuck they do. They're a big multi-billion-dollar corporation. They should be taken down. I was gonna say something that would actually get me put on like an FBI watch list. Actually, for real. I was about to say something so insane. I'm just. I was gonna get put on like a terrorist list for sure for saying what I was about to say. Oh boy, an extra flask. Come on! Why do I keep getting hit? What am I, an idiot? What am I, a buffoon? Shout out Harambe. Harambe truly was like the first. He was the first horseman of the apocalypse. Because ever since Harambe happened, the internet has never been the same. And culture as a premise has never been the same. We've been steadily declining ever since Harambe. Harambe, as I call him. Me and him are cool like that. Me and Harambe is cool like that. Mr. Telephone Man, there's something wrong with my line. 'Cause when I call my baby's number, I get a click every time. Was that New Edition or was that those? Yeah, that was New Edition, I think. No, it's not New Edition. Yes, it is. Am I racist? Don't answer that. All those Minecraft recreational events of Harambe and how they play out differently. Yeah, I love the you guys see those AI memes, like the time traveler memes. I think I've shown them on stream before, like the AI time travelers. Like they stopped the 21 kid from saying 21 and embarrassing himself. There was one of Harambe where like he takes the kid, he teams up with the kid. Yo, now that I think about it, the kid who got like abducted by Harambe, he's probably like my age now at least. He's probably like old enough to be like have the internet and tweet about his experience or something. He's gonna make like a twit longer. My experience with Harambe and how I ruined society. Hang on, bud. Give me a second. I gotta go with the dog up the stairs because he's obese. Oh, I'm moist. There's one of Joe Rogan making that eye widen face and it pans over to the alien. You know, it's funny. The alien one is an AI, but there's an AI version of the alien one where you like where Rogies freaks out and he like grabs a gun and there's like a military guy joins him, that's like taking out the alien. I want to see Rogies fight an alien. Yo, if we ever make contact with an alien, like if the general public ever make contact with an alien, I really hope that the first place they should go is Joe Rogan. Like that would be the greatest podcast episode of all time. In all of human history. If Joe Rogan did an actual podcast with an alien. Well, I guess he's had Elon Musk on, so it's basically the same thing. But it's like a pedophile alien. That's different. I'm dead. I lose. I die. Ah! I was right out of range, too. You gotta be kidding me. I got touched by a pixel of his fucking explosion. I got half my health pissed out like a fucking river. Piss me a river! This is gonna ruin the tour. What tour? The world tour. If an alien race came here, they would hack into our Wi-Fi and see Skibby toilet video and slowly back up for our planet. No, they would absolutely join us. They'd be curious. They'd be like, "What is this Skibbity toilet?" Skibbity toilet is like actually really kind of avant-garde if you think about it, because it would literally be about them. Do you think aliens wouldn't be curious about what our art is? You know what I mean? They'd be like, "Oh, these guys make fucking Skibbity toilet videos. That's awesome. No other planet, no other alien race in the galaxy does that." I feel like it'd be more like an Ultron situation where they realize they need to eradicate humanity. See, everybody says that, but like, if they wanted to, they could just do that already. There's got to be a way to go Dicko mode. Is it raining? Why is it raining? Was it real life? No, whatever UFOs are, whether they're aliens or they're like extra dimensional motherfuckers or whatever they are definitely very interested in nukes. Because there's like a disproportionate amount of UFO sightings over nuclear facilities. It's interesting. Aliens. Alamos. Unironically, if I do want to get gay for a second, I really do. I really hope I live to see the day we make contact with Alamos, or we get full disclosure, like, oh yeah, these motherfuckers are real. We've talked to them. The government knows what up, because we're the government. We got government shit. You're a fucking whore. Your mother's a whore. Your dad's a whore. You're gay. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. You gotta be... That is an impossible to dodge move if you're right there. Because it got me on my recoil. It started... Its startup frames were on my recoil frames. So I couldn't even sprint. This is such fucking horse shit. I'm gonna be stuck on this boss for like 3 fucking weeks. I can guarantee you. And I'm not even gonna be streaming this game next week. Cause I'm not streaming next week. Maybe I'll try to fit one in, but trying to go G mode style with the nukes, something like that. Yeah. Whatever they are, they're interested in the nukes. I'm trying to see aliens. I want to see aliens be real. It feels like once every 2 years the government says something publicly about UFOs and everybody pretends like it's the first time hearing about that. Everybody's like, like the government will put out a thing be like acknowledging the existence of UFOs because they have been studying them for decades. Which is like actually a factually true statement. They have been studying UFOs for decades. And it only like recently came to light that they're like okay publicly talking about it now. But I feel like every time that happens for like 2 years, like the same story just gets re-reported. Like, oh, UFO, or Pentagon releases UFO videos, and everyone's like, the government has just said aliens are real. Why is nobody talking about this? Bombo clot. Fuck, all that just to get poisoned anyways. The Mexican president confirming elves. What the fuck? The Mexican government does all kinds of weird shit like that. Like, you guys remember the Mexican aliens? That were like obviously fake as shit. But everybody's like, OMG, they have real alien skeletons. I am running out of these moss things. I have like 39. It's gonna take me way more attempts than that. There's no way I'm doing that. I'm gonna get soft locked, dude. I'm gonna have to go all the way back to the forest, and I'm not doing that. I refuse to go back to that forest. The place is a hellhole. I'm not going back there. Oh, it's fucking hot in here. My armpits are like sticking to each other. This is gross. Oh, I'm so gay for dudes. Oh, yes. You're a fucking bitch. Okay. Get your sword out of here. I don't want to see your sword. The only place I want to see that sword is up your fucking ass. Oh, you're gay. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna pee my pants. All right, that was worth it. 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 He do not get that shit on though. Okay. Oh! That was such. That was definitely a way longer reach than it usually is. That's insane. I was actually doing pretty good on that round too. I went kind of hard on that. NGL went sicko mode. I'm sure as hell not grinding, I'll tell you that much. I refuse to grind, and I refuse to go back to that fucking forest for more clumps. More pussy clumps. What'd you guys do if you were effing a girl? You were effing her. Effing her right in the V. And she said, "Oh, check out my pussy clumps." And you're like, "What?" And out of her pussy are just two big fucking soggy clumps of matter. You don't even know what they are. It's just big clumps of matter fall out of her pussy. Fuck. I was gonna jump, but that didn't work. I wonder, do I have an item? Do I have items that could help me with this? There's got to be some kind of item I can use that can be of use to me here. Reduces build up. Firebomb. Dung piles. A bunch of souls. I'm not going to use those. I'll wait for you. I'm going to wait to use those. Maybe I could throw doo-doo at it. Right? Do these like... I guess I'll find out. Maybe if I threw doo-doo at her, maybe she gets poisoned. And does like extra fucking shit damage. Alright. Sun is down. Freezing cold. That's how we already know. That had no effect. That didn't do anything, actually. Oh, that wasn't gonna hit me and I ran into it like an idiot. Why did I not think that was not going to explode? Are you going to do it twice just to stun on me? Fuck you, cunt. Alright, let me take the doo-doo out of my fucking inventory. Alright, I do have these as well. I don't want to waste those either. It is raining hard out there. Christ, okay. Oh, I'm going poo-poo mode. Your dad's gay. You're gay. You're gay. Your dad's gay. Everyone you know is gay. Fuck you. We've manifested a tornado. At this point, I fucking hope so. I wish a motherfucker would, alright? Oh, hi, how are you? You gay? Right, there you go. Oh, that's like a real thunderstorm. Okay. That's loud as fuck. I heard that as loud as if like the window were open. If this stream goes down randomly, you'll know why. After studying the boss fight, it looks like a lot of its attacks are meant for the front and its right side. So you should try attacking on its left. Don't fucking Google shit for me, dude. I didn't fucking ask for this, alright? Unami will take over your channel. Something will happen to you. No. I'm not gonna die. I don't die. I'm like Morgan Jones. I don't die. I don't die. No, I'll survive. I'll make it. I'll be fine. I'm just saying. Even if I do die, I'll finish these videos from the fucking afterlife, dude. I got too many fucking ideas. Hello, motherfucker. You are a homosexual. Hope your dad gets peed on. I hope somebody pees on you. You're a cunt. You look like a weird ghost from the Casper movie. I don't know what that means. Casper the Ghoul. Come on, you insectoid bitch. You're a Nazi cunt. Shit. Fuck you! Fucking bitch. You know what I just found out? I just found this out recently. Do you guys remember the Cartoon Network show Level Up? I think we've talked about this on stream recently. You guys remember that show? You guys remember Level Up? the live action show about the gamers. Well, I just found out that the black guy in that show is fucking A-Train from The Boys. A-Train's original Level Up. I just found that out like the other day. I just heard about this guy like 2 weeks ago. I like just found out about that. I thought it was the funniest fucking thing ever. I want to do a video about Level Up. I feel like nobody's done a good video about it. Like there's probably been videos about it, but I feel like there's none that are good. I just found out. You just found that out today. I found that out like yesterday. Not to like one up you, but I found out like just recently. I saw like a I saw like a tweet that was like the tweet was like y'all know him as A-Train. This is my goat or something like that. I don't know if that was the exact verbiage of it, but it was something along those lines. There's like a stock image of him from Level Up. I'm like, yo, that's fucking A-Train. I don't know if you know this, but maybe you do. There's a PokeTuber that does gay porn. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Where? Where can I find that so I can avoid it? Which PokeTuber? If I may ask. Because I need to know this. And the hot chicks and a lot of Disney stuff. The who? Oh, from Level Up? I don't remember fucking shit about her. I don't remember anything about her. Hey, bitch. Oh, you cunt. You're a cunt. All day, every day. Cheesesteak, every day. We're the boys. I'm dead. I lose here. I lose right here. Ah! I saw that coming, but I was stuck in my fucking recoil. Because I got over fucking zealous. I think that's as far as I've made it too. It's not even a sixth. It's probably like 1/6 actually. I don't know how to do the math. I don't know how to do math on account of I'm retarded. That weapon didn't do very much damage. I really hope I didn't fucking break the weapon again. We're the A-Train. There should be a version of the A-Team in the Boys universe called the A-Train. And it's just A-Train 5 times. It's just 5 versions of A-Train. Don't poison. Don't poison. Don't poison. I don't have time for that. All right. Shiny Hunter, the Supreme RK9. He's the guy that lost Shiny Giratina 20 years ago that went viral. I have no clue who that is, actually, for real. I was hoping this would be something insane, like fucking... like, this would be something, like, crazy, like you wouldn't expect it. Like, fucking... What's that guy's name? The white guy? The white guy with the backwards hat. What the fuck is his name? M&J guy. M&J Pokevids. I thought you were gonna say that it was gonna be like something crazy like that guy, like a wholesome kids creator doing gay pornography. Review Bra. If Review Bra did gay porn, I would respect him even more, honestly. Oh, does anybody have that video? There's a video out there of Review Bra talking about Fear the Walking Dead. I know it exists because I follow an account on Twitter called like Review Bra Screen Caps or something like that. And it's just like screen caps. It's like a bot that just posts screen caps from his videos. And there's one of them that comes up every so often. It's like a picture of the Fear the Walking Dead cast in like season 1, with captions, closed captions on it or whatever. If I die to this, I'm gonna be so mad. Actually, for real. Can you not? I don't even care that I'm using my. Kill yourself. Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You know, you'd think it'd be easy, rather than just looking up, like, fucking Review Bra, Report of the Week, Fear the Walking Dead. It doesn't show up. I watched a lot of Review Bra videos. He does mention zombies a lot. I've had a theory he's a big Walking Dead fan. Apparently there's a video out there of him talking about Fear, and I want to see if it's, like, funny, like, even ironically, and put it in a video, but I can't find it. Oh well. This is Running on Empty Food Review. He's such a strange guy. I respect the fuck out of him. That guy's the GOAT. If I ever had like a YouTuber interview podcast where I like interview YouTubers or whatever, he'd definitely be on the docket for a guest. You're a bastard. So many peas on your father. I'm dead. I love listening to his podcast. It's pretty chill. I have not heard his podcast. I watch his like food reviews occasionally, but like it's only one that's like it's like a when there's nothing else on type situation. Like if there's nothing else interesting in my sub box, I'm like, all right, I'll watch a fucking review, bro. I'll watch him review a Papa John's pizza or something. He's a fascinating guy, though. You gotta respect him, though. He's like just a weird autistic guy who likes reviewing fast food and fancy suits. I wish I had his kind of autism, honestly. You're fucking gay. You're gay, you're stupid, you're retarded, and quite frankly, you're Jewish. Free Palestine. Dude, I'm so excited for the presidential... Not to get political, I'm so excited for the presidential debate tomorrow. I'll be at work, so I probably can't watch it, but, like... there's gonna be some funny shit going on. It's gonna be awesome. The first Trump-Biden debate was already hilarious, so you know this one's gonna go extra hard. I'm pretty sure I made a comment on one of his back in the day. It was one of his day in the life videos he made in like 2014 that made him private it. That's great. What did you say to Review Bra? What did you say to that wholesome man? In the video, he made a joke about him being racist, and I commented on how funny it was, and not long after he privated the video. Dude, you outed Review Bra as a big... What would be your actual unironic reaction if you found out that Review Bra was like actually just like a straight up white supremacist? Like what if Review Bra just drops a video one day saying like all blacks should be in camps or something? Like he's like, or like a video like a video essay like in favor of a white ethno state. He starts off like a normal video like, this is a Running on Empty Jew review. And he's like, well, you see, the Jews, They control the media. There's just an imagery review bro going into like surgery. But he's like sitting in the hospital bed and he's like just like smiling. It's like the most peaceful image of all time. The heck is wrong? What do you mean what's wrong with you? That is objectively funny. That is objectively hilarious. The premise of one of the most wholesome YouTubers of all time being like just a heinous race, like a violent racist, is the funniest thing of all time to me. That'd be like if Matt Pat came out and was like, "I hate the gays." I'm dead. This is so insane. I just got here, dude. I sometimes imagine what if Review Bro was a hardcore drug user. I get myself like, he's like, after he like records like a pizza review or something, and he just starts injecting black tar heroin into his arm. That's funny. Alright, we're gonna try this one more time. I'm probably gonna lose, but we'll pick this up again next time. There's gotta be a way to get across this fucking area without getting poisoned. It's like if MatPat came out and said, "Don't tell me how many calories I can have." Calories. No, that's not what that's like, because he's actually done that. I'm saying, what if he was racist or homophobic? That would be funny. I just like the premise of like imagining, and this is like a kind of like a old. It's like a fucking Robot Chicken premise. Like, what if really wholesome celebrity character, YouTube personality, public figure, was actually really fucking handsome? Like, what if Mr. Rogers was actually like fucking a violent homicidal maniac? You know what I mean? Like, tale is old this time. It's like one of the oldest bits in history. Did I just say history? What am I gay? What if Markiplier is secretly hiding people in his closet? Yeah, exactly. Like if Markiplier was like killing prostitutes and eating them. You know what I mean? Like that'd be crazy. Like he gets finished recording a fucking 5 Minutes at Freddy's Let's Play. Goes into his closet, fucking bites a piece of a hooker's leg off, a dead hooker. It has to be a dead hooker, of course. Wouldn't make any sense to be an alive hooker. Actually, no, it'd be even funnier if it was an alive hooker, honestly. Shout out hookers, low-key. I feel like the term hooker doesn't get used anymore. I feel like that's not really a word. Everybody goes like whore or slut or porn star, OnlyFans model, prostitute, escort. Nobody says hooker anymore. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I brought a bunch of hookers to my place. It's like nobody says that. Like, well, at least nobody above the age of like 30 says that. You know what I mean? Or nobody below the age of 30, I should say. Alright, that wasn't a full bombski. You're gay. Do you accept Jesus H. Christ as your Lord and Savior? If you don't, that's cool, actually. I respect your opinion. Just kidding. I don't give a fuck about God. Fuck God. He's gay. How would you guys feel if you died and went to heaven? You somehow made it into heaven despite all your horrific actions that you've done in fucking Vietnam and Iwo Jima and whatnot. You go to heaven, you die. It turns out you meet God. You meet God himself. It turns out God is a black trans woman. How do you react to that? Fuck, that's lost media now. In that Day in the Life review brought 2014, all because of me, all because you called them a fucking racist. All right, let's watch fucking videos. This fucking stinger transition better work. Oh, I'm so gay. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm horny.
Bruh.
What if Jacksepticeye secretly cutting people up and stuffing them in jars? That's what I'm saying. That's the vibe. That's the type of shit we're on. That's the type of shit I be on. Dun, dun. They don't let the monster out. Chopper shit that I be on. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics, but it's something about One Piece. I don't know. I'm gay. Hello, I'm Obama. I'm a white man, and I'm fucking gay.
Bruh.
I'm gay Bomna. I'm gay Bomna. Jesus Christ. This guy shows his butthole. That's crazy. Okay, hold on. Let me go get some water. Motherfucker, you drinking water? Or is PewDiePie drinking the blood of his victims? Of course he is. Hold on, I didn't call him racist. He called himself racist in a joke, and I commented on how funny it was. You exposed him for what he is. You exposed him for the true racist that he actually is. Oh, I'm Mike Pence. Okay, I'm gonna go get some water. Take a leak. I'm gonna get cancer and die in that order. Then I'm gonna have pee-pee disease in my butt. Real. BRB gaming. Greetings, infidels. Why, hello there. I am Black Man. I have a Twistler. I'm fucking gay. I love men and I love sucking their pussies. Oh, what? This is the wrong headphones. I need to have the fucking wireless ones in case I have to get up and do physical bits. That's the entire purpose I bought these. Alright. We got motherfucking vids, bruh. We got motherfucking vids. We got motherfucking vids. Yeah, alright. Alright, so we're gonna start them off light and then we're gonna, like, get into the crazy shit. So first up, we have this video I've been wanting to watch for a while. The historic downfall of The Walking Dead. I've been wanting to watch this for a while, and I'm probably if this response ends up getting crazy, it's probably gonna become a video on the second channel. Nostalgia Critic's the GOAT.
Bubble Bass from Bubble Bass Reviews here. I
He
hate
acknowledged
it.
the meme.
Trash. I'm on my way to a Halloween party, and if anyone dare critiques your Halloween costume this year, you tell them for me. It is a uniform!
He's actually so real for that. Okay. Oh, did you find the Moranathon? Get this fucking ad out of my fucking face. Why are there ads? Get this bullshit.
Do not attempt to
Here we go.
recreate the stunts performed by the Eds in this marathon. They are idiotic. And so are the stunts.
Do they ever actually call it the Moranathon, though?
It's Eds all day. 7 hours of Ed, and Eddie doing dumb things that seemed like good ideas at the time. Beginning Monday at 9 on Cartoon Network. Don't be an idiot.
Dude, I swear to God, there was an Ed and Eddie marathon called the Moranathon. And I know that this is real because my dad saw that commercial and he started using the term Moranathon. Like if he was out in public and there were people driving like assholes, he's like, it's a fucking Moranathon out here. And I thought that was hilarious, and I used that in my fucking actual daily lexicon. But I had looked it up like recently and it didn't fucking exist, and it's insane. All right, what do we got here? What we got here, partner?
This video contains
Top 50 unsettling bosses in games. All right, we have another Nick Robinson video.
So today I've got a story for you.
All right, this guy kind of fucking sucks. The Nintendo character with 0 Google results. I'm sure that's really interesting. Who said it, Kanye or Hitler?
So, it's an
Oh, is this the fucking? I know these. I almost said cunts. These fine ladies.
Hi. I've tried this video twice, and Sigmar is going to be.
Oh, hey, and Chris sent me this last time. I didn't get to it. He sent it to me again. This looks brazy. Okay. Fuck it. What the fuck else was I gonna look up? I was gonna show you something else and I fucking forgot what it was. Okay. There's the Beavis and Butthead Moranathon. It was definitely not Beavis and Butthead because I don't know. I've never seen Beavis and Butthead.
Nothing to do tonight? Then watch the Moranathon. It'll be just like joining Beavis and Butthead for a sleepover. Bring
No, I swear to God, it was an Ed and Eddie commercial. I swear to gosh, on gosh, Gosh himself told me it was Ed, Ed, and Eddie. I'm sure. I know it's not Beavis and Butthead because I never saw Beavis and Butthead when I was a kid. Didn't even know what it was. I didn't watch MTV. Strictly Nickelodeon. Oh, that's what I wanted to show. I wanted to show so I could find this. This is one of my favorite fucking videos.
I was in the mall the other day and I'm with my oh.
No. We need the one. We need. I've had this video stuck in my head. I want the uncensored version. I guess they're probably not going to do the uncensored version on YouTube. I have to go hunt it down. Do I have it downloaded? I might. Fuck. Okay, whatever. We don't have to watch this. Maybe your dad called the Ed and Airy Marathon and Moranathon. He probably did. It was probably just one of my dad's fucking dadisms. I don't know, dude. All right. Let's get stinko mode. All right. The historic. All right. I want to. All right. So let's do like, since I'm probably gonna make this into a video. Video time. I'm gay. I'm not doing that as an intro. Reddit mode. We're going Reddit mode. Hey guys, Reddit mode here. The historic downfall of The Walking Dead by Friendly Space Ninja. I want to look at this guy's channel just to get a vibe of what this guy's whole vibe is. Okay. Looks like he looks like he exclusively talks about shitty shows. Like exclusively. Or at the very least makes like almost exclusively negative reviews. That's like the vibe I get. What up, Tube Gooners? What up, Tube Gooners? It's your boy, the Goon Man. Now let's goon. All right, let's get into this. I have a feeling. I'm just like looking at the timestamps. I have a feeling I know exactly what this video is gonna say. Like, oh, the show started off good, then season 6 got a little bit shitty, and then the rest of it got gay, because the showrunners changed. They stopped deviating from the comics, and the end was bad. All spin-offs and shit. I know exactly what they're going for. But my video is better. It says 5 million views. Mine deserves more than that. Is my video in the recommended of this, actually? I feel like it has to be. I feel like it has to be because a lot of people came to my video from this video. I'm like totally not sucking my own dick here, but... It should be in the recommended. Oh, you know what? I'm probably not in the recommended because I got fucking limited ads. The core video get hit with limited ads too. So all of my long videos currently all have limited ads. I'm fucking furious. Anyways, let's get into the video. The historic downfall of The Walking Dead. I kind of know what to expect, so let's get brazy. This is actually a fire-ass edit. I like this. Spoilers. Yeah, no shit. Twizzler. By the way, Twizzler time.
It's weird to think there used to be a time where The Walking Dead was my favorite show on television.
Ah, fuck. He speaks with like a slight accent. I don't know why that pissed me off. Unrelated.
It feels very distant now, but I used to be a massive fan of this show. I started watching it around 2013, I think, when season 3 was airing, and I was just obsessed, like a lot of people. It's easy to forget, but in 2013, The Walking Dead was one of the biggest phenomenons in pop culture.
Big facts.
Like, this show was a big deal. At that time, you either watched The Walking Dead or Game of Thrones or both. And that's what everybody was talking about. Even in my own circle, it was the biggest thing. We would do giant watch parties every single week, reuniting friends, family members from different generations, parents, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, nephews, cousins, you name it.
I low-key feel like The Walking Dead was kind of one of the last shows to do that. I feel like Walking Dead, Breaking Bad, and like Game of Thrones are probably like the three big examples of this. But they're like kind of like the last shows where it's like it was like the finales, or not necessarily finales, but like new episodes were like an event every single week. You know what I mean? Like everybody was talking about it the next day. Everybody was like sitting. You knew everybody at the same time was watching that episode with you. You know what I mean? It was one of the last shows to kind of have that. We don't really have that in the streaming age because now it's like, okay, episode drops on fucking Netflix or HBO Max or whatever. Everybody watches it. They post clips to Twitter and make fun of it or talk shit or fucking to be like, haha, this was funny or whatever. And they go on with their day and then nothing ever happens. But like The Walking Dead, it was like, if you were watching that show, you knew everybody else was also watching it. And then the next day at work or school or whatever, you knew exactly what everybody else was going to be talking about. Not necessarily just The Walking Dead either. Breaking Bad was another good example of this. Fucking Game of Thrones. I've never seen Game of Thrones, but I know it was another good example of this. I can't think of other examples of like big phenomena shows like this, but this was definitely one of the last ones, for sure. The final bastion of the American family. Honestly, like low-key, yeah. It's crazy to me how most of the actors, especially in Fear, are British. Really? In Fear? I didn't know how many of... I know like a couple of them are British. I didn't know like... I wouldn't say majority of them.
Was an event every
but yeah, I get the vibe
Sunday night, and around season 5, The Walking Dead was the most watched television series in the world.
Oh yeah.
The audience numbers it would pull every week were astronomical, and the show's success seemed impossible to slow down. It was a hit unlike anything we'd seen before. Until it wasn't. In my opinion, and in the opinion of many, The Walking Dead is the perfect A-grade example of a show that widely overstayed its welcome. It's a show that gambled a little too much with its audience and refused to quit while it was ahead, and now, the entirety of The Walking Dead as a franchise feels like a pale shadow of its former self, and more importantly, feels like a pale shadow of what it could have been. Because, yeah.
That's fair. I feel like even hardcore fans like me would agree with that statement. Like, yeah, it went on for a little bit too long. Had some problems near the midpoint, but you know, happens. The new phenomenon show is Yellowstone. Is it really? I guess it probably is among like boomers. I guess not people of our generation. We're going Twizzler mode. Twizzle my fucking diddle.
When you really take a look at it, it's hard to deny that this show had somewhat of a historical downfall. I've been wanting to talk about The Walking Dead.
I don't know about... See, that's where I think the title of this is a little bit misleading. I don't think it's a historical downfall. Because there have been plenty of shows that started off really good and really interesting. Everybody loved them. And then at a certain point, people just fell off, or people stopped caring, or the show just simply got bad. Like, The Walking Dead is definitely not the first show to have gotten bad after being very good for a few seasons. Like, I'm sure a lot of people would say that about shows like Lost or something like that. I've never seen Lost, so I don't know shit. But, like, a lot of people would probably say that about that show, where it's like, okay, it was good at first, then it kind of got bad. There are plenty of shows I know of that are exactly like that. Have you ever watched Dukes of Hazzard? I have not. There used to be a guy in my, like, not in my neighborhood, but, like, when I was a kid, there was like, I would always drive by this house that had the Dukes of Hazzard car in their driveway or whatever. It was like they were like bums. It was like trailer park area, so they were like bums clearly, but they literally had like a Dukes of Hazzard car. It was kind of fire. I haven't seen it in years, so they probably like moved away or died or fucking exploded or something. I don't know.
What it could have been for a very long time, but I always wanted to wait for the show to be over, which is something that felt impossible.
That was also my intention with my video. I was literally waiting for the show to end before I could make my video.
A couple of years ago.
Oh, when? When will it end?
The Walking Dead was known for its tendency to endlessly stretch things out, but last November, after 11 very long seasons, it did, in fact, end. And I've been sitting with some thoughts ever since I watched the series finale, and I want to talk about it because I think the end of The Walking Dead illustrates an issue that has been bugging a lot of people as of late, even internet idiots like me. And I think it's interesting to try and examine what is probably considered to be the greatest fall from grace in television history.
Again, I think that's a big exaggeration. However, I will say, I will give him points. I was not expecting the kind of the charitability he's been expressing so far. I was fully expecting this video to be like some fucking angry British guy being like, "The Walking Dead is one of the worst shows I have ever seen." You know what I mean? Like, and just like making up nitpick arguments, being like, "This logistically does not make sense. Why do they have bullets when they are out of bullets?" You know what I mean? Like, I was expecting it to fully be like one of those guys, for sure. Or like, God forbid, one of these assholes that complains about like woke shit or whatever. I was fully expecting that kind of thing. But so far, he seems like a kind of reasonable guy. So I'll give him points. It not defied my expectations. I'll give him that.
But before we do that, I think it's important to take a look back at the earlier years of The Walking Dead on television. The Walking Dead premiered on Halloween night of 2010, and for the uninitiated, the show tells the story of Rick Grimes.
I'm Rick Grimes. Rick Grimes. Yeah, Rick Grimes. Rick Grimes is literally me. I'm literally him, dude. Look, that's literally me. Like, bro really put two pictures of Rick Grimes on screen and thought we wouldn't notice. I'm Rick Grimes.
I'm Andrew Lincoln,
I
aka
am
Ricky Dicky Doodah Grimes.
A sheriff's deputy from Georgia who gets shot on duty and wakes up.
What is the? I for the longest time I thought that Ricky Dicky Doodah Grimes clip was fucking AI. But then I like found it like in an actual like officially uploaded AMC video from like 6 years earlier. And I'm like, there's no way this is AI. This is real. What is the context of this? Let's go to the aired on Halloween, the best holiday. I'm more of a Christmas kind of guy, but sure.
Coma about a month later. But when he wakes up, he finds out that the world has been destroyed and society has collapsed to a brutal zombie apocalypse. Completely disoriented, terrified,
Chris,
and
you trying to
very
get me to
much
fucking
still
cell
impaired
phone.
by the fact that he got
Ricky Dicky
bodied
Doodah
by a
Grimes.
shotgun, Rick ventures out of the
shakalaka,
hospital
boom.
and attempts to navigate the city to try and
I'm a
find
Ricky
his wife
Dicky Doodah
Lori and
Grimeser.
his son Carl. And so the series essentially follows Rick and a group of survivors as they try to stay alive in the apocalypse, facing off against the undead, or worse, other groups of survivors. The show goes through many different incarnations over its run. Most seasons have a total of 16 episodes split into 2 storylines of 8 episodes each, and the writers try to softly reinvent the show in every half. And that capacity to constantly redefine itself was one of The Walking Dead's biggest strengths, but it ultimately also became one of its biggest problems.
That's a very good point. I don't know if I ever. I don't think I said anything similar in my video, but that is actually a very good point to bring up. Like the fact that they'd split the seasons in half the way that they do, so like episodes in the same season feel so distinct from each other. That's a very good thing in the early seasons. Ends up being a real pain in the ass later on. But so that's fair. You know, that has to be the worst thing to wake up to is just a fucking zombie apocalypse. That'd be kind of goated, actually. No, you know what? I'd actually be kind of pissed if I went to a coma and then woke up and there was a zombie apocalypse, because I would want to be there for the collapse of society. I would want to be. That's my vibe. That's the type of shit I'm on. I want to be there. I want to be there. I want to see society collapse. I want to see the zombie apocalypse begin. That's the type of vibe I'm trying to be on. I don't know, waking up to becoming a woman would be worse. Dude, if I woke up as a woman, I would get nothing done. I would flick my bean all fucking day. That's the only thing I would do. I'd flick the absolute fuck out of my bean. All fucking day. All fucking day. To May May. Siri, call my girl. What is that? I don't get the bit.
See, the one thing I find interesting about the fall of The Walking Dead is
Season
that
6 trailer, by the
fans
way.
have different notions of when the show.
You know how I know that's the season 6 trailer? Because that's my favorite fucking trailer of The Walking Dead. I used to rewatch it all the time. And even now, I still sometimes go back and rewatch it because the season 6 trailer is so fucking raw, dude. I fucking love that trailer. With that Hozier song. All you have is your fire. That's fire. You'd become a goonette. I'd become a hardcore goonette,
was
dude.
officially
I'd
dead.
play with my titties
That's
all day.
Probably because it has a
Dude, if I was
number of
if I was a girl, I'd have like big fat fucking milkers, dude. Absolutely.
points narratively.
Wasn't there a theory that this was part of a coma dream that he was having? I'm gonna nip that in the bud right now. Fuck coma theories. Every coma theory should be fucking. If you've ever created if you have ever developed a coma theory for any TV show, you should be fucking shot and killed on the spot. I'm not kidding.
But also because it often managed to pick itself up in some capacity. And despite its unimaginably massive downfall, the show did keep somewhat of a cult following until the very end, with most people keeping
Hi,
a
that's
very
me.
strong
I'm that
attachment
guy.
to the early days of the series. Season 1 is largely regarded as a fantastic season of television, and I think it holds up pretty well. It has an insanely strong pilot, great characters, great pacing, mostly
Morgan.
because season 1 is the
Jones.
shortest season of the show with only 6 episodes. It does
If you
an
remember when
amazing
your
job
chest
at
would be
setting
flat
up
as
the
it
rules
is now.
of the world and
So that's the thing.
introducing
My chest is actually the opposite of flat. My chest actually goes in. Like, look, check this out, right? Okay, like that's a side profile. Okay, you can't really see it very well, but my fucking titties are different sizes. Actually, could I? One of them pops out, the other one doesn't. Nipple reveal. Matt CMG nipple reveal. I remember that being a theory for the longest time. Yes, because there was a coma theory for every fucking show, and they never work because they're all terrible. There's no such thing as a good coma theory.
characters and their
Doesn't
different
exist.
dynamics. Aside from Rick, his wife Lori, and his son Carl, we meet a larger cast that becomes integral parts of the show. Glenn, Carol, Shane, Morgan, and of course, the ultimate fan favorite, Daryl
I
Dixon.
judge you,
The
and if I
season
turn
is
into a
short,
dude,
but
I'd play with
packed
my
with
menu
solid
meat.
writing
Exactly.
and great directing.
No, see, that's the thing. That's the thing. See, a dude magically waking up as a woman with a fully functioning pussy. That is an entirely different vibe from a woman waking up as a man. Because because what I think what women don't understand about about dudes beating our meat is that we do it once, maybe even twice if we're real hardcore about it. We'll beat our meat once or twice. But the first time right after you beat your meat, you feel like immense disappointment and guilt. Every single time. You're like, all right, I'm beating my meat. I come, fucking, and then I just look at what I've done, and I'm like, I just wasted so much fucking time that I could have been doing productive things. That's every dude who has ever beaten off, which is every dude, by the way, has to deal with the post nut guilt. Women don't understand that because women can just fucking flick their beans, fucking shove things in and out of their pussy all day. They can come 14 times in a row and still keep going if they're real hardcore gooners about it. They don't have an off switch. Men have an off switch. As soon as we come, it's like, all right, I'm done. And if I'm really horny, I can maybe go again in 20 minutes. But like, other than that, I'm done. I can't. That's what women don't understand about waking up as a man. But I guess if I woke up as a woman, I'd have to deal with like period blood and shit. I don't know how I'd handle that, but whatever. Sometimes I take in the moment to appreciate being a dude and being able to use my schlong like a water hose. My schlong like a water hose. Anyways, what are we talking about? The Walking Dead?
which makes it thrilling and extremely
Anyways, yeah, I
memorable.
agree so far.
Season
Season one's
2,
good.
however, is a bit more of a mixed bag for people.
It was a mixed bag at the time. Nowadays, everybody seems to unanimously agree that it's one of the best seasons. Back when it was airing, people fucking hated it. The popular sentiment at the time was that it was boring and it was just characters talking. but like the fandom nowadays really appreciates it in retrospect because it's like, oh, it's like a lot of great character drama, great character arcs, great development and shit. This was not the sentiment back in the day.
While many appreciate its character work and its very skilled displays of tension, the season also faced a lot of criticism for its slow pace and lack of action. And really, it's understandable after
that being said, those are all very fair criticisms. Like that was the sentiment at the time, but it was still fair.
Fast-moving Season 1. Most of Season 2 takes place on a farm and deals with the characters trying to find the little girl that went missing. It's a very different dynamic than what Season 1 gave us, and a lot of people describe Season 2 as mainly being boring and uneventful. It's also often pointed out that Season 2 might have had a dip in quality due to the departure of the original showrunner at the end of Season 1. I personally fall somewhere in the middle, but I think it can mostly be chalked up to people needing to get used to the show's tradition of reinventing itself in every new arc. But for me, this season is flawed, but still pretty solid. The tension of the show comes from the characters' interpersonal relationships, and their conflicts hold a lot of weight, especially when it comes to Rick and Shane.
Yeah.
Shane's slow descent into madness in Season 2 is still one of my favorite storylines on the show, and the overall...
Hell yeah. Hold on.
Come on, girl, you got walkers all around you. They're in the woods.
This was not what I was looking for. They're in the woods. Wait, where's the fucking... Hang on. I have to find it. There it is. This is my favorite Walking Dead meme.
Girl, I just found a damn dog.
Oh, stop that.
Girl, I just found a damn dog 2 days ago.
You found a dog.
Yeah, that's what you did. You found a dog.
Come on, girl, you got walkers all around you.
They're in the woods.
Okay,
This is my favorite one.
I'm counting.
You don't know shit anymore. You can do it. It's my call, man. I think you can keep them safe.
I love the fucking... okay, I'm counting. 9. That's my favorite Walking Dead meme. That is my favorite Walking Dead meme. Okay, what are we doing? Rick. Darnell.
Character development of the entire cast is just amazing. Long story short, Season 2 has some low points, but when it works, it really works. Season 3 is considered by a number of fans to simply be the best season of The Walking Dead.
That's actually fucking insane. Where the hell are you getting that information? Who is your... Bro, I'm gonna need a source on that, dude. Source. Trust me, bro. Who is saying that Season 3 is the best season? I have not met a single person who says this. That is actually insane. Because usually, at least the way in my experience, the top 3 seasons that people often debate, or if they're the best, are 1, 2, and 5. Occasionally 9 gets thrown into the mix, but
And it's not difficult to see why. Season 1 and 2
Nobody
were
thinks 3 is the
very
best.
different, and when it came to their individual qualities, Season 3 was the best of both worlds.
My favorite's
While it
4
managed
behind
to
5.
improve on its
Yeah, I go back on 4 or 5. I think I like 5 more than 4. I used to like 4 a lot as a kid, but I think that's also because like that was the first season that was one of the first seasons I watched. That was the most recent season at the time I was getting into the show. So I have a lot of fondness for 4.
Already amazing character work, this season also allowed itself to move a bit more. It's action-packed, fast-paced, the stakes are much higher, it introduces new characters that, for the most part, are awesome, and, of course, this is the season that also introduces the show's first real villain, the Governor.
Oh, you're gonna just fucking not include Shane in the villain conversation. I see how it is. All right.
He was an insanely menacing psychopath with an eye
He's the
patch,
goat,
and
though.
people loved him. Season 3 also got praise for the way it explored the psychological aspects of its characters. It's the point where the story shows how this zombie apocalypse is affecting the characters' mental health, and the writers handled it in a way that was incredibly intriguing and, at times, emotional. It's probably not the most realistic depiction of mental health, but to this day, the telephone twist in Season 3 still gives me goosebumps. I'll always
Gives you
remember
big
the
old
first
goose
time I
pimples?
saw it. For those who don't know, it's a storyline where Rick gets a phone call from people who are willing to help the group. He talks to them several times, trying to find a way to meet with them. He spends entire days waiting by the phone for them to call, until he realizes in a gut punch of a twist that these people do not exist, that the phone he's using doesn't even work, and that he hallucinated the entire thing. It's an insanely well executed.
I think he left out the most important detail, which is that the voices he was hearing were like all the the people who have died so far in the show. Like he was hearing Lori, Amy, I think there was like another, I think Jackie also. I feel like there's a male voice in there too. I don't think there was. Maybe I made up the male voice, but there was definitely like
bait and switch
multiple
that
voices
not
of
only
past
crushes
characters.
the hope of the audience and
Actually,
the characters,
no,
but
yeah, this was right after Lori died. So that
also
makes sense.
comes
Okay.
as a crushing revelation to the audience that they really just spent this whole season watching the hero of the show slowly losing his sanity. Long story short, Season 3 is the season that really conquered audiences and catapulted the show at the top of the pop culture pyramid. This is the season when The Walking Dead really became the must-watch television show the internet could not get enough of. Okay, this.
Where is he going with this? I like that because of Herschel's farm being destroyed, they didn't just immediately find each other again. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
This is where things get a bit tricky, so bear with me. I think the first signs of trouble for The Walking Dead really started to show in Season 4. More specifically, in the second half of Season 4. While the first half...
That is entirely fair. I see exactly where he's going with this. I like half agree. I like that half of the season probably more than the first half, but like I see what he means.
served as a final chapter to the very popular Governor arc. The rest of the season is the beginning of the Terminus arc, and this is where the show
Actually, did this video come out before or after mine? Mine came out in December of 2023. So his came out a couple months before mine. Okay, so I did not coin those terms. Okay,
experiences a massive shift in its storytelling. It became one of the primary reasons for its eventual downfall. And that is because
in the comics they just regroup at Herschel's farm after the fall of the prison. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, I know what you mean. I see. I know what you mean now. Yeah, I got you.
The Terminus arc marks the beginning of what I like to call The Walking Dead's boomerang storytelling. Let me explain what I mean by that.
I think anybody with a brain can tell what you mean by that. Boomerang storytelling, pretty obvious.
Second half of Season 4 sees the aftermath of Rick and his group's final showdown against the Governor and his forces. Their sanctuary was destroyed as a result of the battle, and the entire group was separated in the process of escaping the chaos.
Why is my fucking audio so gay right now? Hold up, pause.
So, the show now had to follow micro-groups of characters scattered around different parts of the map, trying to find their friends and family members and attempting to survive in the wild. Now, in theory, that's totally fine. You can easily make that work by separating your episodes in 2 or 3 plot lines. We can jump from plot A to plot B to maybe plot C, and everything would be okay. That's what most TV shows do. But instead of doing that, producer Scott Gimple, who was
Ooh, good old Gimpies. Hey, how you doing, homie? Hey, what's cracking? This guy created the cartoon Fillmore, by the way. Yeah, Gimple loves his fucking anthologies. He loves his anthology format.
Also
Believe me, you'll get a lot of that with Fear.
The showrunner at the time opted to do things differently. This is where he started experimenting with boomerang storytelling, aka the idea of dedicating an entire episode to a single character or a single group of characters. Basically, this narrative structure consists of one storyline being the focus of one episode and having a sort of rotation through the season. To simplify, it means episode 1 would focus on storyline 1, episode 2 would focus on storyline 2, episode 3 on storyline 3, episode 4 on storyline 4, and then episode 5 would then circle back around and go back to storyline 1, and then that same cycle would continue until all the storylines converge into one for the finale. So, do I need to explain why that model sucks? This narrative structure was...
Well, here's the thing. That doesn't suck inherently. I mean, he calls it the boomerang storytelling. I call it the anthology format. That's what I call it in the Fear video, the anthology format. But that it's not an inherently bad form of storytelling because you can do that idea and do it well. There are ways to like write that in an interesting way, right? I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but there are ways to do that idea well. Like, okay, you have all these isolated stories that all come together in the end. It's not an inherently bad idea. It's just that the way The Walking Dead handles it is not very good. And especially the way Fear the Walking Dead handles it, but that's for the video.
Incredibly irritating because it made the continuity of the show become a drag. It undid the momentum of virtually every single storyline in the season, which is only made worse by the fact that it would feature plot threads people would be invested in, but then it would consistently be ruined. Because basically, you would watch an episode about Rick and it would follow him through a storyline that was thrilling and exciting and full of tension, and it would end on a strong cliffhanger, and people would be buzzing about it and talking about it online, and everybody would be excited about the next episode. But then
I like how he's seemingly... You know what bothers me about this video? Not really any point he's made so far, because I've had like minor disagreements. The thing that bothers me about this video is that the footage he's using is like exclusively like trailers and like clips that AMC has posted online. Does anybody else notice that? He doesn't use like actual footage of it. He didn't like hunt down a torrent of the show, download it, and fucking use that as footage to illustrate his point better. He's using fucking trailers that aren't relevant to what he's saying. Like he's talking about the second half of season 4, but he's showing clips from like the first half. Because that's all that's in the trailer. It's pissing me off. It's driving me nuts.
You tune in the following week, and the next episode is about another character elsewhere, doing other things. So you would wait for the week after. But the next episode would be about yet another secondary character in their own corner of the show, doing other things, and so on and so on. So you would watch the very cool episode with Rick and his awesome cliffhanger, but then you would have to wait like a month to see where that goes, because the show then gave you 3 weeks of filler storylines that could have easily been combined into one episode. You basically just had to wait for the main storyline to come back around like a boomerang. It's a terrible narrative choice that slowed the show down and created a really, really frustrating experience for viewers. People hoped it would be short-lived, but it wasn't, because this storytelling model turned out to be a flaw that dragged the show down all the way through the end of season 8. But, to backtrack, while these issues started to appear in season 4, people still absolutely adored the show.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a problem in season 4 for sure, but it's definitely not like the worst example of it. They do the anthology shit way worse later in the season. Another thing I think he should also mention is that he's discussing this as if you're watching it week to week as it's airing, which obviously you can't do anymore because the show is not airing anymore. So I think this is less egregious nowadays, like when you can just binge watch it. So like if there's like an episode like you're not too interested in, it's like, okay, fine, I'll just, in an hour I'll be back to the storyline I want to see, which obviously still isn't great, but like it's definitely better than waiting a week. So which is why I say in my video, it's definitely a show that's better with a binging model than fucking week to week.
Show during that time.
But yeah.
It's something that people
I'm agreeing with
noticed,
this
but
video a
it
lot so
wasn't
far.
a problem yet. I mentioned
have,
it
like,
earlier,
minor
but
disagreements
season
about
5
it.
is the point where The Walking Dead peaked as a show. The ratings for season 5 were insane. It was the biggest TV show in the world, an absolute pop culture phenomenon like we'd never seen before. And again, every single episode was a massive event. The show seemed unstoppable.
Hell yeah.
And then came Season 6. Season 6 was a defining point.
Bro, hold up, bro. You're really just gonna skip over how goated season 5 was? You're just gonna gloss right over that. Sure. Fuck it. Whatever. It's gay.
For The Walking Dead. A definitive entry that saw a major and extremely important shift happen. Not only because of some narrative choices that didn't quite go right, but also because Season 6 is the news they had a difficult time ignoring. It was the point where the audience was starting to voice their problems with the show very openly. Looking back now, I think Season 6 can reasonably be reframed as the beginning of the end for The Walking Dead. Because while seasons 4 and 5 made some wonky decisions and experiments that didn't quite land with fans, season 6 was the definitive point where the show started to make fatal mistakes it would never recover from.
Yeah. I want to see what his specific examples are, but I'm sure I'll probably agree with them. That's why in my video I referred to 6 as like the transition season. Because it does have a lot of the strengths of like the earlier seasons. Like it's got like it still has a lot of great character drama and you know action and shit. But it also has like a lot of the problems that would be seen in the later seasons, like the anthology format and shit like that, and the pacing. So like I agree, but I think I agree for different reasons.
For one, by that point, Scott Gimple seemed to be set on the idea of boomerang storytelling becoming the primary narrative structure for the show. He was using it constantly, and audiences were really starting to feel the effects of it. The show was becoming dull at points, it took forever to get to the point if it ever did, and the exciting and thrilling nature of the story became a rare occurrence, usually kept for premieres and finales as the rest of the season felt like it was purposefully wasting your time. Over the course of season 6, from the first few episodes, there was a certain frustration that started to grow among the fandom. At first, it was kinda tame because it seemed to be the only major problem people had with the show, but that quickly changed for the worst. To make it short, Scott Gimple and the writers were starting to rely on cheap tricks to mess with the audience and to carry the plot of the show.
I know where he's going with this, and Paul's in a great example. He's talking about the Glenn dumpster. I know he's talking about the Glenn dumpster. Everybody talks about the Glenn dumpster, and for good reason, because it fucking sucks dick through a straw. Do you prefer Douglas or Deanna? I'm a Deanna head. I'm a big who's Deanna type beat. You know what I'm saying? Douglas was just kind of gay. I'd fucking piss on Douglas. I'd fucking pee on him. And fucking what? Deanna was the goat.
These cheap tricks came in different forms that seemed to annoy different fans, but it was only a matter of time before they pulled the one cheap trick that would make everybody angry and turn that frustration into real backlash against the show. At
Glenn
the rate they
Dumpster.
were going, it was only a matter of time before the show made its first fatal mistake. And that fatal mistake
Glenn Dumpster.
inevitably arrived in episode 7 of
Glenn
season
Dumpster.
6, where the writers pulled a card that forever changed the audience's perception of the show. And that now infamous fatal mistake was the Glenn fake-out death.
Glenn Dumpster, baby. Yeah, I'm gonna agree with this point. Yeah, this shit sucks dick. I hate the Glenn Dumpster moment. What? Douglas was goated when he told Gabriel to fuck off when he tried to tell him Rick Scoop needed to get kicked out. See, I think that's part of why I like Deanna more, because like Douglas was just like fuck you, but Deanna was like, okay, yeah, sure, and she like kind of like took it into her head, considered it, and was like, nah, Gabriel's a fucking pussy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna speed this up a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit so my pussy gets moist.
Now, it's important to point out for anyone watching this who hasn't seen The Walking Dead that in its
Why would you be watching this if you haven't seen The Walking Dead, by the way? Just an FYI.
early years, one of the biggest elements that made the show so incredibly thrilling is the fact that it established very early on that this was a story where nobody was safe. The Walking Dead was a show where anybody could die. Anybody. They knew that if they wanted the stakes of the show to feel real, the audience needed to feel and see that constant danger. And that could only be achieved effectively by killing off main characters in the most brutal and shocking ways. And they succeeded at that. They actually pulled that off really well. It was a big thing. Every time something would go down in the show, the audience would be tense. You would be on the edge of your seat, holding your breath and clenching your butt cheeks because any action sequence meant you were probably about to watch your favorite character get eaten by zombies or get their head chopped off. It was really stressful. And they didn't even keep the big character deaths for big moments like a season finale or something like that. No, sometimes a major character would just die in the middle of a random episode in a gruesome and brutal manner, and then the show had to move on immediately because urgency. We have to move, we have to survive. And that was an element of the story that truly contributed to its high stakes. However, over time, this aspect of the show became less of a necessary narrative device, and instead it slowly turned into a weird and cheap gimmick primarily used for shock value. Character deaths started to feel like they didn't really have a point anymore, and most of the main cast started to develop some pretty thick plot armor, meaning most of the brutal death scenes were given to side characters people didn't really care about. It all
I like how he did. I like how he said that when he was showing Noah. I fucking loved Noah. Noah was the goat, and he get fucking torn apart right in front of Glenn. Noah was the fucking goat, dude. Don't be talking shit about Noah. If I see any Noah slander in this fucking, everybody ate Chris. Everybody ate Chris.
became white noise, and 5 or 6 seasons in, the show's extreme gore had lost its impact. People were used to it now, so the
You won't be saying that in 701, but sure.
gimmick was reduced to shock value that wasn't shocking. So to try and muster up some emotion out of the fans, Scott Gimple and the writers made a very, very bad decision. A bad decision that was a huge mix of bad writing, cheap shock value, and a lethal dose of boomerang storytelling. Let me walk you through it. In episode 3 of season 6, there is a scene featuring fan favorite Glenn Rhee facing off against a herd of zombies with another character. Long story short, they have to retreat into an alleyway where they get completely surrounded and have for only protection their ability to climb on top of a dumpster, where they find themselves completely stuck. At this point, Nicholas, the other character with Glenn, is completely overwhelmed by the situation, and it seems like there is no immediate solution for them to be saved. So Nicholas completely panics and almost seems to dissociate for a short but tense moment, after which he turns around to face Glenn and thanks him. He then grabs his gun and shoots himself in the head. In his fall to the ground, he accidentally...
This is YouTube. This is YouTube. He would say unalive himself if he didn't want to get demonetized. That's why I know this video is not making no money. Because he said kill himself and not unalived or any gay shit like that. If you say unalive unironically, I think you should
Glenn
fucking
down
die.
with him, and they both fall from the dumpster. The scene is then overtaken by sad music as we watch Glenn being brutally ripped apart by the zombies, and then cut to black. Immediately after that scene aired, the audience erupted on social media. It was an absolute whirlwind, but not in the way you'd expect. Where Scott Gimple and the people behind the show expected the scene to be met with the same sense of shock and horror as previous
Is that Walter
character
Jr.?
deaths,
No, that's
this
Joaquin
time
Phoenix.
they were instead met with a surprising amount of
I thought that was Walter Jr. It was Joaquin Phoenix. It was Joaquin Phalanx. That's awesome. Okay.
frustration. It turns out that most of the audience could immediately tell that something about Glenn's death scene was off, and it didn't take long for everyone to believe he didn't actually die.
This has got to be a fake out.
Nah, that's not Glenn. That can't be Glenn.
It was fake in the comics.
That's not him. That's Nicholas.
It's Nicholas on top of him. It's not Glenn.
They're eating Nicholas. They've got to be eating Nicholas, right?
And that really made people mad, because resorting to fake out deaths like this to try and get excitement out of the audience was solidifying for a lot of fans that the show was losing steam, and they were angry at the writers for doing something so manipulative and lame in such a big way, which is something they never really had to do before. But despite the frustration, at the time there was no confirmation of anything yet, so people decided to give the show the benefit of the doubt, and everybody agreed to wait for episode 4 to come out the following week to see what happens with Glenn. The problem is, remember, the show was now operating.
They didn't actually answer that question until like 3 weeks later. I remember being there. I was there for this. I remember I was in the trenches for this shit. I was fucking in the trenches for this shit. I was here. I'm a first-hand witness, bro. I'm a first-hand account, bro. You could use me as a primary source in your fucking essay, dude.
Rating with Boomerang storytelling, and that really didn't help anything. The following week, episode 4 came out, and no mention of Glenn. People were really annoyed by that.
Glennington.
Episode 5 came out the week after that.
Glenn is short for Glennington.
Still no Glenn. Now people were getting really pissed off. But another week after that, episode 6 came out, and still no mention of Glenn. I wish I was kidding, but I'm not. It's not until episode 7, a full month later, that the show finally circled back around to Glenn, and we got to find out his fate.
No, that can't be right. It was definitely episode 6. I'm not insane, right? I'm looking this up right now. I need to... What the fuck? List of Walking Dead episodes. Season 6. Oh, no, yeah, it is episode 7. You're right. He is right. Yeah, because episode 6 is the fucking Daryl episode. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's right. I got my lore mixed up.
One episode before the mid-season finale. And so, after all of this, I will let you imagine the uproar that came from the audience when they found out that all those theories about the fake death scene were right. Glenn didn't die, he was not ripped apart by the walkers, that was the body of Nicholas on top of him. Glenn actually survived by sliding under the dumpster and waiting for 24 hours for the zombies to just leave. And then he got up and just walked away, rendering the entire thing a giant waste of time. This was a very specific turning point for the show, one that fundamentally broke the trust between the audience and the writers.
That's a good point. That is actually a very good point to break. It breaks the trust between the audience and the writers. I never would have considered it that way. That's interesting. That's an interesting take. I like it. I fuck with it.
That was the first fatal mistake the show made. People felt betrayed. They felt like their time was being wasted. The Boomerang storytelling was now an unavoidable problem everyone was way too aware of, and the writers beginning to rely on outlandish fake-outs for manufactured drama.
Fuck, my fucking audio is being gay again.
Made people instantly worried about the future of the show. Especially because, spoiler alert, Glenn would end up dying for real just 9 episodes later. But we'll get to that in a minute. After that whole debacle, the show moved on and
by the way, I will defend that cliffhanger. I will defend the fuck out of that cliffhanger. Don't make me be that guy.
The rest of season 6 served as a big piece of narrative build-up for the highly anticipated arrival of The Walking Dead's most notorious big bad, Negan. Negan is introduced in the
love that
season
stock
6
image of
finale,
him. It's
and
so
he
awesome.
shows up in one of my favorite scenes in the entire show. He spent the entire second half of the season in the shadows, tricking Rick and his group into being at his mercy as revenge after they killed some of his people, and he completely overpowers them. After the audience heard his name in almost every episode of the season, he finally reveals himself in the last third of the finale. His introduction scene is incredibly tense, and he addresses the group for the first time in an 11-minute monologue that is performed brilliantly by Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
He is the GOAT. That's what I'm talking about.
You're Rick, right? I'm Negan. And I
do not appreciate you killing my men.
Also, when
So
I
sent my people to kill your people for killing my people, you killed more of my people. Not cool.
I don't want to kill you people. Just want.
Not fucking cool. You have no fucking idea how not fucking cool that shit is. But I think you'll be up to speed shortly. You see, no matter what you do, Rick, no matter fucking what, you do not mess with the New World Order. And the New World Order is this. And it's really very simple, so even if you're fucking stupid, which you very well may be, you can understand it. Are you ready? Here goes. Give me your shit, or I will fucking kill you. Now, I know that is a mighty, fine, large pill to swallow, but swallow it, you most certainly motherfucking will. I might have gotten that a little bit out of order, but I know bits and pieces. I know like bits and pieces of the Negan monologue, just like not in the right order.
I want to make that clear from the get-go. I want you to work for me.
You can't do that if you're fucking dead. Now, can you?
All right, listen. Don't any of you
Do that again.
I will shut that shit down, no exceptions. First
I
one's
will
free.
shut that shit
It's an
down.
emotional moment. I get it.
Honestly, this scene is so good. Sometimes I just go on YouTube to watch it randomly.
I literally do the same thing. I literally do this all the time. This exact video too. I come back to this uncensored Negan speech all the time, dude. It's that real. It's raw. I don't know. I feel like they should have ended the episode with Negan killing Abraham so people grieved his death during the wait for the next season, and then kill off Glenn so that Abraham's death isn't overshadowed. That's not a bad way to handle it. This guy's the poster boy next to Rick and Daryl. Oh, for sure. Negan's the GOAT, dude. I love Negan.
It's a
I'm a
masterclass
big
of
Negan
tension.
head.
It's incredibly well acted. But while Negan's arrival is hands down one of my favorite scenes in the entire show, it is also the scene that made millions of people rage quit on The Walking Dead. Because the ending of the season turned out to be the show's second fatal mistake. Now, whether you've seen the show or not, you've probably heard about the absolute fucking scandal created by what is essentially considered to be the worst cliffhanger in television history.
That is an insane take. I'm not going to lie. Calling this the worst cliffhanger in TV history is crazy. Don't make me defend the cliffhanger. Don't make me defend the cliffhanger. I don't want to defend the cliffhanger. Don't make me be that guy that defends the cliffhanger. Maybe it's just me, right? Maybe it's just I was kind of the right age for the show at the time, right? I was like, what? I'd have been like 16, 17, something like that. No, I had to be. Yeah, I had to have been like 16, 17. I was like the right age for the show at the time, right? Maybe it's just me and me like nostalgia or whatever. But like I remember when that happened, when the cliffhanger happened, it was like the I didn't see very many people. I don't remember seeing very many people being angry about it. I saw like some people being angry about it, obviously, but I didn't see. It was mostly people just like having fun, speculating and theorizing. That's the fun that I got out of it, at least when it was first airing. I remember watching your theory video and who was going to die and how you nailed it on the head. I did. Again, I also predicted it completely because I am the GOAT. Remember when he got put in Tekken randomly? Negan? Yeah, Negan is just in Tekken for some reason, which is awesome.
It made people so mad that it literally broke the internet. It was completely insane. Seriously, the backlash got so bad that like Scott Gimple had to address it to the press. Actors tried to defend the decision in interviews. People were screaming for Scott Gimple to be fired. They denounced the show's manipulative antics. It was a fucking shit show.
Is that Ronnie Hayes?
What?
I'm sure Zombies knows about this guy. You guys know about Ronnie Hayes from Make a Peth Presents? He's like a big Walking Dead channel back in the day. And now he's like one of these like anti-woke guys. It's fucking awesome. The greatest fucking... Now that's the real fall from grace. That's the real historic downfall. It's how he went from one of the greatest Walking Dead channels to fucking chud. It's awesome.
What was the cliffhanger? Well, after Negan finishes his incredible monologue, he lets Rick and the gang know that he will punish their arrogance by brutally murdering one person in the group with his baseball bat. He wants to make everybody watch as he bashes someone's head in as violently as he can. Now, it's a very famous scene from the comics the show is adapted from, and people were really looking forward to seeing it adapted, because there were a lot of questions about whether the show was going to pick the same victim as the comics, or
he was like back in the day, like back in the golden age of the show. He was like the guy in the Walking Dead community. Cause he was kind of like an everyman. He was like he wasn't afraid to call out problems when he saw them, but he was also like very knowledgeable about the series because he's been like a comic book fan for years. He also just kind of had like the vibe of just like being like a regular dude, like a no nonsense guy, like a no bullshit kind of guy. And he was like one of the greatest. He was one of the best Walking Dead channels around. Like Skybound, like actually sent him shit, like to review on his channel. Like he was that big. He was that influential in the Walking Dead community. But like as the show kind of got less popular and like his videos stopped getting less views, he stopped doing like videos on them. He stopped doing like I guess actually he kept doing like post-episode streams after they would air on TV, but like they would get less and less views, and he would just like fall. He eventually, like, I remember clicking on them randomly one day, like one night. I'm just like, all right, what does this guy have to say about this fucking episode, right? It might have been like a Fear episode or something. I don't remember, but I remember clicking on it. And he was just like complaining about like what you know what it was? It was the season 11 premiere of the main show. He was complaining about like woke shit. And he's like, I appreciate that they find a reason for why it's all the women to because you remember in the season 11 premiere where like they're breaking into the military base, so they lower like all the women down into like the base to like sneak in and get the shit and then pull them out. He's like, yeah, I like that they had an actual logical reason for why the women were going in there instead of just woke bullshit. And I'm like, oh, okay, he's one of these guys now. All right. But yeah. Anyways, I will defend this cliffhanger specifically because the twist in 701 is so good that I feel like it completely justifies the cliffhanger. Because I don't think anybody would have predicted that they would have killed two characters, except me, obviously. And I didn't actually predict they'd kill two characters, but I did predict the two characters that they would kill. I forgive the cliffhanger specifically because the actual result of the cliffhanger was so fucking good. I don't think that can be understated. Straight up. Dead ass.
Instead opt for killing off another character to keep the surprise. As the finale approached...
Hold on. Honestly, Negan is like the slasher character of the franchise because he has the iconic weapon, kind of like Jason's machete or Freddy's knife glove. I guess. I mean, not really, but yeah.
The people behind the show promised a major death. They told people they would be shocked when they see who dies, so everybody tuned in. Scott Gimple was hyping the ending so much. Everyone was completely intrigued by the arrival of this Negan guy. The excitement was at a peak, and then Negan shows up. He announces he's gonna kill someone. He lifts his bat and smashes it down. You hear people screaming, and then it cuts to black.
You didn't need to dedicate like a 3-minute segment to explaining that. You could have just said, oh yeah, they ended on a cliffhanger and doesn't actually show who died. There you go. I could have explained that in 10 seconds.
Yeah. That's not a joke. After all this build-up, after
I don't
all
see the problem,
promise
quite frankly.
and the hype, the season 6 finale ends without actually showing you who Negan kills. He hits the camera, and then it cuts to black. It's a cheap and infuriating cliffhanger.
That's a great reason to defend the cliffhanger. The main cliffhangers that get hated are the ones that have no payoff at all. Exactly. See, that's what I find interesting about this specific cliffhanger. Is that people got immediately mad at it as if they weren't going to pay it off later. Because like that, yeah, that's like the whole point of a fucking cliffhanger is to pay it off later. That'd be like if you got mad. It'd be like if you watched Infinity War and then got mad that the heroes lost in the end. They're like, what? That's it? Are you retarded? You have to be retarded, actually for real, to not think that they're gonna fucking not pay off the fucking cliffhanger. It's the whole point of a cliffhanger. Now, in fairness, yes, you can have very manipulative cliffhangers, and you could argue that this is one of those. I personally don't view it as that, but you could easily view it as that. Now, if that's your argument, sure. If you felt manipulated and misled by this cliffhanger, then sure, fair enough. Dislike it all you want. But if you're mad at the cliffhanger for being a cliffhanger, that's fucking insane.
That made people fucking furious, and understandably so, because people now had to wait almost 7 months just to see who died. The backlash the show got was...
But that's another issue in my opinion, is that like people this is one of those shows where like The Walking Dead specifically, I feel like no other show actually has this issue to my knowledge. But it was very much a show where like people who didn't really watch it or people who watched it casually were like, oh boy, can't we just see who dies this week? Or like, people who don't watch it be like, oh, who died in that episode? It's like, it's not about who lives or dies. Like, do you think we watch the show to find out who dies? Like, what do you... Like, yeah, it's important when big characters die. Like, yeah, but like, Just being like, oh, I can't wait to see who dies on the show this week. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? I'm explaining this point very badly. I think I explained it a little more eloquently in another video, but the reaction would be justified if the show got canceled instead of season 7 happening. Yeah, that's another fair point. Is like, they knew there was going to be a payoff to this cliffhanger, so like, there's no real reason to be mad about it other than like they're ultimately they're mad at the fact that they have to wait. That's ultimately what it was. People were mad that they had to wait. I don't know. I don't think that's bad writing. You quoted by you, if you watch the show to see who lives and dies, you're watching it wrong. That is definitely a me thing. I definitely believe that I would have said that. I think I did actually say that. You're correct. Like that is partially a joke, but it is also partially true. Like, I remember back in the day on the streams, back in the Twitch days when we were playing Danganronpa, I had people come into the stream and be like, oh, who died in this one? It's like, dude, even if I told you, would you care? You know what I mean? It's like, you know, people like it seems like people only watch the show to see who lives and who dies, and it's like it's a very bizarre thought process to watch this show through. I don't understand it. It's very weird.
So loud. It was honestly impressive. It proved to be a breaking point for many viewers though, and this is the first big moment that became a last straw for a huge part of the fandom that quit the show right then and there. And then came season 7. The first episode of season 7 is considered by many to be one of the best episodes of the show, if
it
not
is. It's
the
goated.
best episode, which obviously after all the backlash of the season 6 finale during its entire hiatus, they knew this premiere had to be a fucking banger. And as promised, we do end up finding out in this premiere who Negan killed. It was Abraham and Glenn, by the way. The episode is thrilling.
Oh, I love that. That sound effect is etched into my brain. Oh, I love it. Etched into my brain permanently. I love it. It's my favorite fucking grunt of all time. When people ask me, hey, what's your favorite grunt of all time? My answer is Negan killing Glenn in the head.
Brutal, emotional. It makes Negan even more terrifying than he was in the season 6 finale. And honestly, aside from some criticism over how graphic this episode was, the season 7...
Which, by the way, I feel like that's not even worthy of criticism. I feel like they should be graphic to really sell it. You know what I mean?
7 premiere was so good and got so many people talking about it, some people were convinced the show would succeed at getting the fans' trust back. And these people were wrong. I'm gonna make this short. Season 7 and 8 ruined the show, plain and simple. After the first episode of season 7, the show just crashes in terms of quality. It's an absolute freefall that to this day, I do not understand. It's almost hard to believe the nosedive the show goes on during this time. I still have trouble believing it's real, even though I watched all of it. Basically, to get...
Listen, I know exactly why people think this. I know every argument people have against these seasons. I get them. I even agree with most of them. But I don't think they're that bad to justify calling it a complete nosedive. They're not as good, don't get me wrong, but like, a lot of exaggeration going on here. Not a fan of that.
Give you a brief overview. Season 7 and 8 are just 31 episodes of boomerang storytelling where nothing happens. It is all about the war against Negan, which should have been the most bonkers storyline in the entire show, especially after that crazy setup, but it is just so dull. It's an endless back and forth of useless bullshit and filler episodes that go on and on and on, and the show just never gets to the point. It's
because obviously, yes, filler is when I don't like what's happening in the show. Yeah, that's what filler means. Yeah. I'll be honest, people say that the All Out War arc is one of the best in the comics.
I kind of disagree.
I don't think in fairness, I haven't read the comics in a couple years. I read them one time a couple years ago, so my memory of it isn't exactly as fresh. But while I do think it was handled better than the show's version, the comics are better than the show for this arc. It's still not ultimately that different in terms of like major plot points. It's like still kind of the same shit he was describing. It's a lot of like back and forth between communities. The dialogue is a lot better and it's a lot more impactful in the comics, which is why I think it's improved, or why the show doesn't improve. The show makes it worse because the dialogue is simply worse in the show. like it's essentially it is essentially the same story beats in the comics for the most part. I'd have to reread it again. I don't know. Maybe I'm also wrong and biased and gay, but I don't know. I'm excited to get to the All Out War arc in the comics. I'm just where Rick gets them to agree to the Hilltop deal with this Negan group. Yeah, you're gonna have to refresh my memory on that because I don't remember shit. Like I remember a lot of what happens. A lot of what happens in the show also happens in the comics, but it's like a slightly different order, and like with different characters flipped around. But like, you know what I mean? Like it. I don't know. I feel like people give that arc too much praise. It's not that good. Like there are way better arcs in the comics run. Like I prefer I like the Hunter's arc a lot. Fucking the Hunter's arc. I like the Whisperer arc. The prison arc in the comics. All much better than the All Out War arc, if you ask me. Negan really saves it, but like.
It seemed like the writer's plan with the story just became, how do we waste as much time as possible to keep dragging
Hang on. Headphones being gay again. Gay mode.
this on so we can milk more seasons out of the show. It's uninteresting, it's boring as fuck, it feels tired as hell, and in the process of ruining the story, they also ruin all of the characters one by one.
Okay, let's not get crazy. Let's see where he goes with this.
Negan is given one of the most badass introductions in the history of television, but despite Jeffrey Dean Morgan never giving a bad performance in this role, the character ends up becoming an annoying villain that feels boring and mishandled because he just never gets to the point.
I'm Negan.
And I fed him spaghetti.
What do you mean he never gets to the point? You're just gonna move. You're just gonna like say you make that statement, not explain it at all, and move on. What do you mean by this?
Rick is completely directionless as a character now. Daryl, who
That is fucking insane take. Actually, for real, that is a genuinely fucking insane take. What the fuck are you talking about? Rick's directionless in this arc? Are you insane? Yeah, he's okay. In fairness, yeah, he's pretty directionless in the first in 7A for the most part. Like he's just kind of taking his beating for the most part. But then after Spencer gets killed, he's like, okay, I gotta step up. We gotta fight this motherfucker. And from then on, it is fucking. He is laser focused. I gotta take this motherfucker out. And that's increased tenfold when Carl dies, which on its own sets up a lot more character growth for him. Tell me nothing fucking happens with Rick's character. You're fucking insane.
is by far the most popular character on the show, becomes a background character that hardly ever speaks. He literally spends 2 seasons just grunting at people and barely says anything. And that's not just me saying it, by the way. Norman Reedus himself acknowledged it afterwards.
And for the last couple
He is the GOAT, though. Norman Reedus is the GOAT.
seasons,
If I was gay, I'd be,
Daryl has been speaking in a series of grunts and snarls, and in this episode,
You're right. Basically, over the last few seasons, the show had just become a repetitive
They did
drag
save
that kept
Daryl in
itself
season 9. Oh,
going
hell
by
yeah.
taking a couple of major storylines and recycling them over and over and over again, and season 7 and 8 were the worst of it. It was a disaster. These 2 seasons are just shameful. They're so bad, it's almost insulting. And enough was
They're not that bad. Let's calm the fuck down. Let's relax. Listen. You think these are bad? Watch Fear the Walking Dead. Seasons 4, 5, and 8. Suck me. And 7. Let's throw 7 in there for good measure. Watch 4. Not even that. Not even 7 and 8. 7 and 8 are fucking, whatever. Watch seasons 4 and 5 of Fear and then tell me this is bad. Go ahead. Do it. Do it, pussy.
was enough for the audience, because season 7 is the point where the Walking Dead disaster.
No. If you want to talk about a historic downfall, Fear the Walking Dead.
Viewers for the
That's
first
a historic
time.
downfall.
And it was noticeable because they were losing viewers.
I'm yelling. I don't know why I'm
fast.
yelling.
The ratings were dropping at an alarming rate, and that continued through season 8.
Hey, that rhymes.
Fan communities online
Bars.
just
Hold on, I have a soundboard for this. Wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. You're gonna ignore this sound effect, and I'm gonna play a different one after this. So we're just gonna wait patiently.
That's gotta be racist. There's no way.
Okay, you're gonna pretend I didn't play that one and play this one instead.
That's called motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about that.
I'm so funny. Okay.
Dwindled away. Some of them got really angry and started to just rant about the show every week until they just stopped covering it. It was just really sad. The show that at one point easily got between 13 and 17 million live viewers every single week, which was just gigantic, by the way, was now dropping below the 10 million line regularly, and that drop showed no sign of stopping. And it never did stop, by the way. The show never recovered from season 7 and 8, especially not after they made their third and final fatal mistake. Because in the mid-season finale of season 8, the writer—
Yo, here we go. Coral do a die. He do a dinky death. I had a retarded inside joke where Morgan kept mistaking Nick as Benjamin, doing a bad impression, saying dumb shit. You know what it is. You were supposed to.
writers randomly decided to
I'm
kill
gay.
off Carl Grimes, Rick's son.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Wait, did I see this on Twitter? Was this on Twitter or was this Reddit? I don't remember where I saw this. I think it was Twitter. There's like this white guy on TikTok doing like a Morgan monologue. It's so funny. Here it is. I found it. Can you? Okay, cunt. Want to stop being a bitch? Okay, hold on. This is the best thing of all time. Isn't Fear the Walking Dead the talk show? No, that's Talking Dead. Fear the Walking Dead's a spinoff. This is my favorite fucking video.
Yeah, but I mean, you said you would turn on your radio every day at dawn. You said you would turn on your radio every day at dawn, but you are not there.
Oh, there's another one. There was another one in my likes somewhere. Let me find this. It's like a Negan one. I think it's a different guy, but it's like a Negan impersonator. They got brain rot Negan.
All trigger. I'm just here to show your cat gooning in the chat. Let me cook. Here's a sizzler. Don't mess with the Rizzler. You work for me. You provide for me. You're joke maxing. Whilst mine's bigger.
I'm gay. All right.
Oh, no.
Carl,
There was a whole lot of drama around it
fucking
behind the
dead.
scenes because allegedly Chandler Riggs, who played Carl, was told that he was going to stay on the show for a really long time and he was planning a lot of stuff in his life to go according to that, and then they just kind of killed him off randomly very fast after he renewed his contract. But before people even found out about that, there was already just outrage everywhere.
No?
After 23 episodes of complete boredom and mediocrity, Carl's death comes out of nowhere and in a way that feels incredibly unearned. And it was
Unearned is a weird way to talk about a death, but okay. But yeah, no, I see what he means. Like, yeah, it comes out of nowhere. It's not very relevant to the story. It's shitty. It sucks dick. You guys ever see that meme? There's a Walking Dead meme where it was like Scott Gimple when Chandler Riggs turns 18, and it's that clip from I think it's the season 7 finale, where Negan's like, I'm gonna kill Carl now.
just the ultimate breaking point for the show. Carl's death proved to be the last straw for a lot of people. Everyone was...
No, listen. I don't know how I want to word this. I'm thinking very carefully about how I want to word this. I find it very ironic. I'm not defending Carl's death, by the way. I'm quite possibly the person who hates it the most, if you think about it. I'm not defending Carl's death by any means. However, I find it a little bit ironic that one of his earlier points was that the show had stakes when you thought nobody was safe, right? Carl dying does kind of reinforce the idea that nobody is safe. That is still true. Now, albeit, admittedly, his death is handled really shittily. It's written terribly. Has nothing to do with the actual arc. It just kind of happens, comes out of nowhere, and it's done in the dumbest way possible. Understandable. But you can't have the argument of the show is bad now because there's no stakes, and then when they actually have stakes and nobody is safe, like you wanted them to be, you can't then criticize it for doing that. But I know I'm being a nitpicking asshole, making a bad point. It's a vibe. I'm gay. Coral. I'm gay.
Was so done with The Walking Dead's bullshit. Scott Gimple's name became synonymous with the show's downfall. Everybody accepted that the show's glory days were long gone, and so fans quit on the show by the millions. It literally got to the point where the cast of the show was sent on a whole press tour early in season 9 to literally beg people not to give up on the show. Season 9 also saw Scott Gimple.
What do you mean by this? What do you mean they went on a whole press tour to beg people to not give up on it? I think it's just called doing a regular press tour. That's the whole point of a press tour, is be like, hey guys, watch our show. New season. That's the whole point of a press tour, you fucking dolt. You dolt? I was going to say dolt, but I'm retarded. Maybe I'm the dolt. Maybe I'm fucking gay and retarded. Hey, look, it's Scott Gimpies. What up, Gimpies?
Stepping down as showrunner to handle larger projects within the franchise, and longtime writer of the series, Angela Kang, coming in to take over as the new boss. After the complete disasters that were the last 2 seasons...
It's crazy that The Walking Dead, through its entire run, has had 4 showrunners. Has there ever been another show like that? Because, like, usually shows, they'll have, like, you know, maybe they'll change showrunners, like, once, maybe twice at most. I've never seen a show change showrunners 3 times. Because you had Frank Darabont in the beginning, then he got fired, so they replaced him with Glenn Mazzara. Then Glenn Mazzara stepped down and got Scott Gimple, and then Scott Gimple stepped down and we got Angela Kang. That's 4 showrunners. This is unprecedented. I don't think I've ever seen a show change showrunners this frequently. Basic advertisement tour being called begging people to keep watching is pretty funny. Yeah, because that's what advertising is. It's funny. Harry Potter got 4 directors. Well, that's not the same thing. That's a movie. A director and a showrunner aren't the same thing. I'm talking about a TV show, not a movie.
AMC and literally everyone involved in the show knew there needed to be a change, and Angela was determined to bring the show back to its former glory. And you know what? Against all odds, she succeeded. Angela Kang actually fixed the show. Season 9 is one of the best seasons of The Walking Dead. It is one of the best return to forms I've ever seen on television, and Angela takes 100% of the credit for that. And she had to work with a lot of bullshit to manage to make it this good.
Hang on, my fucking audio is being gay again. Off. On. That's the only thing I can think. Yeah, there's nothing. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. If that's the only thing you can think of, it's fucking unprecedented. Most shows get like 2, maybe most shows maybe like change showrunner 1 time, like halfway through. Like I remember Community, like in season 4 of Community, they changed showrunners, got completely new guys, and then they brought back the originals in the next season. So technically, the show has had two different showrunners. I think The Flash had 3. I want to say. Because they had the original guy, and then I think he got accused of rape or something, and they kicked him off. And they replaced him with a different guy, and then Eric Wallace for the rest of the show. Let me look up The Flash, actually. The Flash showrunners. Let me Control F, showrunner. So Andrew Kreisberg, then Gabrielle Stanton, Aaron Helbing, Todd Helbing, and then Eric Wallace. Okay, so they had one showrunner, then they added another showrunner. And then they brought another showrunner back. This is so fucking confusing. Okay, anyways, yeah, the Flash is another good example, but Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. There's just clearly there's a track record with a lot of shows where changing showrunners tends to ruin it. Hey, Hollywood. Fucking, corporate executives. All you daft cunts. Maybe stop getting rid of showrunners. I get it. You don't always necessarily have a choice, but what the fuck? Clearly, this is never good for a show. Ever. As you'll see with Fear the Walking Dead. Anyways. Why isn't this playing? Oh, because I'm gay.
She had to deal with the aftermath of the worst 2 seasons, and she also had to deal with Andrew Lincoln leaving the show. We'll talk about his departure more in a little bit, but him leaving meant Angela was now tasked with reinventing...
By the way, I hate it. This is something that bothers the fuck out of me when YouTube reviewers refer to people in like not higher positions. What's the word? People like in specific positions by their first name. You know what I mean? It drives me nuts. Like if I was talking about if I was criticizing Scott Gimple, I don't call him Scott. I'd be like, I can't believe Scott did this because like I don't know him. We're not friends. I don't want to be friends with Scott Gimple. I'll either call him Scott Gimple, Scott M. Gimple, or just Gimple. I'm not gonna call him Scott. The only person I'm calling Scott is the black guy from Alexandria because he's the GOAT. Shouts out Scott. Anyways, and Scott the Laws. Unless the showrunner was a rapist, then get rid of Scotty G, Big Gimpies. Shout out Big Gimpies, my homie Gimpies.
The
I'm
show
gonna start calling him Gimpies.
Its protagonist.
This was not in the script for the Fear video, but it's totally going in now. I'm totally calling him Scott Gimpies.
It should have been a losing battle from the get-go, but she somehow managed to do it. She made the...
I had to pause for this. I hate that so much. What you mean, Chris?
Walking Dead.
What you mean,
great
Topher?
Again, but it didn't matter. The show actually got better, yes, but it was too little too late. Despite remaining fans and critics being back on the show's side and praising it again, Walking Dead spent the entirety of season 9 bleeding viewers left and right. Despite the grand return to form, they just couldn't make the show recover from the major mistakes of the last 3 seasons. Every single week saw new ratings low for the show up until its eventual finale, and it continued in the seasons that followed. People just left the show in droves. And for the record, I was one of those people too. Despite the fact that I loved season 9 and was super impressed by how Angela Kang reinvented the show, I somehow couldn't find the motivation to watch.
Hold on, I play Stardew, and all the cringe Stardew fans always refer to the creator by his real name. Yeah, that pisses me off. You don't know them personally. You can't call them by their first name. Even if they say it's cool, that's still not cool. Fuck you.
Watch season 10. I did start the season when it came out, but 2 episodes in, literally on the second week, something in my brain just went, I'm tired of this. And I just never went back to the show. I officially gave up on
It's
The
like
Walking
8
Dead,
meta levels of
2
parasocialism. Like,
episodes
honestly,
into
like,
season
yeah.
10. And I think it's because,
It's bizarre.
yes, like I said, it was too little too late, but it's also because the sense of community around the show was completely gone by that point. It was true for the fandom as a whole, and it was also true for me
Smallville
individually.
apparently had
At the beginning
5
of the video,
showrunners.
I mentioned...
That's great. Was it 5 show? That's another. However, okay. Important distinction: 5 showrunners, as in multiple at the same time, or like 5 showrunners, as in like one takes over the other sequentially. Because there is a difference. Because Fear the Walking Dead, for example, technically had 3 showrunners, but they only did 1 change in showrunner because they replaced 1 guy with 2 guys. So it technically had 3 showrunners, but it's only 1 change in showrunner. So how many? The question really should be how many times have they changed showrunners? That's the real question.
How my people and I used to watch.
So I
the
can't think
show
of many
in
shows that do it
massive
that
groups, and we had a
as
watch
much as The
party
Walking Dead
every
has.
week with friends and family members around some good food, and then whoever wasn't able to make it would call after the episode, and we would all talk about it and stuff. And it was a hype that felt amazing and fun and fresh. But by the time season 10 rolled around, I was the only person in my entire extended circle that was still watching the show. And
Literally, exact same thing happened to me. I was the only person still watching it. Like, this was like the big family show in my house for like years. I think probably up until like season 8. Actually, no, me and my dad watched season 9. Because my mom fell off the show after season 8. She didn't really give a shit anymore. I think my dad just kept watching it because he knew I liked it and was like, he's like, okay, my autistic fucking son just keeps like watches the dumb fucking zombie show. So I think he kept watching it because me and my dad watched most of season 9 together. And season 10 happened, and we kind of just like watched it on our own time. Like I think he watched it when it was upstairs. I was like, wait, I just waited till the next day to watch it. And that was it. At a certain point, I was the only one who was still watching. And I think I think last year my mom rewatched the entire show, but unrelated to any of that. But yeah, I had the exact same experience. Like season 10, everybody stopped. Like I was the only person in my immediate family still watching it. I'd see them complain that they'd see something like, this is unbelievable. I'm going to tell Eric a piece of my mind and hope he takes my feedback to heart. And I'm like, who the fuck is Eric? He's that reminds me of like if you see those power scaling images on Instagram where it's like according to Chris, Goku is like Universal 4 level or something like that and could beat Superman. It's like, bro, who the fuck is Chris? There were 2 4 seasons, 1 to 7, 1 for season 8, and then 2 for seasons 8 through 10. Okay, see, there you go. That's only 2 changes then.
And that's not hyperbole, by the way. When I tell you I was the only one, I mean that. I did not know a single person who was still watching the show. All of my friends had stopped watching, my friends' friends stopped watching, my girlfriend had grown to hate the show, my brother quit when Carl died in season 8, and that was his favorite show of all time, so you can imagine. There wasn't a single soul left in my life that was still watching the show. And
like literally exact same experience. Actually, I do have. Okay, so at this was when I was actually working on I was like working on the Walking Dead video itself. I think I was probably still scripting it and still writing it, but it's when season 11 was still airing. So like I was probably writing the season 11 segments, but I was at work, and the girl at work was trying to like make conversation or whatever, and she's like, "Do you watch The Walking Dead?" And I'm like, in the back of my head, I'm like, I'm making a 6-hour-long video about it, but I'm like, yeah. And then she has like some fucking thing about like Judith or whatever. I don't remember what the fuck she was talking about. But I was thinking in the back of my mind, I'm like, I like it a little bit more than most people. If I was more autistic, if I was a different kind of autistic, I could literally talk your ear off about this. And I can, but I can only do it to a camera or a microphone. Shout out autism.
Watching by myself just did not hit the same. And so the mix of all these elements made me get bored of the show in a way that made it unwatchable for me. And I don't think I was the only one in that boat.
Viewership going down could have also been from fatigue instead of just season 7 and 8 not being that good. I think it's probably both. Because I think seasons 7 and 8 being not very good also exposed a lot of people to the fact that there was probably a lot of fatigue with the show. Because even by like season 5, people were tired of it. Because I remember seeing I think I was doing research for the Walking Dead video. I was doing like background research for like fucking production shit or whatever. And I found like there was one article I found where it was like The Walking Dead season 4 was bad. Here's how they can improve in season 5 or whatever. And then it was like the answer was like the article was like, the best thing The Walking Dead can do is completely ignore the comics and start doing its own original story. And it's like, people were already tired of it by that point, and that was the best fucking season, arguably. So I think the fatigue existed definitely way before that. And I think season 7 and 8 just showed a lot of people like, oh, this is what we're doing now. This is just, okay, we're still doing this. You know what I mean? But yeah,
you're like, Dead could pull up to 17 million live viewers. Yeah, well, by
there's a Venn
season
diagram
11,
correct
the show
going on
was
there.
only pulling about 1 million viewers per episode.
Ouch. Now, he says that. Let me put it this way. That is pretty. That would be the way he frames this is a little bit misleading. Let me put it this way. Yes, that is a pretty steep drop off, having 17 million viewers an episode at your peak, and then dropping down to 1 million on your final season. That's pretty bad. It's a pretty drastic jump. However, you also need to consider that the final season was airing during the streaming era, where not as many people were using cable, and it's unclear as if they actually count streaming numbers in these rating things anymore. So that just we can also so I think the assumption can be made. I don't know if this is an assumption or if this is actually true, but I think that 1 million, it just only means that's 1 million people only watched it on TV. It's not counting the people who streamed it on fucking AMC Plus or some other fucking service. I think it's just counting people who streamed it on TV. And if that makes complete sense, because like if you compare that to other huge, well-received shows at the time, they were also receiving similar numbers. So this is a bit of a misleading statistic, though it is still a bit telling. Because like I like to make the Better Call Saul comparison, because Better Call Saul's final season was airing around the same time as Walking Dead's final season, and they were getting similar numbers. In fact, I think Walking Dead's numbers were a little bit higher than Better Call Saul's, which is crazy because Saul was like the infinitely better and more talked about show. So I think this is a very misleading statistic that I feel like a lot of people really acknowledge, or people just seem to take the numbers at face value and don't actually acknowledge or don't actually analyze what those numbers actually mean or how they came to the conclusion that how they even got those numbers in the first place. So a bit of a discrepancy, but it's definitely why they kept reinventing the show to prevent fatigue. Yeah, exactly. And I think they succeeded in that. Like, it kept my attention, but can't speak for everybody, obviously.
I don't know if you realize how insane that is. That's not a small little drop that you can ignore. By season 11, the show had lost about 94% of its viewership.
That's how
much? 94%. That is just brutal. There's no way you can look at that and go, oh, that's fine. No, that's catastrophic. When I told you the show had a historical downfall, I wasn't exaggerating. The series finale, the end of this 12-year journey that meant so much to so many people, only pulled about 2 million viewers.
And however, it was also the second most viewed program on TV that night, right behind Yellowstone. And I think FIFA, but we don't count FIFA, because who gives a fuck about FIFA? Would you like to play some FIFA? I'm fucking gay, all right. So, again, he's being a little bit misleading, because, yeah, 2 million compared to 17 million is pretty bad, but that 2 million was still the most, like, one of the top viewed shows that night. So, a bit of a misleading statistic. I'm gay.
And to this day, almost 6 months after the finale, some old fans of the show are not even aware that The Walking Dead ended last year. And oh, speaking of the devil, let's talk about the very reason I made this video.
Is that the show didn't actually end.
Let's talk about the ending. I hate the ending of The Walking Dead. I can't stand it. Watching it made me so frustrated and so sad at the same time. Now, to reiterate, yes, I did stop watching the show 2 episodes into season 10, and I never finished that season, and I never watched the first half of season 11. Although, from what I've seen...
You're a fucking maniac. You're a fucking maniac. You're a fucking insane person. I don't respect people who skip episodes straight up. I don't care if you're watching the worst. I don't care if it's the worst show you've ever seen. You cannot give it an actual full-on review or give your full opinion on it if you did not watch the fucking entire thing. If you skip episodes, I don't fucking trust your ass, dude.
Seen online, the general consensus.
Some things ratings trackers don't count shit like DVR, so I can believe streaming numbers not being counted. Yeah, see, like it's all very inconsistent. It's a lot of really faulty data.
Is that
to go
season
off
10
of.
Starts really strong and gets really dull,
Me
especially
skipping The
with
Great
a
Divide.
handful of episodes
Gay.
that were shot during COVID and that were not initially planned. So make of that what you will. I eventually returned to the show to watch the last 4 episodes, and the finale left me incredibly irritated. But why? Why is the ending of The Walking Dead so frustrating? Why is it so bad? After all, it's not an ending that is as outwardly
My audio's being fucking gay again. All right.
insulting and soul-shattering as other shows. It's not the finale of Game of Thrones or Lost, Pretty Little Liars, How I Met Your Mother, Dexter, or hell, even The Sopranos. But
Jesus Christ, I feel like this guy's never been pleased by an ending in his life. So he's reviewing or doing a retrospective on a long-running show, but skipped the last 2 seasons other than the finale. That is actually an insane take. Like, he actually went, he literally went out of his way to explain, like, yeah, I watched these episodes, and then the finale. It's like, what do you do? What the fuck are you doing? I can't take you seriously now. I was agreeing with you for most of the video. I mean, I had some disagreements here and there, but like I was agreeing with you. And then you come and hit me with this bullshit. Like, oh, I didn't actually finish the show correctly. Fuck you, dude. I no longer have any respect for your opinion. I'm exaggerating, but like a little bit, not really.
While it's easy to understand why the finales of these shows created such a massive shitstorm in pop culture, I think the ending of The Walking Dead is a failure for a reason that is very different from all the other ones. At least to me. Because sure, the finale itself as an episode is not as bad as all the other ones I just mentioned. If anything, it's just very underwhelming. But I somehow found it to be
it's just
kind of
okay as an episode.
And the reason for
He's
that
not wrong.
is very simple. The ending of The Walking Dead
is not an ending. Yeah, there you
the show
go.
ends.
I could write this fucking video for him, dude.
Yes, but the story doesn't. The Walking Dead finale is not a true swan song. It's a jumping pad used to expand on the franchise in AMC's continual and desperate attempts at creating their Walking Dead universe. The characters that we loved and cherished don't actually complete arcs that come full circle or allow them to find closure. No, they're just being sent off to different spin-off series in different parts of the world. Daryl Dixon, who essentially became the protagonist after Rick's departure, will somehow find himself in Paris in a new show of his own that is currently shooting. Maggie and Negan are apparently getting a spin-off titled The Walking Dead Dead City. That's a terrible title, by the way. That will be
terrible city. Terrible city. Terrible title, by the way. The original title was Isle of the Dead, which is also a terrible name. There was really no good way to name that series, I guess.
Set in New York, and there are like 3 or 4 other series in the works. Rick Grimes comes back in the finale for the first time since his departure at the beginning of season 9, but he's not really coming back for the finale. It's just a teaser for his spin-off with Michonne that's coming out later next year. And even that is an example of how shady and disrespectful of the audience AMC can be. In case you don't know, for the quick backstory, Andrew Lincoln, who plays Rick Grimes, wanted to leave the show at the end of season 8.
What about the Adventures of Maggie and Negan?
Much, which is understandable because seasons 7 and 8 were a very low point for the show. His contract was up at the end of season 8, and he also got tired of living so far away from his wife and kids. The show shot in Georgia, but Andrew Lincoln is British, and his family lived in England. So, at the end of season 8, he was gonna leave. There was a whole setup for his exit, with the now infamous flash forward from the beginning of season 8, showing Rick appearing to be dying next to a tree, which was confirmed by Andrew Lincoln himself to be a setup for the end of Rick's story, because he initially asked for the writers to kill him off. Except, AMC somehow convinced him to stay for another 5 episodes in season 9 so they can...
I am actually so glad the writers convinced him that, because if he fucking died there, I'd be pissed. I'd probably... In that alternate reality, I'm probably sitting here justifying it right now, but I'd be fucking pissed. I'm the offspring of what the fuck does that say? I'm the offspring of Abdullah. What the fuck are you saying to me?
Give him a proper
Speaking in tongues to
me.
me.
So the flash forward was later retconned and turned out to be somewhat of a fake out, and now the end of Rick's story was the primary focus of the first part of the following season. It's important to note that the whole marketing campaign for season 9 was about Rick's final episodes. That's all they talked about. It was in the trailers, it was on the posters. Andrew Lincoln did a bunch of events and interviews saying goodbye to the fans and talking about how much this character and this show meant.
Man's Agent 47 trying to kill you with a stroke.
Go, me included. This was kind of a big deal.
Wild.
I mean, since day one, The Walking Dead had been the story of Rick Grimes. So people were set to know the story was going to be moving past him, but we're still curious to see how things would end for him, especially after all the public farewells they'd seen from Andrew and AMC. It was difficult to accept, but everyone came to terms with it and was ready to see goodbye. But then, his final episode came out, and Rick's exit turned out to be another bizarre fake-out death ending with a cliffhanger that left everybody really confused, only for Scott Gimple to immediately announce on the Talking Dead after show that this entire thing was essentially another big trick. This wasn't the big farewell we had been conditioned to accept. Rick wasn't actually going away forever, he was just being sent off to a spin-off Rick Grimes movie trilogy, and the first 5 episodes of season 9 were essentially a build-up to that announcement. This reveal was met with a lot of backlash, frustration, and a lack of excitement that took Scott Gimple and AMC a bit by surprise. This was one too many times that the audience had been tricked by the people behind the show in a very unpleasant way. They tried to build some hype for the Rick Grimes movies, but they never
what
really
the fuck
got
are you
the
saying, dude? This man's having. This man is this motherfucker. This motherfucker is having a goddamn. This This motherfucker's having a goddamn goon sesh down there.
Segment they were looking for. I think this might have caused them
Goon
to
me
panic
sideways.
a bit behind the scenes, because then those Rick Grimes movies got stuck in development hell for like 4 years, a period that was only made worse by the pandemic. They never really figured out what they wanted those movies to be, which was very apparent when interviews of Scott or creator Robert Kirkman led to questions about the project.
Is Robert Kirkman even involved anymore? I don't even think he is. In fact, I think he sued AMC. He was like, fuck you guys, give me fucking royalty money. I don't even think he's involved. This is crazy.
Asked about updates on the Rick films years after their announcement, they still seem to be in early stages of the process with no sign of a production start, and they always gave very vague and confused answers that brought nothing concrete to the table. Long story short, the movies never got off the ground for the entire 4 years that followed their announcement. 4 years after which these movies were scrapped and reworked into a Rick and Michonne TV spin-off that's now slated to come out in 2024. And that's the only reason why Rick and Michonne reappear in the series finale of the original show. Not to actually have anything to do with the story ending, because it's not ending, but just to remind the audience that their spin-off is on the way. And that's what frustrates me so much. The Walking Dead finale is not a finale. It's just a transition point. It's a scam. It makes you feel like the show tricked you for 12 years. People invested so much into this show. The Walking Dead had a very loyal audience, but Scott Gimple and AMC always chose to take advantage of that with little to no shame. They never tried to do anything for the audience. They only ever tried to manipulate them or trick them into watching more. They're so desperate to make this franchise a thing, they're ready to pull anything to achieve it, and it's really unfortunate to see. And it's also not like it's really been working. AMC has been trying to kickstart a Walking Dead universe for the better part of a decade now, and it's never truly worked out for them. Fear the Walking.
This is literally just the part of my video just condensed down. I had a whole fucking diatribe about this. It's a friend group joke. Well, then no wonder I didn't fucking get it. You just gonna give inside jokes to strangers? That makes sense. Watch my Larry Dude song. It's good. I don't know if I'll be doing that, but sure.
Dead, the first spin-off the show ever had, is the most successful venture the franchise has had aside from the original show. It's about to end with its 7th season, I think, and everything I hear about it is negative. It seems like people have not liked this show in a really long time, and people who watch it seem to be just as annoyed with it as people were with the original show in season 7 and 8. I personally gave up on Fear the Walking Dead about halfway through its 2nd season, so I'm not really concerned.
Oh, he didn't even get to the good part. He didn't even get to the best part. Dude, I hear a lot of people that do that. I've seen so many Reddit posts being like, I'm halfway through season 2 of Fear the Walking Dead and I can't take it anymore. It's like, do I just stop watching? And everyone on Reddit is like, no. Fucking Redditors.
Here, but I don't know anyone who watches this show anymore, and maybe that's why it's ending. Then there is The Walking Dead World Beyond, a teen drama take on the zombie apocalypse that was just really bad. Nobody really watched it. It ended after 2 seasons, and the only relevant moments it had were one scene.
Well, it didn't end after 2 seasons. It was only planned for 2 seasons. It's not like it was like canceled or anything. He's being a bit misleading there. I don't get why people don't like season 2. I love season 2. I wouldn't say I love it. Love's a strong word, but it's pretty good.
Vaguely mentioned Rick Grimes and the post-credit scene of the series finale that teases a theory that the apocalypse might have started in France. And it also shows the possibility of more variant zombies that are more aggressive and that can run and hit, which is something that probably...
Hey, that's the guy that called Dream an F-slur. It's pretty epic.
It will play out in some way in the Daryl show because it takes place in Paris. But all in all, World Beyond was an insanely forgettable show that never really found an audience. It disappeared as quickly as it arrived. And finally, last year, we had Tales of the Walking Dead.
This is the only one I haven't seen.
An anthology spin-off series
Terry
that
Crews is
came
in it, so
and
I feel like I
went
have
so
to.
fast that most people are not aware that this show even exists. It was an underwhelming mess that didn't really know what to do with its vast realm of possibilities. It went largely unnoticed, and the few people who did watch it didn't like it all that much. And I think this show especially is a great vision of the state of the franchise right now. For what seems like an entire decade, the Walking Dead franchise has been in this perpetual state of throwing everything at the wall as it desperately hopes that something sticks. And unfortunately for them, none of it has really been working out the way they want. I mean, excuse the shitty pun, but The Walking Dead has been in a state of decay for like 5 or 6 years now. Actually, I don't apologize for that pun, I stand by it. And it looks like AMC is just reaching to try and bring the franchise back to its 2015-ish glory. But man, that's long.
And and that's the sad part. They're never gonna reach it again. Never. Now, unless they somehow pull like the greatest fucking comeback of all time, and they have like that one that like some finale spin-off or like some finale movie that just combines all the other spin-offs together, brings all these classic characters back together for one final fucking adventure that serves as like a send-off or whatever. Unless they do something great with that premise, there's no coming back. I hate to admit it. It's Jover.
The fact that they're ready to ruin.
I fucking love season 2. Raw dog it every night, cuddle with it, make it breakfast in bed. Bro is fucking until the room stinks, dude. Nicholas Cantu's in the Walking Dead universe. Yeah, he's Elton in World Beyond. I'm talking rizzing up Abdul. I'm gonna make him drool. He's a fool. Terry Crews is good, so I might check it out. Sure, be my guest. I will not be touching Tales of the Walking Dead until I have a fucking reason to. So, just Barry. I don't want to stay. All he does is play Minecraft and eat all that. What the fuck is happening? Am I having a goddamn penis disease?
In all of their iconic characters for the sake of milking this franchise
I have
with
penis
no
disease.
end
I'm
in
gay
sight
and retarded.
is really sad. I'm sure I'll get curious and check out the Daryl show and the Rick and Michonne show. I don't know if I'm gonna stick with them, but right now I don't see any hype for any of those spin-offs, and some of them are coming out this year. That's kind of crazy when you think about it. I don't know, it just feels so disappointing to invest over a decade into a show that never wanted to end, only to then bait the small amount of people that remain faithful to the show into watching other stuff if they want a definitive ending that is not even guaranteed. I really wanted the final season to prove me wrong for quitting on the show in season 10, to prove to everyone who quit on the show along the way that sticking with it would have been worth it, but I feel like it achieved the opposite. It proved everyone right. It proved to me and to the 94% of the colossal audience that quit that being so invested into this story and these characters is not worth it. I've talked about it at length on the channel, but I'm always wary of stories that make it very clear they have no end in sight, and that's what The Walking Dead is now. It's a story that keeps going just for the sake of it, and more often than not, these stories keep going until nobody wants to watch them anymore, and then it ends in a bit of a dud that, by default, cannot be satisfying to anyone. And it's a sad fate for a show that once was a cultural phenomenon of a scale we had never really seen before. In a meta way, you could say that the franchise itself is the real Walking Dead. Okay,
that's actually a good ass fucking bar to end on. That's actually kind of fire. I don't even necessarily agree with the premise, but that's a fucking fire. That's heat, dude. Here's some subbing. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, pal. I'm gay.
That wasn't my best joke, but please subscribe. There's almost 500,000 of us in here. Look, I don't know what The Walking Dead will evolve into. I genuinely don't. But I doubt this franchise will ever become the popular cinematic universe the creators desperately want it to be. If it ever had the potential to, I think that ship sailed like 7 or 8 years ago.
Oh, I completely agree.
At the end of the day, it's a show that was ruined by the greed of the people making it. People who chose a corporate route of banking on never-ending build-up to milk this franchise for everything it has. They turned it into this long, overly dragged-out story that feels like it's constantly building towards something that never happens. I will always remember the early seasons fondly, not only for what they were, but for all the moments it brought me and my friends and family as we all experienced it together. But every time I look at it, just like a lot of people out there, I cannot help but see what The Walking Dead really is. The greatest fall from grace in television history.
This man has clearly never seen Fear the Walking Dead. He would be singing a completely different tune if he was watching Fear the Walking Dead. That's all I'm saying, dude. All right, so it's been 2 hours since we started watching videos. We've only gotten through one video. This one's an hour and 10 minutes. I'm gay. I'm going to actually go... I heard my dog walking around upstairs. I'm going to see if she has to shit or piss. Or diarrhea. I don't know. BRB. Let's pull up the poop. Do I have the poop? I have the poop. Okay. Oh, bunghole. Okay, I stand corrected. No doggy shit. No doggy make a doo-doo. Oh, I'm gay. All right. Could always break this one in half. I would not mind that. Let's break this one in half. How old is this video? 2016. This is definitely not going to be as nostalgic, but it's definitely going to be the same vibe. Abdulaziz. I'm gonna goon in his cave. Oh, dude, what the fuck is this, bro? I'm having a stroke. All right, how long is this? 16 minutes. This one's 2 minutes. All right. Okay, yeah, we can fit all these in. You can maybe even fit the whole thing in this bitch in. Let's just speed this guy up a little, and hope I don't have as much to say as I think I do. I am sweating dick. I might turn this fan on. Phantom tax. Oh, and we have an actual video.
At the end of every video,
Wavy web surfs to go. This is old school wavy web surf back when he was balding. I'm balding too. Hey guys, balding here. Ronald Balding. All right. All right. Top 50 unsettling bosses in games, Series 1.
Games disturbing and violent content. Viewer discretion advised.
What makes a video game boss so disturbing? Is it that it leaves us players reeling from our encounter? Is it its gruesome, malformed appearance? Or something even more sinister?
Many take on the physical aspects of a twisted version of the human form, mirroring us as a flawed species.
These Oreos have been sitting out for like however long we've watched that Walking Dead video. These things are probably like fucked up.
Appearance and actions. Here, for you, are the top 50 disturbing bosses in games.
Okay, here's gonna be the game for this video. Are they actually gonna be disturbing? You forgot the outro of the Walking Dead video, ending it with a banger send off. What you mean, bruh? Watch this guy's fucking. Speed of which, why is the outro of this guy's video the most replayed? That's very weird.
Scarface, Smash TV. 90s arcade kids will remember fighting this boss from the carnage-filled title, Smash TV.
Yep, I left these Oreos out for too long. Now they're soft. Your Walking Dead video that's going to become a video. Wait, what? Oh, this one. Oh, I don't need that. Oh, yeah. Anyways, this video is like, okay, I guess. Thought it was going to be worse than it was. It was actually kind of decent. Kind of a good video. I don't agree with some of it. But I don't think the guy meant anything bad, anything like offensive by it. Or it was like, I don't think the guy making it was like, he had like malicious intent or anything. I don't think he was trying to be like, this shit sucks dick and it's gay and you suck dick for liking it and you're gay for liking it. I don't think he was going for that vibe, which was definitely the vibe I thought he was originally going to go into it with. I thought it was going to be a completely different vibe than what I was getting, but yeah, it ended up being a pretty reasonable video. Filled with takes I don't agree with, but I'm more of a hardcore fan, so of course. Anyways, was this fucking some gay guy?
Scarface is the nastiest looking antagonist in the whole game. Powerful,
you can call me
creepy, and
Scarface,
grotesque.
snorting mountains of cocaine.
He has a head encased in a protective circular casing with his brain visibly poking out the top. It can take up a lot of room around the arena, easily trapping the player, and only gets faster the further into the battle you go. To quickly take Scarface out, focus on destroying the armor plating before maintaining continuous fire on the head. While dodging Scarface fireball volley attacks, the damage you inflict is shown by the amount of bruises and lacerations on its face.
Oh wow, dude, that's so
Its
disturbing.
skin falls off, and you see its skeleton.
Oh wow, dude, a guy explodes into a skeleton in a fucking shooting game where things explode and die. Yeah, dude, that's real disturbing. I'm real disturbed by that. Now, if this was happening in like Hello Kitty Adventure or some shit, then like, okay, yeah, that's disturbing. But this is a game where like it's already weird blood and gore and shit, clearly. So clearly it's not that disturbing. You're just a pussy.
Underneath, as you continue to attack the armored skull.
In fact,
the
I
bone
think that's
becomes
rad
brittle
as fuck.
And shatters when defeated.
Gopher. Gradius 2. In a game where you normally blast alien ships and multicolored orbs, this boss literally comes out of nowhere. Gopher is a cybernetic bioweapon that became a staple in the Gradius series because of his alarming appearance. Although an easy boss to defeat, the player would need to attack the tentacles attached to his head while avoiding the projectiles that shoot from its mouth. Gopher's appearance grew less disturbing and creepy as more Gradius games were released.
I mean, what even qualifies as like disturbing to these people? That's what I don't understand. Like their criteria for unsettling or disturbing is like slightly creepy. The barometer for this shit is really weird.
First boss, Cyberlip. A typical run-and-gun game in the same vein as Contra, Cyberlip's bosses are usually mechanical or robotic. But this boss represents the
I like how
backstory of
every
the game.
entry so far has also been like a
frightening
shoot 'em up.
android experiment with a weirdly phallic appearance.
For whatever
this
reason.
boss churns your stomach until the moment you complete the level. Another design that makes us question, just how did this boss get through the game sensors back then?
I mean, there's nothing to really censor. Just a big old glob of goo. What's to censor? It's not even disturbing. I mean, it could vaguely look like a penis if you squint.
Dorothy, Galarians, an AI bent on becoming the god of her own human experiments that blindly
Oh my god, I
obey
want to cream pie her pussy
Dorothy
so hard.
is a boss with a backstory as unsettling as her appearance. With an eyeball that emerges from her mouth.
Oh my god, I want
cables
to
for
fuck.
hair that viciously
I wanted
whip
to
the
suck
player,
me clean,
and
dude.
flesh that looks
Look at
rotten
those fucking
and
teeth.
coarse. The only thing that could add to her appearance would be the ability to actually see her during the boss fight. Due to the poor foresight of the professors that created her, they gave Dorothy a sentient mind, and as she began to question her own destiny, they taught her about the concept of God. She learned that she must serve her creator, but she soon
What is this
realized that her power
Sonic.exe bullshit?
was
Oh, they
greater than her
taught it about
creator,
God.
and that she too
The fucking
could
AI
become
goes,
God.
I am God. Like, what do you...
A classic example of artificial intelligence gone mad. Power without a heart is always evil.
Foreshadowing, because AI is gay.
Mother, Turok 2, Seeds of Evil. Turok is known for dinosaurs and big guns, but this boss is something more ancient and sinister than your average T-Rex. Mother is a massive, blubbery cyclops with a behind resembling an arachnid's abdomen. She spawns small creatures from her body and sends them to attack you.
So far,
Each
I'm not
arm
disturbed
separates
or
into 3
unsettled.
tentacles after being blown off, using them to whip the player into submission, and even more maneuvering herself around the arena. These are her weak points, as the rest of her is practically invulnerable. Once finally destroyed,
I'm not
spider-like
disturbed or
legs
unsettled,
emerge
just
from
see a
her
big
abdomen.
lizard.
She forgoes the ranged battle to instead get up close and personal with you, attacking with her arm stumps. When enough damage is inflicted upon her, Mother flees the scene. She is the only boss that is never killed in the Turok series, and it's unclear what happens to her after escaping her fate.
You pronounced it escape. ESL. What am I doing?
Andre Almeida, Killer 7. After being mutated by the Heaven Smile genes, Andre becomes a mangled mass of coagulated blood, which has taken over every fiber of his being. His only weak spot is his hair, his only connection to his now transmuted appearance and psyche. And it must be destroyed in
Okay,
order
I
to
can
allow
see
him
how
a
that's a
small
little
amount of
disturbing,
absolution
but
for
it
his
doesn't look
deeds.
like it's really disturbing in
The boss battle
context.
itself is fairly simple, and can be won quite easily.
Sorry, liberals, but nothing disturbs me anymore after I watch Top
Matt
10
Helms.
Herobrine sightings.
No More Heroes 2. A mix of American and Japanese horror tropes. Matt Helms is an undead pyromaniac who made a deal with the devil to kill his parents, who abandoned him to die in a house fire. Matt's incessant giggling and childish screams make the fights even more harrowing. A supernatural assassin who seems to have 2 different manifestations, a young, blood-soaked boy, and an overweight masked man with a flame-throwing axe. In battle, Matt Helms wields a massive flamethrower with a huge axe-like blade attached to the barrel.
That's
he mainly uses
badass.
slow, powerful swings of his
A
weapon,
fucking axe
supplemented with blasts of
flamethrower.
flame
That's the
and
coolest
Molotov
shit of all
cocktails.
time.
His hulking frame and
Literally the
childlike
coolest
demeanor
thing ever.
are stripped away at the end of the fight, and Travis continues on with his mission.
Birdie, Binding of Isaac.
Dude,
Birdie is a box.
the whole point of this game is that it's gross and disturbing. You can't use the fucking Binding of Isaac. You fucking bunch of pussies.
Box constructed out of a mixture of organs, arteries, with a brown appendage on her side. Her face also moves around her body as the bottle progresses, appearing all over her massive form. She looks as though she is constantly laughing and is missing her left eye. Gertie does not move from her position in the exact middle of the room she is found in. She has quite a high level of health as she is immobile, and it is relatively easy to avoid her moveset. However, don't take this fight for granted. Sometimes, her attacks may sneak up on you.
I like how these entries aren't even explaining why they're disturbing. They're just being like, haha, this boss is kind of hard. Well, it looks the boss looks stinky and gross, but it's kind of like easy though.
Clotho, God of War 2.
Is that a big fat
Clotho
tit?
is the youngest of 3 fates.
Do they well, are they censoring are they censoring man titties? They're censoring the moobs, dude? That's awesome.
That Kratos must face in battle.
They're so afraid of getting demonetized that they're censoring the moobs.
As well as multiple arms.
Even though you're allowed to show moobs.
Waist down and unable to support her immense weight. Clotho desperately tries to warn Kratos of the dangers of affecting the threads of time, but he takes no heed in order to complete his quest. Clotho's only means of attacking the player are her many arms. She does not try to stop him in any other way, despite potentially having the ability to utilize energy balls like the other fates, or even the ability to alter time. However, it is possible that her years of immobility.
Oh, it's a she, so it's not man titties, it's not movies. No movies is regular
by using his blade attacks. In the end, Clotho meets her demise when she has her head sliced into by the enormous pendulum blade that hangs at the back of the stage. Female tripod, Dead Space 2. The tripods
They call me the
are made
tripod.
from multiple corpses and appear as 2 forms, male and female.
You know why.
With the latter being more
It's my
horrific.
big cock.
Encountered in the
It's
church
like my
of
third
Neoptolemy,
leg.
the female tripod
If I
leaps at
stand
the
up like
player
a
and
tripod,
grabs him
you
off
know
the
what
floor.
I'm
She will then try to cut you with her bladed tongue. A child's body can be made outgrowing from her drag tentacle protruding from her mouth. The child's pulsing yellow abdomen acts as the weak point of this boss, but it's only reachable now that you're at its mercy.
See, now that is actually disturbing and unsettling. However, it also comes from a game that's already disturbing and unsettling, so it comes off as less disturbing and unsettling. You know what I mean?
Sliced up, thrown around, and finally impaled.
Abdullah Riz. I just can't even fucking pronounce that off the top of my head.
Dear Hunter, Time Splitters, Future Perfect. As you fight your way through the ruined mansion with Jobeth Casey, Cortez will stumble upon a dining hall where a large, demented deer's head hangs on the wall.
Oh no,
Its
a
teeth
deer's
red
head.
And eyes milky white. After fighting off a horde of zombies, the wall will shudder and break, revealing the freshly grown flayed muscle and bone of the deer hunter's body.
What a freaking
and lets
Wendigoon.
out a terrifying roar before
I just call it a Wendigoon. I don't know when to go. Wendigoon's a guy, silly me.
the horrific experimental side effects
Hair looks
engages
so
the player
fucking
with
gay right
lightning
now.
speed. It slashes at
The
the player
club can't
with menacing
even
hooks
handle me
and
right
continuously assaults
now.
you with its sharp antlers. Movement is
Nice, I'm
key to
spamming this
defeating
bullshit in my
boss,
fucking chat.
and even
I
once
don't know what
it's
this
dead,
means.
You will still
I don't
be
get the
wary
joke.
of
I don't
its
get the
return.
bit.
I'm gonna need therapy after this.
Killability, Lollipop Chainsaw. His killer Elvis looks with the pompadour hair,
Oh, that's badass
high-collared
as
jacket,
fuck.
and cool sunglasses accompany his 5-star difficulty rating. As expected of a zombie at the age of 666, Killability is quite clearly morbidly obese, not that it really matters, as he has the face of a roadmap. Despite these disadvantages, he has a wide variety of attacks, able to pick up the player and flick them, slam his clawed hands, spew dangerous projectiles, shoot lasers from his eyes, summon and control classic American cars, flop his tongue out onto the arena, and guitar swing minions onto the arena. And this fight ain't over until the fat rock star has a hole blasted through his head.
That's fucking awesome. It's not disturbing or unsettling though, so I don't know why the fuck it's on this list. Lollipop
Giant
Chainsaw
creep.
seems like a fun game. Like
Freedom
we can't go wrong with hot
Harlan Ray's
ladies
obsession with
killing
creating
people.
and obtaining the power of a psychic commander inspired
What
him
the
to torture
fuck
and
is that?
experiment on Paxton
Okay,
Patel
that's
and
actually
Point Man.
disturbing and unsettling.
Perhaps
I'll give
it
him
was
points
his
for this one.
proximity to them for so many years. Alma's great burst of psychic power.
That's
or
like that's
combination of
fucking
the two,
eldritch.
has
I
Silent
love
Creep.
that.
A
Was it
skeletal,
from Fear?
fleshy creature
Fear
created
3.
from the manifested memories of Harlan Wade. His presence is felt throughout the game.
Abdul
but the final
Aziz
appearance is most notable. He is encountered in the
Ratoon
nightmare
Seek.
world, realm
That's how you
of
say
the
it. I don't
creep.
give a fuck how you say it. I don't
It
know what
towers
the
above
fuck.
the arena and
The
due to
joke
its size,
is.
both its smash attack and fire
I don't get the
deal
joke,
heavy
is my
damage.
point.
It can also summon replica soldiers to distract the player whilst it builds energy for the next assault. Only when it opens its mouth, which in itself is big enough to swallow
I'd
both
goon
brothers
in
whole,
this cave. Hell
will
yeah,
expose
dude.
its weak spot, a
Gooning
shining
time.
cluster
We're going
of red
gooner
light.
mode.
As the creep is injured, its horrific form shatters in a fit of unrelenting pain. The creep tears its head apart, revealing Harlan Wade's face briefly before being engulfed by eternal light.
Why do these videos always have like 5 fucking narrators?
Ultimate Evil. Splatterhouse.
Just narrate the shit yourself. It's
After
not
saving
hard.
Jennifer from the new mansion and escaping the lake monster, It appears Rick and his love are in the clear as they trek through
Oh
the forest.
wow, another disturbing and unsettling game boss from a fucking
Its
already
mass is made of
horror
warped
game.
humanoid and canine faces,
Makes perfect
seemingly
sense.
the shape of a heart. It launches independently moving heads from its body to attack the player. You must fight your way through the swarm to hit the main body. After multiple strikes, it will drop heads from above in an attempt to further avoid you. Hit it enough, and the mass will pop, revealing the winged demon within. It is faster than the others, swooping down at you from above.
You need to take
It can
turns to
easily whittle
recruit
down your
from the
health so
horror.
close to victory. Should you defeat it,
That's one way to-
the
that's one way
mansion
to
will
put it.
disappear into the lake, and
One way
Rick
to
and Jennifer
justify
can
it.
finally live in peace.
Those who died are justified. I saw guys. I like guys.
Mystery Boss. Low G-Man. The Mystery Boss is the ultimate encounter at the conclusion of Low G-Man. After traversing down a path
I like how they're
bordered
also. I
by
feel like they're
strange
making up
blue
games
veins,
too. Like, what
you
the fuck is
encounter a
Low
floating mass
G-Man?
hovering in the
Nobody
air.
has ever heard of this game
is
ever.
the Mystery Boss. Its origins unknown. Its identity,
Nobody knows what
well,
this is.
a mystery. It could be a single creature, or maybe some kind of vessel.
The joke is that there's a
But no
kid in my
matter what,
school named Abdul
it is
Aziz
hostile,
who
and the
everyone acts
commander of
gay
all enemy
to, and we
forces
call
up to
him
this point. Many of its attacks are
Rapoon
easily avoided. Brain-like
Someone
blobs
called
on its
him
exterior excrete slow-moving
Rapoon so
orbs,
yeah, the
and its
joke is
legs
that we
move back
act
and
gay
forth,
for this guy.
defending its green eye. Destroy all of these
That's
to some
fucking epic.
final obstacle.
But like, you
A
should also
green
probably
humanoid
explain
figure
that
that
before you
stretched
start
backwards and
like
forwards along the top of the mystery box.
you spewing the
Flinging
punchline to
balls
an
of
inside
energy
joke that only
every
several
appearance.
people actually know about.
Once again, these attacks
and
are
not
easy to
me.
avoid, as with many of the bosses on this list.
Yeah.
Upon its defeat, the mystery boss.
These people cheat a lot by using horror games. I mean, it's not even cheating to use a horror game. It's just like it shouldn't count because it's a horror game.
Hell Chaos, Splatterhouse 1988.
You just
Hell
used
Chaos
this
is the
fucking
stage
game, you
7's final
dick.
boss of the 1988 arcade game Splatterhouse.
You can't use
The
it
antagonist
twice.
rises from its own grave,
I guess you
revealing its
can, but,
stretched,
like, what the
deformed
fuck?
head. You must attack his face whilst avoiding falling rocks and the two giant rotting hands that attempt to grab you. When defeated, the ghostly afterimage of a face flickers and combusts, concluding the game. Although there are theories as to the origins of Hell Chaos, the most common being as a result of Darker West experimentations, none can be confirmed as characters in the story vary from arcade to console versions. The fight itself is very easy, and the fandom have comically dubbed this boss Captain Mozzarella due to the pizza-like features of his face.
You do be looking pizza type beat. You know what I'm saying? I'm gay.
Nightmare. Metroid Fusion. A mixture of organic and mechanical components, Nightmare was created purely for military purposes. It possesses immense strength and looks somewhat like an enormous metal chrysalis. It has one weak spot, the pulsating gravity manipulator on what seems to be its stomach.
It sounds so
Samus
rap
must
as a
shoot this
little
while
pussy.
deftly avoiding the oncoming laser attacks from Nightmare. As it is worn down in battle, it enters its second phase. Nightmare uses the manipulator to increase gravity, disadvantaging Samus so she can't jump, meaning that the player has to be up close and personal with missile attacks, or use the plasma beam. Nightmare begins to live up to its name and become truly grotesque as green liquid begins to pour from its body, and it sways in a
I mean, I
snake-like
wouldn't call
manner.
it quite grotesque. It is
Eventually,
fucking a
Samus
little
destroys
bit
Nightmare's
gross.
base armor and the manipulator, restoring gravity to the area. In its third phase, Nightmare begins to fly sporadically around the stage and shoot lasers at will. Samus must attack the now bare face by jumping and using the ladder in the room
cheeks,
to
honey
retaliate and
buns,
avoid getting
smooch
hit.
'em, swamps.
Eventually, the
What
player
the
defeats
fuck?
Nightmare,
What
allowing
is this?
Samus to
What is this
Samus
fucking
Rex.
Discord Reddit bullshit? You.
Cerberus, Dante's Inferno. Originally from Greek mythology, the Garden of Gluttony, the third circle of hell, Cerberus is truly a sight to behold. A three-headed monster emerges from an enormous humanoid body trapped in the muck of hell. One large maw and four smaller mouths for eyes make up each head. These allow it to devour anything in its path and regurgitate the souls of the damned and spit them at Dante as overchewed globs. To defeat this beast, you must decapitate the two outermost heads that lunge forward and try to bite you. You can use crusted overpuss geysers to burn the head into submission and slicing them off with a scythe. When facing the final head, Cerberus fools you into getting too close and eating you whole, but that won't stop a warrior like you.
I'm gay and autistic and retarded.
Leviathan. Dead Space. As you work your way through the food storage facility of the USG Ishimura, you will eventually happen upon the Leviathan. Like a disease, this giant formless necromorph
I'm
latched
bad at
itself onto the ship
fizz.
and began spreading throughout
The
the deck,
fuck you mean?
contaminating the air and blocking your advance. It awakens to your presence and begins attacking you with its three large tentacles that can be dodged, if you are skilled at maneuvering through a zero-gravity environment. Each tentacle has an obvious weak spot, a gelatinous yellow sac, but they can be dangerous as they can slam the tunnel. And you,
The
if you
big
don't
old
move fast enough.
glabsky of goo.
Severing them from its body reveals an open maw at the mass's center that spits explosive wastes. Use kinesis to hurl the waste balls back into the opening to damage the core
Okay,
for an easy
this
victory.
isn't okay. See, instead of actually explaining why this boss is like disturbing or unsettling or whatever the list is supposed to be, you're just explaining how to beat the boss. Craig, I don't care how to beat the boss. Explain to me why it's disturbing or unsettling or scary or creepy or whatever the fucking point of the list is. And contribute to the actual list. Stop describing the boss fight. I don't care.
Beat this several times to defeat it. Put an end to its toxic
So you're fighting a toilet. Like it's yeah,
at over
skibidi
10
toilet.
kilotons. This is one of the
Skibidi
heaviest
dub
bosses
dub
on
dub
this
yes
list.
yes
And
skibidi
assuming
dub
human
dub
organic tissue
beep.
make up its entire mass.
You better watch
a
out for
total
the
of about
Aziz disease. It might goon all
169,492
over you.
people of average weight were used to make it.
I don't know about that.
Neo X Death, Final Fantasy V. X Death's pursuit to control the power of the void leads him down a path where he is corrupted by the very power he seeks. Consumed in its tree form, Final Fantasy V's main antagonist becomes Neo X Death, a combined mass of demon-shaped man
That's what my
riding above
penis
3
looks
female
like.
figures, 2 ethereal hounds, the horned face of a horrific beast, and 3 skeletal figures beneath a golden serpent's head. He attacks the player's party with incredible speed and power, but for the more damaging of his moves, signs of preparation can be seen warning you to get
It's after minutes when the videos come out. That's when the fucking high school kids come
Signs
out.
of preparation can be seen warning you to get ready for a massive hit. These moves are Almagist, an elemental spell that afflicts sap upon your team, and Grand Cross, which brings multiple negative effects to the party. For any chance of survival, defeat the 4 sections of Neo X Death that deal more damage to you over the sections that are physically weaker and easily destroyed. When down to its last living section, Neo X Death will slowly rely on its powerful meteor attack until either it or the player are defeated. Before he is able to erase the universe from existence, the Light Warriors overcome him, and, like his physical form, X Death's dream of wielding great power dissolve away into nothingness.
Queen of the Underworld, Blood Rain. Due to her immense size alone, the Queen of the Underworld is renowned as the most powerful Marasrak of them all. She is encountered where the voodoo priestess Marassa performed a summoning ritual to call her out of her domain. Take care also, as the Queen of the Underworld births smaller incarnations of the Marasrak to aid in defending her. Many of the player's attacks and abilities do little to no damage to her as she stands, meaning you must attempt to hack her limbs off one by one in order to defeat her. They will
Alright, I
continue
think
to
we'll stop
regenerate
this video
after a
at
time,
like
but
26
utilizing
or
hit and run
25.
tactics will allow you to slowly bring her down.
So you could fit other shit in, because I don't want to watch this. I don't know how many more movies I could take before it makes me fucking angry.
Patriarch, Killing Floor 2. The Patriarch is one of the final bosses in Killing Floor 2. His appearance is vastly different compared to the first game. He no longer has any hair on his head. His glasses have seemingly disappeared.
Oh wow, that's so scary. He's balding and has no glasses. You'll never believe this. Oh wow, guys. Real scary. I'm doing a cosplay of this character right now. Amazing. Do I actually look like a hot... I almost look like a hot piece of ass. Like, I'm not gonna lie. No, I leave that or look ugly as
His
shit. I
eyes
can't
no
tell.
longer
I don't know.
bulbous and bloodshot, but rather they are both grizzled into a near reptilian standard.
I'm going
His flesh
reptile
has been
mode.
mutated to a sticky green color and looks coarse and covered in green pustules. His chest tentacle, which is rumored to contain his
I'm a
heart,
homosexual.
is hardened into a claw-like protrusion which can attack the player if they get too close. His arm is covered in the pustules as well as several tendrils which only act as his other weak spot besides his chest tentacle. When fighting this boss, it is recommended to stay away from melee
What even
attacks
is an
and focus on
Iraq
trying to
person?
stun
Like, what do
him
they
with
even
explosives
speak?
and critical hits.
Iraqis?
Players should not stand close together, as he will try and use his mortar
That's
attack
fucking
to kill
amazing.
all of them at once and end the fight quickly.
That is morally amusing.
Broodmother, Dragon Age Origins. After being infected by the taint, females will desire the taste of flesh, and upon ingesting sufficient quantities, become the broodmother, a putrid, overflowing mass
More
of flame
big ol'
blubber.
fucking
She spews
tits.
toxic slime that damages attackers, and berates intruders with her 4 tentacles
As I
that
said,
can use
don't
the
take
ooze the
glasses
chamber
off,
is
it's better
coated
with
in
mine.
to move
No, I
around the
don't.
room. If damaged,
I look
they will
significantly
retreat in
better
order to
without
heal,
glasses, but
giving
I
the player a
refuse to
chance
wear
attack the
contacts.
boss's hideous form. But be warned, the queen will summon her minions, darkspawn shrieks,
I can't
to flank your
do
party from behind,
contacts, straight
trapping
up.
you in between. They are her children, determined
Can
by
I
her
suck
elven
those
race enable to
fucking
spawn
big,
as many as
beautiful
50 in
breasts?
single gestation. As the fight continues, each obstacle becomes tougher and inflicts even more damage. When defeated, you discover that the true horror lies not in her appearance,
fucking gross.
but the betrayal she underwent in order to become the Broodmother.
Looks like the thing fucking Luke Skywalker drink blue
Hydra,
milk
the
out of
body
in the
weapon.
fucking Last
Shinobi
Jedi.
3, Return of the Ninja Master. Hydra the body weapon is the third boss of Shinobi 3. and is a hideously grotesque abomination, which is the result of hundreds of failed experiments dumped into the sewers. As the player descends into the rotting sewer system,
half of this
the
list
Hydra
so
is
far
alerted
has
to
just
your
been like,
presence and
whoa,
stalks the player in an
gross
attempt to
pile
ambush
of
you.
meat with no
The combination
skin
of all
in
previous
a
experiments
vaguely in the
compiled
shape
into
of a
one
person,
creature
that's
has
real
improved its
scary,
overall
dude.
performance. Able to launch balls of flesh from its head and shoot
Yeah,
lasers
stop at
from its mouth
25.
with
It's
precision.
halfway, but I think that's what I'm doing.
With each
Stop at
succeeding hit
25.
from the player, the life form uses its hands to defend itself down the narrow passage. Its only true defense is submerging itself in the raw sludge temporarily, before resurfacing to launch a counterattack. The fight may not be too difficult, but the impact it leaves will last for a long time to come.
Gay. These people would not be able to
Carcass
handle an episode
cried
of
fear.
Rick and Morty.
After the sudden suicide of his close friend Sophie before his very eyes, Simon's grief at her demise and her rejection of
yeah,
his
I
feelings
think
toward her
you
summoned Carcass, a wriggling, nimbus human form.
Yeah,
of
you ever
rotten
hear of a
meat.
show called
It
Rick
hovers
and
in the
Morty?
air
Yeah,
around the
you're a
rooftop
little
where it
bit
can
too
count, walk highly in a chair
tiny-brained
with its only
to
means of
understand it, I
movement being the
think.
6 chains around its frame. The
You're not
terrifying
quite at
manifestation is actually
the
quite
level
fascinating
of
because he is able to
scary
throw gassy
nihilism
human heads
that I am
wrapped in
at to
bandages
understand the
home in
show.
the player, making them hard to avoid.
I'm also like
Expect a
really
difficult fight
fucking
on your hands.
freaking gay.
Once its health has been drained, Carcass will fall from the sky into the darkness below without a trace. Carcass's boss battle plays an important role in determining the ending Cry of Fear.
I also feel like they're just making up fucking games. Like half of those games don't even fucking exist. Like what is that? Alright, we'll stop that one there. Alright. Okay. Alright, I'm gay. Alright, so this is another Nick Robinson video. We gotta slow down with this motherfucker. I can only tolerate this guy in small doses. Basically, me and my friends listened to your Love the Way You Lie Sus remix. One of the lines was, I'm black, you coming on my backs. So we had it, I'm from Iraq, and there we made that joke. How does that flow? How does the flow work on that? I'm black, you coming on my back, here we go again. I'm from Iraq, so when it's going good, it's going gay. Like, how does that... Cry of Fear is actually a good game. I'll take your word for it. Alright, so this is the Nintendo character with 0 Google search results. Judging by this, I'm assuming it's a character from Rusty's Real Deal Baseball, which I'm sure only 5 people played. One of them was Scott the Woz. And none of them were me.
For you, and I think it's a pretty interesting one. Today, I am going to be telling you the story of the most obscure Nintendo character of all time. A character so unknown, so obscure that searching this character's name on Google to this day, I expect it to change after this video, but as of today, Googling this character results in literally 0 results. Today, I'm going to tell you everything I know about this character.
Whoa. That's so fucking disturbing and I'm still on the disturbing and unsettling thing. That's so fucking... Whoa, dude, that's so fucking crazy and interesting. Whoa. The TV show with only one person seeding the torrent. You ever get that McDonald's game on your 3DS? I do. I do have it. I can show you right now I have this game on my 3DS. Let's pull it up. I haven't actually launched it. I would like to stream it, but I can't because it doesn't. The capture's not gonna work. But gaming, I do have it on the 3DS. Yeah, here we go. Oh, back up, cunt. You can't read it, but it says McDonald's on it. It says ECDP's McDonald's. I think that's pretty freaking epic. Alright, let me turn this off. Gaming.
Including the extremely specific set of circumstances that led me to discover them. So once upon a time, way back in 2014, that's 5 years ago now, Nintendo unleashed a game onto the world.
2014, that's 10 years ago now. Holy shit.
Called Rusty's Real Deal Baseball. And this game, which was, I thought, really fun, arcadey collection of baseball-themed minigames, was notable for one major reason. It was Nintendo's first ever attempt at a free-to-play title. This was before Animal Crossing Pocket Camp, before Fire Emblem Heroes,
it was a
before
live
any of that stuff existed.
Nintendo's first live service
This was a 3DS game that was Nintendo's first ever dipping of their toes into the free-to-play genre. And of course, being Nintendo, they did not just release a normal, typical free-to-play game. They made something very weird. They made something that I think is one of the most interesting and charming 3DS titles of all time, and it's something that no one else on Earth could have ever made. And while most free-to-play games are full of the, typical
He's hitting
crappy
absolute dingers. Look at those
in-game
things.
ads or lives-based systems and multiple currencies and cooldown timers you have to wait through, Rusty's Real Deal Baseball kind of threw all of those tropes out the window and did something totally different. So in the place of all of the typical free-to-play crap, they had this entirely original mechanic. It's something I've never seen before or really since.
So where you can haggle
the way it worked was
with
in
prices
Rusty's Real
and
Deal
shit, right?
Baseball. There's an in-game shop and an in-game shopkeeper named Rusty, and you're actually able to haggle with this in-game shopkeeper to reduce the real-world monetary price of the minigames he has for sale. Now, initially, each of those minigames that he sells are $4 each, but through a combination of negotiation and bribing him with donuts and other various items, you can get each game's price down to drastically less than what he's initially asking. Now, I actually like the minigames in Rusty's Real Deal Baseball a lot. They're solid, highly polished, arcadey games with like lots of separate challenges and just phenomenal sound design and just like a ton of Nintendo charm. They kind of evoke Wii Sports for me in a way. If you enjoy that
again,
type
with this
of
time say,
arcadey,
I'm black, I'm from
semi-sports
Iraq,
stuff, I
you're
would
coming
really
on my
recommend you
back,
check
here
this
we
out
go
if you're a
again.
3DS
Well, I
owner.
can't do that because the syllables don't fucking work. See, this is what a lot of people don't understand about making gay parodies, is that the syllables have to match. The syllables don't match there. There's fucking too many syllables now. It's like, I'm black, I'm from Iraq, you're coming on my back. Like, doesn't make any, it doesn't flow with the actual lyrics of the song. It rhymes, doesn't flow. There's no flow. How about if I do, okay, like, I'm black, I'm coming on Iraq, here we go again. It's so insane, because when it's going good, it's going gay. I'm Eminem, and I'm sucking a man. I don't know.
The haggling aspect of
my own
Rusty's Real
lyrics
Deal Baseball is clearly where the heart and soul of this game lies. Rusty, the titular Rusty Slugger, whose name is in the title, is a
They call my dick
hilariously
the Rusty
tragic
Slugger.
character. He's a broken man with a failing business, a collapsing marriage, and 10 kids to feed. All things that Rusty will never hesitate to remind you of during your negotiations with him. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that the main weapon Rusty wields against you when you're negotiating on prices with him is guilt. It's something to behold, and it's actually something I discussed in greater depth when I first covered this game 5 years ago on Rev 3 Games. But there's one aspect of this game that I've never really seen anyone discuss before. In all the glowing press coverage of this game's unique monetization method, no one ever really talked about one aspect of it, and I'll explain what I mean. See, a while back, my apartment suffered a serious fire, and I lost all of my game consoles and all of my handhelds.
Oh,
in the process.
no.
I've got a whole video.
The Soy Boy's
in
worst
that
nightmare.
burnt out space over here. And over time, I've gradually.
I say,
rebuilt my collection.
I make fun of that, but if that happened to me, I'd also be very mad. If I had to rebuy all this fucking whole setup, I'd be furious. Especially if insurance didn't cover that shit. It was like a $3,000 PC. That alone is gonna piss me off if I had to remake that. I'd lose all my hard drive space, lose all my fucking torrent and TV shows on my fucking other hard drive.
With
Be a
one
mess.
of my last purchases being a Nintendo 2DS XL, but I didn't actually get around to re-downloading my game library until around last month sometime. And when looking through all the different games and going through that honestly very fun present unwrapping process that Nintendo has you do when installing a 3DS title, I stumbled onto Rusty's Real Deal Baseball, which was a game I had some really fond memories of. And it got me wondering, how will the re-download process work?
Oh, and of course
before
he's gonna
these
play it in
unconventionally
public because he's
purchased
really
minigames?
he's
I mean, in
cool like
theory,
that.
It's a free game with DLC that you've purchased, but I honestly have no idea how Nintendo structured the back end of it. Were each of the different possible game prices separate eShop items? Would I have to negotiate the exact same way to re-download? I had no idea how it was going to work, but I was fascinated by seeing how Nintendo solved this very weird problem they'd created. So I re-downloaded and reinstalled Rusty's Real Deal Baseball, got through the negotiation process, just kind of hammered through it as quickly as possible, and discovered this. Basically, when you reinstall the game, because there's no cloud saves on 3DS, you are starting from a brand new save file, which means that all of the tutorial stuff, all of the negotiation stuff that you do with Rusty, all that is still there, and you still have to go through it. However, the end result is basically the same. When every time you get to the end of a negotiation, no matter what price you've negotiated him on, you go to the eShop where instead of charging you real money, the game just lets you download that minigame again for free. Now this put me in an interesting position because now I knew that no matter what I said or did in the negotiation, I could just
Nick
re-download the game
Robinson,
for
more
free.
like
So
Dick
it put me in
Robinson.
this
They
unique
fucking got his
position
ass, dude.
To investigate something I'd always kind of wondered in the back of my mind. I'd always wondered what happens if you don't negotiate with Rusty. Like, what if you just pay for the games out of pocket, his exact asking price, full price, $4 a pop? No.
God Christ, hang on, let me fix my fucking audio again.
No talking him down. I was curious, like, was there any unique dialogue acknowledging that you did that? And I was suddenly.
Why are you leaving your
find
ums
out.
in the
So
fucking
that's
video,
exactly
dude?
what
You're trying to make a good documentary. What the fuck are you doing? I know it's a 5-year-old video, and you just
And what I
clearly
discovered
improved
was
since then. But
this.
what the fuck?
It turns out Rusty's Real Deal Baseball does not actually want you to pay full price for any of these mini games. It actually takes great pains to avoid letting you pay full price. And I'll illustrate what I mean with a few examples. See, maybe you've heard of this phenomenon called dark patterns, which is basically this method by which nefarious user interface designers go out of their way to try to drive you towards a specific option, usually a pricier option with the intent to separate you from more of your money. A really good example that I found in person was last year I went to a Dave & Buster's to play Dance Dance Revolution, and I wanted to put like $20 on my Dave & Buster's card. And so I went up to one of the machines, and every step of the way, just page after page after page of these distracting pop-ups encouraging me to add, quote, more value by paying an extra $5, supercharge my purchase for $3 extra
That's
bucks.
nickel and
I still don't know what that
diming you.
means,
That's
by the way.
what
I still
this
know
is.
supercharging my purchases, but it was just this
This is absurd.
exhausting, kind of frankly evil aspect of modern interface design. The cool thing and the interesting thing about Rusty's Real Deal Baseball that I noticed on this playthrough is that it exhibits what might be the world's first example of what I'm choosing to call light patterns. Basically, a user interface design that begs you to spend less money at every turn. It's essentially just the opposite of a dark pattern. And that's the term that I'm coming up with to describe it. Like, every single time you enter a negotiation with Rusty, one of his kids will pop up and remind you every time that you can haggle his price down. As a matter of fact, if you attempt
So
to
the
purchase
character is
a
gonna, the
minigame
kid
at
is
any
obviously gonna
price
be the
that is
character
even
because
slightly
nobody's gonna
higher
know
than
about him
predetermined,
because everybody's gonna try to haggle for the lower price. So nobody's ever gonna see this little feller. So that's why he's the character with 0 search results, because nobody knows who he is. Because nobody who played the game actually knows who he is. That's the premise of the video. Congratulations. He somehow stretched that to 16 minutes. He somehow gets 10 more minutes out of
tell you
this.
that you could get a lower price. And interestingly,
I'm curious
even
to see how
the
he does it
progression
now.
of the story, and there is, by the way, a story in this game. The progression of it is inexorably tied to you haggling successfully with Rusty. So as you
He just
negotiate
pronounced
with
it
Rusty,
inexorably?
he'll reference
That's
problems in
pissed
life
me
that
off.
he needs help solving. For example, his severe nose hair length issues or his inability to cook a decent meal for his kids. And by playing the mini games themselves, you actually unlock items that will help him with these problems, like a pair of nose hair trimmers or coupons for a remedial cooking class, which then you can offer to Rusty to help solve his real-life problems in exchange for him giving you a major discount on the game. And because those are tied to the story, the game really encourages you to hand those items over to Rusty. And for that reason, it's actually extremely challenging to buy Rusty's games at their full price. Paying full price for one of Rusty's games is something you legitimately have to go way out of your way to do. I came to realize on this playthrough that the whole experience of Rusty's Real Deal Baseball is not meant to have you haggle with Rusty, really. It's meant to give you the feeling of having haggled for something. Giving you that feeling of like success and accomplishment of having negotiated with this dog and having kind of pulled
What
one
a
over on
dog
him,
doing?
while minimizing the actual real-world financial consequences to the player as much as possible. Going through this process one more time made me realize that, in all likelihood, the percentage of Rusty's Real Deal Baseball players who actually paid the full $4
Dude, I'm
for
dipping.
each
I see
game
you.
was likely a very low percentage
Thanks
of players, which made
thanks
me
for
even more eager to
arriving
find
at the
out what
stream and
happens
coming
when
on a
you do
man's
pay full price.
balls.
Now,
I
here's
don't
what
know about that
discovered.
last
if
part.
If you do, God forbid, attempt to pay the full $4 a minigame, Rusty's Real Deal Baseball will throw up countless warnings and interruptions, and will even repeatedly place your cursor on the options to try to force you to back down and renegotiate. Rusty's kids pop up telling you to hang on a second. And if you ignore all that, if you hit continue and you hit the buy button again, Rusty will ask you one last time if you're okay with it. If you move down and hit buy for $4, the final prompt to buy the game at full price, Rusty basically loses his mind that he's actually selling a game for full price, and there's like a fun little reaction from him where he just can't believe that you're doing this. From there, the confetti pops off and Rusty guides
That's
you to
actually
the
really
eShop
funny.
to purchase the game as normal. But It's what happens after that that's the interesting part to me. Now remember, for every story beat in Rusty's Real Deal Baseball, there's an unlockable story item that you're supposed to hand to Rusty to improve his life and progress the plot forward. But by paying full price for these games, that means that you have never given Rusty the items you need to progress the story, so they're all just sitting on the bottom touchscreen in your inventory unused, and Rusty never receives them since you never bribed Rusty with them in the first place. So that raises the question, how is the story still going to be able to progress? The answer to that question is a name. It is a 3-word name that...
Oh, okay. There's going to be a character in the lore who only shows up if you pay full price for everything. But nobody's going to know it because nobody pays full price. Can you say, Larry Dude, I want to see you Larry nude. I want to see your hairy Larry. It's my own sus remix. It would be a big day if you sung that. Well, I just said it. I'm not going to sing it because I don't know the song, but... hopefully that's enough for you.
As best I can tell, has not ever been typed anywhere on the internet, has not been spoken into a microphone for a YouTube video. That name is Pappy Van Poodle. God, it feels good to say that out loud. I don't think anyone outside of Nintendo headquarters has ever said the name Pappy Van Poodle out loud. So normally after you buy a minigame from Rusty, you get this little cutscene showing how your gift improved his life. So like with the nose clippers, you see him trim his nose and he can breathe freely again and whatever, his life's better, right? But since in this playthrough you never gave him the gift, Nintendo's solution was actually to introduce an entire character to fill that role. That character is Pappy Van Poodle, who's an old, overweight dog with a cane, who Nintendo describes as a, quote, neighbor, businessman, and mentor to Rusty for nearly 20 human years. It turns out there are actually 6 entirely separate cutscenes featuring Pappy, all of them completely exclusive to the microscopic percentage of players who never negotiated with Rusty and just ponied up full price for his games. And while they're brief, these little moments provide a surprising amount of backstory for Pappy and Rusty's relationship. In one of the cutscenes, Pappy describes how he was cooking boiled parsnips for his daughter, which she hated so much she gave him a coupon for a remedial cooking class, but he's too proud to use that coupon, so he gives it to Rusty. In another, he tells Rusty that he's been, quote, like a son to him over the years, and then hands him a bouquet of flowers as a symbol of their friendship, which Rusty promptly re-gifts to his wife. In a third, Pappy finds one of Rusty's children asleep in an alley and gives it back to Rusty, which is an event that, as best I can tell, has no parallel in the normal version of the story. But the craziest part of this to me is that no one else on Earth seems to know that Pappy Van Poodle exists. There is not a shred of evidence for this character's existence anywhere online. A Google search, like I said,
that's
0 results.
Interesting.
He's never mentioned on Twitter a single
time.
Not
really. It's really not that interesting.
On any of the Nintendo wikis. It's like a creepypasta almost. It's like this character only exists in my mind or something, and I can't. If I didn't have the proof right in front of me, I would not believe he existed. It's hard to overstate how rare it is to find a first-party Nintendo game, especially a modern first-party Nintendo game that was released in North America and Japan, that has a hidden character that no one has ever seen before, that no one's ever documented at least.
That is some playground rumor type bullshit. I love it.
Unless you count Rusty's 10 kids as different characters, which you shouldn't, they all have the same dialogue. Discovering the presence of a secret and hitherto undocumented 4th character, it feels like a very special and kind of insane moment, and one that I think is worth putting in video form, just so there's some evidence of Pappy Van Poodle on the internet finally. Now at this point in the process, I realized I would not be doing my due diligence if I didn't uncover every single piece of Pappy Van Poodle lore before sitting down to make this video, but with literally no info about him anywhere on the internet, I kind of had to turn to some pretty weird places. So in a moment of just complete unhinged obsession, I actually took the 3DS ROM file for Rusty's Real Deal Baseball and used some software called Kiriimu to search through the game's files for every single mention of Pappy Van Poodle. And what I found was actually pretty interesting. See, it turns out, beyond those alternate version story cutscenes where Pappy gives Rusty gifts,
there's a secret hidden cutscene where he jacks you off.
Additional mentions of Pappy Van Poodle in Rusty's Real Deal Baseball, all of them contained in the optional epilogue content, which means an even smaller percentage of players saw this stuff. See, after you've beaten Rusty's Real Deal Baseball, which is to say after you've gone through all of the key story events and obtained all of the games that are tied to those events, visiting Rusty will actually result in this sort of new post-game dialogue, mostly consisting of him updating you on his life.
Can you say
and his
Nick
career
likes
as a
Skibbity
team
Toilet?
Manager for his kids baseball team.
I'm always
Rusty
really
Sluggers.
apprehensive
Now, I
about
could just
saying the
scroll
word Nick
through all of the relevant Pappy dialogue
on
in the
stream,
software
because I
used
feel like
to dig
somebody's
it
gonna
up,
try to
but
change
that
it to the
felt a
N-word
little
somehow.
anticlimactic to me, so
Try to
I
trick me into saying
continued
the
to play through
N-word.
Rusty's Real Deal Baseball and was able to encounter these bonus lines of dialogue organically on
Skibbity
my
dub
3DS.
dub dub,
And
yes,
mostly this
yes,
dialogue
skibbity
serves to
dub dub,
reinforce the
yee.
friendship that we've already learned about between Rusty and Pappy, especially Pappy's unconditional support of Rusty and his kids. In one moment, Rusty tells us how Pappy has basically taken up the mantle as the unofficial team mascot for the Sluggers. He even tells us about an instance where Pappy
Mr.
cheers
Gurr,
for
do we have a
the Sluggers
Mr.
so
Gurr
hard
here?
that he throws out his back and injures himself by
What's that?
cheering,
What's
which I
that
think
football
is
player?
adorable.
Steve
Now, these
Kerr.
post-game conversations
There's
with
a,
Rusty serve
like
as
I think
nice
he's a football player
end
named
cap to
Steve
this
Kerr.
weird little
Maybe he's a
game, but
basketball player.
They also
Steve
kinda got me
Kerr.
thinking about
His son's
how
name is
weird
Nick.
This dialogue must
You do the
seem
math. That's
to
actually
players who
real,
have
not a
never
joke.
encountered Pappy Van Poodle, which is
It's
again,
not a trick, I promise,
almost all
my
of them.
friend.
I mean, think about how this endgame dialogue would look.
That's
to
amusing.
players
Skibbity
who
toilet.
Didn't see
That guy
any of
loves
the cutscenes
Skibbity
I showed
toilet.
them.
I love Skibbity
To
toilet.
players who negotiated with Rusty, which I'll remind you is almost all of them, seeing the name Pappy Van Poodle pop up must seem like a total non sequitur. I mean, it's a reference to a character that, if you'll forgive the baseball metaphor, comes totally out of left field. Remember, most
Also, let's
players
be honest. Like maybe 15 people total played Rusty's Real Deal Baseball. So
of Rusty's Real Deal Baseball have no background on Pappy and Rusty's mentor-mentee relationship. Hell, they've never even seen Pappy's face. The only way you ever see Pappy's face is by holding back in those negotiations, not giving Rusty the obvious key item he needs, and then paying for the game the old-fashioned way. At the end of this experience, I just kind of walked away wondering why exactly this character exists. I wonder, like, was Pappy Van Poodle created simply as a convenient story contrivance to help progress the plot for players who just failed to use the story items? Or was this obscure bonus character added to the game as sort of a small reward for those players who put a little extra money in and pony up that extra cash? I don't think we'll ever know the answer for sure. Nintendo is a complete brick wall when it comes to this stuff, but either way, it seemed important to me to take this opportunity to talk about Pappy Van Poodle, get him his first ever Google search results, and just document him for the world. Because I don't want to live in a world where a modern first-party Nintendo game, especially one as good as Rusty's Real Deal Baseball, goes imperfectly documented. That is not the internet I signed up for. That is not the YouTube I want to live on. So thank you for indulging me in this.
this is fucking whack. Who said it, Kanye or Hitler? I love that this was made in 2009, which was way before all the Nazi shit. But it's also women, so maybe funny.
Audience participation game.
Maybe not.
And,
Probably not.
We have a list of quotes, and half of them were said by Kanye West, and half of them were said by Hitler. And you have to guess who said which quote.
I wonder how many I can get.
Easy of a game.
I'll win. Nah, I win.
Okay. Okay, here's the first one. When a man is starving in the streets, he's not thinking of bread and water, but of caviar and champagne.
That
Hitler.
it's gonna be the exact opposite of what you think.
I put this one. I stand here as a revolutionary. It is as a revolutionary against the revolution.
Is the joke gonna be they're all Hitler?
I might have to go back to war. I just might have to. Kanye. Nothing in life is promised except death.
Hitler.
I was expecting some more like insane Nazi shit.
I realize that my place and position in history is that I will go down as the voice of this generation, of this decade, that I will be the loudest voice. Oh.
It's an absolute Kanye moment.
Who says I am not under the special protection of God?
Houseway. Houseway.
Okay. There's one more. I could design something for Obama to go to the club in.
Hitler obviously said that. Obviously. Hitler was a big fan of Obama. Alright. Can you check out Big Head Bobert? I don't know if I should do that or not. Whatever, I'll entertain your fucking delusions. I am absolutely not fucking watching any of this. Absolutely the fuck not. The real story behind Rapping for Jesus. Oh, hell yeah. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's because Jesus Christ is
So I ask you
my
all to tell
N-word.
me who or what you want me to talk about next, and lately a lot of you have been doing
Fuck audio.
exactly that. It looks like the YouTube algorithm has been recommending Rapping for Jesus to a lot of you because you really want me to talk about it. Well, boys, I'm here to deliver. Rapping for Jesus was uploaded to YouTube back on February 5th of 2013, presumably by a man named Brian Spinney. The video itself is a music video which was
I think
supposedly
I watched this video when it came out, but it's been like 5 fucking years.
filmed over a decade ago for a community church and features the church's pastor and his wife performing this unapologetically white and Christian themed rap song. Now there's some pretty ridiculous bars in this song, but the one that everyone remembers is this one.
So I gave my sermon an urban kick.
My rhymes are fly, beats are sick.
My crew
And it's big and it keeps getting bigger. That's because.
Jesus Christ is my nigga.
Oh, you censor it, you
Video was really
pussy?
something out of the Tim and Eric playbook with the VHS aesthetic to it and the overall absurdity of it. Rapping for Jesus has become crazy popular over the years, garnering over 59 million views since its upload date back in 2013. And I think if there was such a thing as a YouTube Hall of Fame, this video belongs right there smack dab in the middle of it. But with that said, as time has passed, there have been more and
Right up there with Fred, Annoying Orange, and What the Buck. Right up there with the classics.
more people questioning the authenticity of this video. Like, was this really recorded for some church years ago, or was this like an intentional project? You gotta understand that most of the comedic value of Rappin' for Jesus relies on the fact that the viewer is made to believe that it is actually a real low-budget cringe music video created completely unironically for some random church and it just got leaked onto the internet. But is this really the case? Because
No.
there's plenty of
It's
evidence
clearly a
out
bit.
there that
It's
suggests
clearly
that
a
this
sketch.
entire music video was a carefully calculated internet shock project created to go viral. So today I want to share with you all the inconsistencies when it comes to the backstory of this video, and hopefully we can get to the bottom of the real story behind Rappin' for Jesus. Real quick, before we get started, I want to thank The Ridge for sponsoring yet another one of my videos. They make these sleek metallic
I don't
wallets.
care about your ad. You can suck my balls.
Content itself, Brian Spinney's YouTube channel, and
I
the
might get a
metadata
Ridge wallet,
associated
low-key.
with the video. And what we
Does
will
anybody use
find
the
are
Ridge wallet?
elements
Can
that
recommend
make
it to
up
me
the
for
commonly
genuinely?
accepted backstory associated with this.
Because right now I have like a
On
big
January
fat regular
15th,
wallet.
2013, Brian Spinney's channel is created. His about section
It
reads
still
as
somehow
follows.
doesn't hold enough
Proud
cards.
father of two, loving husband, and a devoted Christian. Iowa born and raised. The channel remains dormant until February 5th when Rappin' for Jesus is uploaded. This was its innocently written description. I helped my pastor make this music video when I was in high school. Thought you guys might get a kick out of it. May the Lord bless and keep you. Now let's look at the video content itself. The video begins
Too
with an
stubborn
image
to
of
change
what's
from the old
supposed to
wallets.
be the West of
See,
Duke's
with
second
with this new, so this is completely irrelevant to the video. With this new wave of like compact wallets, front pocket wallets, the Ridge wallet, metallic wallet. I feel like a classic. I feel like a real man. I feel like a real OG using a big fucking fat, dumb, stupid bifold leather wallet. But I'm some crazy MSM. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Church of Christ. We are also told the title of the song and that it is a product of the church's youth outreach program. Moments later, the song begins and small corner text establishes the supposed names of the performers in the song. These two performers being Pastor Jim Kolerick and his wife, who is referred to Miss Kolerick here, but her name is revealed to be Mary Sue later in the video. This corner text also states that the music video was filmed and edited by the uploader, Brian Spinney. Now, the actual lyrical content in this video is irrelevant to establishing the backstory. You guys already know the gamer word that is spoken. At the end of the video, a call to action inviting viewers to join the church's outreach program is shown, and a link to the church's website is displayed. On the website's homepage, we find a message written from Pastor Jim thanking us for visiting the website. The rest of the website remains incomplete
The fuck is
outside
this?
of the contact portion and the news section. The news section is what is really important for the narrative. It reads as follows: June 15th, 2000.
So this is like deep lore. This is like a fucking ARG. The Rappin' for Jesus ARG. After this, put on crazy MSM. I don't know that I will be doing that. They make W vids. Well,
it's been an honor and a privilege to bring Christ's message to the West.
I'm gonna be the judge of this. I am absolutely not watching this under any fucking circumstance. What the fuck is this?
Dubuque community for all these years. May the Lord bless you and keep you always, dear friends. Jim. So naturally this implies that the website is pretty old and further implies that Rappin' for Jesus was recorded quite some time ago. And when you consider the VHS artifact-filled quality of the video, this kind of makes sense. So to summarize, if we analyze this information as presented at face value, the viewer is made to think
it's
that
not
Rappin'
that.
for
It's
Jesus
clearly
was
not
some
that. It's
bizarre,
clearly a
poorly
sketch
thought
of
out
some
church
kind.
outreach production filmed in the
This is literally filled like to the brim with just obvious absurdist comedy. This is apparent within 10 seconds of seeing the video. So the fact that people thought this was fucking real is insane. Look, I feel like just a huge fan group found your stream and they're advertising each other's stuff. That's exactly what's happening right now. There's a bunch of fucking high school kids. There's a bunch of fucking high school kids spamming their inside jokes. Be like, hey guy, watch this guy's channel, and it's some other fucking autistic kid's channel.
90s or early 2000s.
It's exactly what's happening. That's why I'm not really entertaining the idea.
Decided to pull it out of his video vault one day and threw it onto YouTube.
I'm being a cunt,
and
but I have to
would
be a
end up
cunt
going
sometimes.
viral just by complete accident. An effective narrative, but is it true? In short, no. Rather, I'm almost 100% certain that this was a carefully orchestrated viral hit perpetrated by someone using Brian Spinney as a creative alias. I guess I gotta prove myself here, so let's do a bit of cross-examination and prove why the story
Wavy
they've
conspiracy
given to us
hour.
doesn't add up. I want to start off with the
Wave-
really damning evidence.
Wavy
Let's start off
Wavy
by
Webster
discussing
more
the
like
questionable
gay for
existence of
men,
this
sir.
West Dubuque Second Church of Christ. So there's no church in Iowa that goes by this name, but it's not game over yet because if you remember, the church's website stated the church closed its doors back in June of 2004. So yeah, maybe it existed at one point, but it's just shut
Should
down
really put on
now.
some crazy
But what
MSM.
if
I will not be
told
doing
you
that.
The website lied. Fortunately, we have the luxury of being able to look up when a website domain was registered. And what do you know, the West Dubuque Second Church of Christ domain was registered not in 2004, but January 15th of 2013. That's right, this website was created around the time of Rappin' for Jesus' release and was intentionally designed to masquerade as a genuine church website created in the early 2000s. There's
That's real
literally
detective
no
work
way
right
to
there, Wavy.
explain
That's
why
what I'm
someone
talking
would
about.
retroactively create a website for a church that supposedly closed its doors almost a decade prior. This church was 100% fake and was only created as a companion piece for the Rappin' for Jesus video. And I've got another spicy nugget for you here. You know what was also created on January 15th of 2013?
Adolf Hitler, the second coming. Yeah, it's when Adolf Hitler 2 was born. There's a second Hitler running around among us somewhere right now. He's like fucking 9 years old. Actually, he'd be 11 if he was born in 2013. He'd be 11 years old right now. There's an 11-year-old little Hitler running around. We have to find him and kill him before he starts Holocaust 2. Or maybe we let him start the Holocaust 2. Really depends on your stance on the Jews, quite frankly.
Brian Spinney's YouTube channel. After this discovery, it becomes clear that on January 15th of 2013, Brian Spinney, or whoever the person is behind this video, was carefully setting the stage and creating the universe for his Rappin' for Jesus video,
Deep
which was to be
ARGs,
completed
baby.
and released just under a month later. The fake church
I
discovery
think Hitler
alone,
2
in
would
my
mix it up and go
opinion,
for a different race.
silences any
Maybe. He
argument
could
that
go for the
suggests
blacks.
That Rappin' for Jesus wasn't a carefully put together hoax/parody. The date of the fake church
Maybe he goes for the whites.
creation
You never
and
know.
Brian's channel creation being on the same day is too much to be passed off as sheer coincidence.
Maybe he just
Alright,
goes
enough
for the
about
guys
church.
named Hitler.
Let's talk about
Never
the
know.
performers in the song. Pastor Jim Kolerick and his wife, Mary Sue Kolerick. These people simply don't exist. I've looked far and wide. Facebook people searches, nothing. White page name lookups for Iowa, even the entire United States, nothing. I also checked the obituaries for good measure and even went back and did all of this searching with Jim Kolerick's name being James Kolerick because sometimes people go by Jim and James interchangeably. Nothing. There's
Like, you know what I find even more interesting about that is the fact that not only did these people not exist, that he didn't find a single person that even just coincidentally had that name. That's crazy.
Literally no digital footprint left by these two individuals. And before you say, oh, Wavy, maybe they're just boomers and they've never used the internet, so they don't have a digital footprint. Look up your grandparents on white.
I'm not watching crazy MSM. You guys can suck my balls.
If you're a person who has ever had an address, you're in the system. So after discovering this, it's clear to me that these were simply made up names for these actors to use for their characters in Rappin' for Jesus. I mean, come on, the wife's name is Mary Sue. That's just too perfect. Furthermore, using fake names would be a pretty smart idea when you consider the lyrical subject matter of this song. Yeah, we think it's funny, but that chorus could have gotten them in trouble if their real names got out. I don't know, maybe the NAACP would come after them. But yeah, it's clear these are made up, fabricated
Shout out
names,
NAACP.
and everybody involved
I'm
in
an
the
Alabama
project
and we're
wished
no
they
want to
remained
be
anonymous.
free.
And that
Now with the
concludes cross-examination.
NAACP.
Future Wavy Web Surf here. I wanted to share
More
another
lore
piece of
has been
evidence with
unearthed.
you guys
A
that I
second
discovered
lore
when
has
I
hit
was
the Twin
editing this
Towers.
video. And this piece of evidence pretty much proves that the video was created in early 2013 or late 2012 and wasn't recorded in the 90s or 2000s like the story wants us to believe. So when I was editing, this image of what looks like college students sitting on a set of stairs caught my eye. And I decided to crop it and reverse Google image search it to see if anyone else had ever used this photo. And well, what I found was that a lot of colleges actually have used this photo on their websites. And I don't know the exact date of when this photo was published to the internet, but it began to see its first use in late 2012 and early 2013. It looks like whoever made Rappin' for Jesus nabbed this photo off of Google and just put filters over it so it looks a lot older than it really is. So what I'm getting at here is that there's no way Rappin' for Jesus is like a
I would have never
decades
thought
old
to look at
project
look for a
because it
stock
uses
image
stock
as
photo
evidence for
from
that shit.
the
That's
early
crazy.
2010s. But yeah, just thought I would share that with you guys. So in conclusion,
I was gonna say that's only
the
something
church
Wavy
is
would do,
fake,
but that's
the website is
nah.
fake,
I don't think
the
so.
website and the
I don't know
YouTube
about that.
channel were created
But that's
on the
interesting
same
that he
day in
thought to do that.
2013. Jim Kolarick and Mary Sue Kolarick aren't real people, and Jim's not a pastor. At this point, I
Or a
think we can
pedophile,
say without
or a
reasonable
racist.
doubt that this video
Maybe he's
wasn't
a
some
racist, I don't actually
accidental
know.
viral anomaly. It was rather a methodically planned out and galaxy-brained piece of Christian satire put together by a very talented content creator who goes by the name of Brian Spinney. What am I missing? Am I missing something here? Are you guys not on the same page? The
Deep
care that
lore.
went into developing the mythos
Not really. I mean, I
surrounding
could
this
have told
video
you
is
that this was
admirable,
fucking a sketch,
as
an
there are
obvious
still Reddit
sketch.
threads popping up to this day
before
that are
seeing it.
debating if this thing was real or staged. Well, after what we have discovered today, it appears as if the latter is true. So wrapping up, what we've discussed today, in my opinion, doesn't take away anything from this video. Real or fake, it will always be a legendary piece of YouTube content. And hopefully
Sure. What the fuck do you assholes? I'm not watching this fucking bullshit. This looks like content farm shit. Comic, what the fuck? Is this just for fucking baby noises? What is that? What the fuck? This looks like Neopets if it was designed by like a fucking toddler. It's a game. It's a game. And okay. What would you like me to do with that information? Alright. I think for the remainder of this stream, let's check up on our friends at the fish tank. For those who give a shit. I don't. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, it's raining, so they're not going to be doing shit on fish tank. I'm just gonna sleep through that shit. Okay. Alright. I'm tired of shit. My eyes are fucking bleeding. I gotta fucking end this stream. Which is exactly what I'm gonna do. All right, shitheads. And fucking bitches with big titties. And dudes with big cocks and fucking even the dudes with small cocks. That's it for this one. Next stream probably gonna be not next. I can't stream next week because I got fucking gay work bullshit. I'll try to maybe fit one in on Friday, and we'll see. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Maybe that's a maybe. Don't get your titties in a twist. It's a maybe. Maybe Sunday. Not this Sunday, but the Sunday after. I know, maybe this Sunday. I don't know. We'll see. No silly poo. No what? The fuck you talking about, Chris? Oh yeah. I forgot. I had this pulled up and forgot about it. Yeah. Okay. Let me watch this really quick. Let's watch this really quick, and I have to end it because you've been saying this twice, 2 weeks. Hang on. Okay. Oh shit! You didn't see that. You didn't see that. You didn't see that. The fucking thing. All right. What is this? Cyber Girls. This is low-key fire. Keep playing, cunt. Why'd you pause? The fuck? What, Chris? Can I show it? Is this allowed? Chris, I don't think I can show this, you fucking maniac. You fucking degenerate. Alright, I'm going the fuck to bed. Next stream, whenever. I don't know. We'll see. In the meantime, I'll be working on vids. You might see some stream highlights. You might even see a gay parody show up on this channel in the next couple days. Just a possibility. You might. And it may or may not be the one we wrote on stream the other night. But anyways, it's turf shit. Clearly. Anyways, the song kind of slaps a little bit though. Skibbity toilet, skibbity dub, yes. All right, I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna go to bed and I'm gonna fucking pee. In that order. If you're sucking dick, make sure you're getting paid. I will see y'all in the next one. I'm Audi 5000.